お前はどこまで見えている。俺の死に様か。
POV Naruto. Today is the 10th of October, the day of victory over Kyubi no Yoko, or the nine-tailed demon fox. It's my birthday today, really, the worst thing in my life. I was beaten, my beloved puppy was killed, and now I'm flying to meet death in the Valley of Completion. The rock is about 150 meters high, and I seem to have been falling for several minutes. And how did I come to this? Let's start all over again. Flashback. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, or Uchiha. Yesterday I turned 3 years old and the third tomo appeared in Sharingan. They beat me up specifically, they have such a tradition for every birthday dropping me from different heights. On my first birthday, I was dropped from 3 meters, on the second from 15, yesterday from 30. I've always wondered, why do people hate me? Maybe because I'm dumb? Since birth, I tried not to say a word. In general, I couldn't even laugh corny, and I couldn't even scream in pain. By the way, they beat me every 4 hours, not counting nights, fed me once a week, chili pepper in Tabasco sauce. Today, I went to the shelter as usual. Then there will be a beating and they will throw me to sleep in a dark and wet basement, with my eternal friends rats. I bring them food, and they warm me during sleep. The symbiosis is called, I read it in a book. I have been able to read and write since I was 1.5 years old, and I learned to walk in 1 year. Here I go to the shelter, suddenly I hear a plaintive howling. I go into the alley and see a puppy. He was bullied and beaten by other dogs. I took a stick and ran to save him. I waved a stick, and even hit one, after they sped off, and I picked up a puppy with a broken paw. He closed his eyes, thinking that now I would beat him. I did the same when Anbu in a dog mask saved me. I took 2 planks and a rope. The alleys are full of this stuff. After a few frauds, I took the dog and went with him to the shelter. Approaching the shelter, I went behind the building and opened the window that led to the basement, which is also my home. I pointed to the window. The puppy realized that he was being offered to climb there. The walls were thick, so that a kind of windowsill was created. After the beating, I'll let him down. The puppy climbed up, but after looking down, he backed away. Then I gestured to him to wait 5 or 10 minutes. The puppy obediently snorted and lay down on the windowsill. Then I went to the shelter. I was beaten. I went to the basement. Everything is as usual, I thought with a sigh. After I came in, I lowered the puppy and knocked on the boards that were laid on the wet ground, called the rats to me. After that, I started tapping on the floor with a different rhythm, a la Morse code. With this, I introduced the dog to them, and then took a painted piece of paper and wrote Aiko, then pointed to the inscription. The dog yapped, he liked the name. We became very good friends. Aiko could steal food from the shops, the rats got better food, just like me. They also continued to warm Aiko and me. I became very attached to him. So a year passed. During the beatings, Aiko was hiding. By my decree, I made friends with an old man named Tucci and his daughter Iam. I also reread the entire library, although then the librarian beat me and threw me out, but it was worth it, because I learned the entire program of the Shinobi Academy. This unfortunate day, I was walking down the street with Aiko, or rather I was walking, and the puppy was hiding under my t-shirt. Suddenly, someone kicks me and Aiko flies out from under the t-shirt. And I knew that the demon has someone. The guy with the fangs on his cheeks said, "My age," was sitting on the neck of this guy. After the beating started, and when I couldn't move anymore, this guy said, "Kiba, hold this thing." This guy said, handing the kunai to the guy on his neck. "And now kill the dog of this demon, she's bad like him," said this Inuzuka. Not him, flashed through my mind, as this guy picked me up and forced me to watch this Kiba stab kunai right into Aiko's heart. My heart squeezed. I wanted to escape, but I couldn't. I closed my eyes and felt a strong discomfort. I didn't feel this after I was knocked out. I woke up and realized that I was being rocked. I opened my eyes, but I didn't have time to see. I only heard 4 male voices. and one child's. The end of the FLASHBACK, and here I am, falling down. Maybe it's for the best, I'll meet Aiko, my rats won't be lost. It remains only to close my eyes, but why can't I do it? Ah, I felt a lot of pain in my eyes. End POV NARUTO. Tomo in the boy's eyes, together with the pupil, floated down, transforming into 9 writhing tails, which instantly twisted into a spiral, and after Naruto's iris completely darkened, 9 tails appeared behind the boy, which formed a ball, and then he hit the water. Naruto woke up in a strange place. Pipes, water, sewerage in general. The brunette felt a powerful chakra that only an idiot would not notice. Uchiha decided to go there. He walked for 20 minutes, and now he is standing in a huge room and sees a giant fox. Well, hello baby. With a grin smile, said the fox. Naruto just waved his hand. Then he looked questioningly at the fox, who by the way was without a cage. This is your subconscious, and I am Kurama, or Kubi no Yoko. The fox introduced himself. Naruto showed the peer 1 second. After a couple of seconds, megaphones appeared in the room, checking the connection. It was heard from megaphones. Now I can speak, though not by myself, but megaphones will broadcast my thoughts. Again heard from the megaphones. Witty. Said the fox. And why are you outside the cage? The boy asked. Well, in short, you understand, his voice comes from megaphones. Do you want to hear this story? The fox asked. The boy nodded. Then listen. FLASHBACK. Today is the 10th of October, the day when 2 boys were born to the Hokage, the elder Naruto and the younger Menma. Classic. Here Bivako has already given birth. The boys were examined and found out that the older one will not have a Sharingan. As soon as Bivako approached Kushina to examine her, the wife of the third had her head blown off and her body fell with a thud. Minato saw the masked man who was holding Naruto. Minato Uchiha, step away from Jinchuriki. The unknown man spoke calmly. Neither, your son is finished. The masochist finished and threw the baby up, and then substituted kunai. Minato teleported and saved his son. But the little brunette's diapers hissed. Minato quickly got rid of the diapers and moved Naruto to the shelter. After that, the Hokage put on his cloak, for show-offs apparently, took his kunai and teleported to the Kushina from which the demon had already been extracted. After that, the fourth moved Kushina and Menma to the same shelter. Minato himself went, canonically, to fight the fox and the masked man. After Minato defeated the masochist, the brunette teleported the fox for Konoha. Minato, the fox must be sealed. Hiruzen shouted, restraining the fox with his staff. Yes, but who? Minato asked, and then remembered Naruto, because they said that he has more pronounced Uzumaki genes than Menma. I will seal the fox and Naruto. Are you sure about that, Minato? He's your son. Hiruzen said. No one else, Minato said and used Hiration. After a couple of minutes, everything was ready. The fox saw the kid, and besides Uchiha, roared and tried to kill him with a claw, but he was stopped by Hiruzen's body. Minato. Oh, seal the fox, Hiruzen said. The fox's claw was at arm's length, for Naruto. While Hiruzen was folding the seals, Naruto reached out to the fox's claw and touched it with the tip of his finger. After the baby bled, but he did not cry. The fox saw kindness in the boy's eyes and no presence of fear, although Ki was so pressed. So that's what you are, the boy from the prophecy. Thought the fox and sent the chakra along the claw to Hiruzen and, taking the old man under control, sealed himself into him. Minato, fox. Took control of me, he sealed himself in it, maybe he took over the boy's body. Hiruzen said and died, after the boy was taken for examination and found out that the fox chakra burned his vocal cords. Minato, I don't want and won't live with a fox. Kushina said. I agree, but we can't kill him either. Said the brunette. Then we'll hand it over to the shelter, and as soon as the fox shows up, we'll reprint it. Kushina said and left, and Minato subsequently handed over the baby to the shelter. The end of the flashback, that's about how it was. Said the fox. Yes, it's a little insulting, but okay, I don't care about them from a high bell tower. Naruto said. Well, you understand, I was expecting a rush of emotions, etc., and you don't give a shit. Said the fox. And why do I have a Sharingan, by the way? The brunette asked. You have a special structure of chakra canals in your eyes, they look like vessels, although they are stronger and wider than other ecchi. With anger uttering the last word, Kurama said, okay. Naruto spoke. Oh wait, come out of the subconscious now. Said Kurama and threw the boy out of the subconscious. Naruto woke up on the shore. Go straight ahead. Said the fox. Naruto did so, he walked until he came to the cave. Come in. Said the fox, and the brunette obeyed. Naruto entered the cave and saw the red armor, gunbai, and scythe. Jackpot. The fox said with a smile. What is this place? The boy asked. This is Madara's lair. Fast forward to the Hokage family. After Naruto was thrown out of the family, Kushina gave birth to a girl named Miko. Menma and Miko grew up arrogant and proud. They were considered geniuses, because at the age of 3 they could speak clearly. Minato forgot about the fact that he had another son born on that ill-fated night. Now he, like everyone else, believed that he was an orphan whose parents were distant relatives of Uzumaki. And that day, Minato was dying under a pile of papers that fell on him. Kushina was teaching calligraphy to children. Anbu that was watching Jinchuriki threw him off a cliff. I will not focus on the family of idiots, so this is so cursory. How do I hate paperwork? Uchiha shouted. Hokage-sama, Jinchuriki is missing. Said Anbu in an elephant mask. How did he disappear? Minato shouted furiously. You understand, bring Inoichi. Minato said and plunged back into the sea of writing, laws, and ramen, because it was already lunch, and there was still a lot of work. Inoichi arrived 5 minutes later. Minato, did you call? Inoichi asked. Yes. Minato said irritably. Check the Anbu that followed the Jinchuriki. If they turn out to be guilty, send them to Ibiki and call the doctors that will prolong their torment. Said the brunette and plunged back into work. Hi. The head of the Yamanaka clan answered and left. After a couple of minutes, the Anbu that was thrown off screamed in pain. So, now imagine how they are yelling, okay, and now we are slowly being transferred to Naruto, who is also screaming in pain. What's wrong with you, baby? Kurama asked anxiously in his subconscious. The right eye burns, replied Naruto. When the burning sensation, so intense that it cannot be described, stopped, the brunette opened his eyes. The iris of his right eye was yellow. Then an old, battered wolf came out of the cave with a growl, which was kicked out of the pack. Damn. The fox cursed. The boy's eyes darted around the room. Naruto's head hurt a lot. It was as if he was doing calculations. I don't know. It's like I saw 30 options in a second. Logically. Calculated. Clutching his head, which hurt like hell, Naruto said. Take control, I don't see any other options. Said the brunette. Whatever you say, Kurama said. As soon as the fox took control, Naruto's body began to change, fangs and claws grew, the left eye turned red, and the pupil became elongated, the right eye remained yellow, but the pupil succumbed to changes in the chakra. The old wolf felt the changes, the air became heavier, there was less air. The wolf started to back away, but he ran into a wall, because walking in a semicircle, bypassing the victim is inherent in all Hollywood wolves. As soon as the Kurama in the Uchiha's body took a step, the old man ran away with his tail between his legs. Then the fox returned control to his Jinchuriki. So, this is Madara's lair. At least I felt his chakra when I was reprinted into your mother. Said the fox. Don't call her that, my parents died, and you killed them. Naruto said this and went to explore the cave. He visited the library, the mask room, various Obito masks were stored there, from where Naruto took 2 masks, a Sharingan mask, like Obito's in the war, only red, without circles after Tamo and hair is visible, and a faceless one with a single hole for the right eye. Then Naruto visited a place where he saw a bunch of white creatures. Who are you? One of the creatures asked hoarsely. To which Naruto pointed to his mouth and shook his head. Can't you talk? What is it? The creature asked. Naruto shook his head. Write the name. It said, holding out a razor-sharp stone. The brunette wrote his first and last name, Naruto Uchiha. Nice to meet you, I'm Zetsu, one of the few who have successfully grown up. A bald creature appeared as white as snow. By the way, Zetsu translates as snow, without the lower part of the trunk. Then a fox came out of print. So, now Naruto will speak in the subconscious, and I will quote. Said the fox. What do you want from me? The fox began broadcasting. Me? I don't want anything from you, well, except to bring my lower part to me. Zetsu said. Naruto ran up to the white legs and brought them up. As soon as the lower part of Zetsu's body got close enough, she merged with him into one. Thank you, I owe you an enormous debt, I've been lying like this for more than 15 years. Zetsu said it no longer hoarsely as before. Teach the kid, and consider that the debt is paid. Said the fox. Well, if you need information, I can help. Said Zetsu and disappeared into the ground. He appeared a couple of seconds later from behind Naruto. Wow. Said the fox, and Naruto just looked at Zetsu in surprise. Okay Naruto, fox and I will start your training tomorrow, but for now go to bed. Meanwhile, in Konoha, 2 guys celebrated the victory over Kubita. Still, I'm glad that you survived Obito then. Kakashi said with a nice smile. Yes. Somehow the Uchiha answered abstractly. It's a pity Rin isn't with us. Obito said sadly. Me really sorry. The albino said sadly. Okay, I have to go. Said Uchiha and left. In a couple of hours in Akatsuki's lair. Start recruiting Nikonins. The man in the spiral mask said. Alright, Madara. Someone answered from the shadows. The only thing that was visible was Rinnegan. The next day, Naruto woke up Zetsu. Naruto-sama, wake up. Zetsu said. Rise bald macaque. The fox shouted in his subconscious. After that, Naruto abruptly opened his eyes. What time is it? The brunette asked the fox sleepily. 6 in the morning. The fox answered and lay down to sleep. Naruto-sama, a large detachment of ANBU has appeared in the Valley of Completion. Notified Zetsu. Naruto nodded, and then thought about it. Sent ANBU, so that when Kurama revives, he can quickly seal it. Uchiha thought. Naruto-sama, it's time for you to train. Zetsu said. The brunette nodded and got up. Then Zetsu showed Naruto the bathroom. The latter washed and went for the vegetable, as Kurama dubbed him. Zetsu led Naruto into a giant hall, if it could be called such. Here you will train. Said Zetsu. So, to start with 3 laps, 50 push-ups, squats and abs, 3 sets. Zetsu said and disappeared underground. Naruto started doing the exercises. An hour and a half has passed. By the end of the training, Naruto looked very tired, but not tired, but in fact tired. Then Zetsu appeared with a huge, for a 4-year-old, and anyway, you've seen boars in Naruto, boar carcass. You are well done, rest for 20 minutes and repeat the exercises while I prepare your food. Zetsu said. Naruto asks that you don't call him that. Said the fox that leaked out of the seal and flowed back. Okay, Naruto. He said vegetable with a smile and went to make a fire, since there was no kitchen. Madara and Obito didn't need to eat. Naruto squeezed out the last of his energy and died for 5 hours. Those who solve the parcel can consider themselves true connoisseurs of animation. So a year and a half has passed. Now Naruto, in a room familiar to him, namely a cave with a giant fox curled up in a ball on the whole wall and a 4-year-old boy whose face was not visible, since he was standing with his back, ran the last 50th circle, then push-ups, squats, presses all 800 times. Then Zetsu appeared in front of him. Report. A child's voice was heard in Zetsu's head. Still 30 ANBU on the perimeter do not allow you to enter and leave the territory, 20 masters of printing, 40 censors, 10 elite ANBU, the last 3 groups monitor the place of your death at 12 o'clock in the day, there is a shift, once a week the Hokage comes. Reported on the situation in the Zetsu Completion Valley. Okay, thanks for teaching this technique, by the way. Said Naruto. Yes, you're welcome, the most important thing there is good control and the ability to correctly transform the chakra. Rubbing the back of his head, Zetsu listed. By the way, tonight, I made a copy of the scroll of the techniques of the previous Hokage and the forbidden techniques of Konoha. Said Vegetable. And on what occasion? Beside himself with happiness, since the answer was asking for itself, asked Uchiha. Well, you understand, this voice is in Zetsu's head. Today you are starting training in the techniques of your BMSH, who will decipher, that's well done. BMSH is a type of BMSH, only cooler, ordinary Sharingan, develop your Sengan, in short, tactics in Japanese, Senjutsu, as well as spontaneous techniques. Zetsu replied, watching as the 5-year-old rushes around the polygon with a mute shout of joy. To begin with, let Kurama explain to you what a BMSH is. Said Zetsu. Naruto descended into the subconscious. Ku. The brunette greeted his friend with a smile. Hi, so it means that all villages have issued a law, not to seal a biju into a person with a Sharingan, because with proper sealing, that is, to seal with the Shinigami is your case, or with the seal of the 8 elements. So, when a Jinchuriki with a Sharingan wakes up, he immediately becomes a BMSH. This gives him such buns as, the number of abilities that corresponds to the number of biju tails, the absence of a side effect from using MS, gradual blinding, passing the chakra through the eyes, you increase the power of the chakra, which is twice as weak as the biju chakra, 2 types of Susanoo, in the form of a ghostly war and a ghostly biju, which can form a biju lady 30% weaker than the original, and the coolest thing is the living pattern of the BMSH in the form of tails of the biju sealed in you. Kurama explained. Thanks. Naruto thanked him and came out of his subconscious. So, now, hold the leaves and pass the chakra into them. Zetsu said. Naruto squeezed 6 leaves between his fingers. The first burned, the second got wet, the third rotted, the fourth crumpled, the fifth was cut, and the sixth, and the last one just disappeared. Naruto was surprised, but when he was about to finish checking the elements, the burning leaf flared up, as if fuel had been poured on it. All 5 elements and, gas, it looks like. Zetsu said. Why did you decide that? Asked Naruto. Because there was a smell of gas after the disappearance of the leaf, and even the leaf with fire broke out as if it had been poured on it. Explained Vegetable. I've always been amazed at your reasoning skills, the brunette said. Soon you will be able to reason better than me. Zetsu said with a smile. And by the way, why do I have 5 elements? Asked Uchiha. It's simple, Minato is like a true shit. Uchiha Katan, as well as Doton and Raiten, and Kushina has a Suiton and a Futon. Simply put, you are lucky to inherit their elements. Explained the fox. I will not describe the techniques that Naruto learned, because I will give him a hell of a lot, and it will be almost nifiga to use. I'll decide along the way, in short. Time skip for a year. Now Naruto was running through the forest. He jumped from branch to branch. You're not going to leave. Naruto shouted mentally, pursuing his goal. Here, the brunette was almost close to the goal. He waved his hand and 2 blades flew out of his brown armbands, which struck the giant boar right in the head. Flashback. It was 5 in the morning. The fox woke up and saw his Jinchuriki doing something. What are you doing? Asked Kurama with obvious interest. Yes, I decided to make equipment, because I want to become a bounty hunter, Naruto replied. And what exactly? The fox asked. You see, I decided that the kunai are too pale for combat, because the enemy sees them and pulls out his weapon. And if you hide them under the guise of bracers, for example, well, that is, you run into hand-to-hand combat, your opponent blocks the blow with his hands, not with a weapon, and right at that moment a blade comes out of your bracer and pierces the opponent's hands. Barely, as Naruto explained. And I decided to make such bracers. I have already made 2 different types, a crossbow, a hook, if you fall, but you can't grab the chakra, you get hooked and that's it. But now I'm finishing the last one, the main one, can separate the blades using throwing weapons, or when directing the chakra into the mechanism, activate by according to my idea. I also made my own cladding of chakra-isolating steel for each of the species, so that all sorts of hues could not see the mechanism. And I also painted a mask. Uchiha said, looking at the fox mask with a Sharingan in his left eye and a hole under his right eye, where Naruto had a Sengan. The end of the FLASHBACK Zetsu got out of the ground and took the boar. After, Naruto went to the lair, where he was met by the vegetable. So, today we will master your dojutsu. Zetsu said. Naruto just nodded and activated his Sharingan. It appeared in both the left and right eye, only the color of the eye was still golden. So another half a year passed. Naruto found out some of the abilities of his Mega Imbavi eyes. So far, only 6 BMSH abilities: control of the white flame, Shiroi, the same as Amaterasu's control, but only the flame is sealed for 1 day, then the seal burns out and releases the sealed. The original is Limbo, not a clone is created in another dimension, but Naruto is transferred there. Shadow clones, by the way, do not roll in that dimension. Kamui, because I wanted to. Tsukuyami, well, and why not actually? Kotoamatsukami, because I do not know what else to shove into his eyes. Amaterasu, because the abilities that can be shoved in are running out. Sengan also developed. Now he could calculate a maximum of 3,500 scenarios and instantly choose the one that he needed. Now Naruto was getting ready for something. He put on a white jacket and pants of the same color, white fingerless gloves with a plate on the back of his palm, brown bracers, a mask and a black cloak on which there was a kanji shiroi with a hood. I really adore these accessories in the form of a cloak and hood. There was a white flame at the end of the cloak. Are you sure you've prepared everything? Asked Kurama. Yes, we are ready, replied Naruto. Naruto ran out of the cave and headed towards the Valley of Completion. It was now 11:46. He decided to eliminate ANBU, as it could cause some hype. And there was no need for a war. Naruto didn't care about the village, but for his mercenary activities and on Nick, the war would have had a deplorable effect. He was hired a couple of times by hidden villages, Taki, Oto, and even Kumo. Therefore, he would have had a hard time. The war would lead to the decline of potential buyers, and they would give a lower price for the same murders or escorts. And if the villages find out that one of the 5 great ninja villages does not have a bijou, right, gone. Therefore, the liquidation of the ANBU was a common decision of the members of the SLM, who catches up is a good fellow, which consisted of only 3, a reasonable plant, Zetsu, a person and concurrently the head of this council, Naruto, and a red rug, Kurama. Zetsu noticed a new ANBA in a raven mask. Apparently recently enrolled, Uchiha. Thought Naruto. So you're the new girl? ANBU in the dog mask asked. Yes. Hiding her excitement, the raven said, or the crow. Naruto did not understand how to call her correctly, but the Sharingan developed to the 3rd Tamo said that Ambushnitsu was the genius of her clan. So, I won't kill the dog. He took me to the hospital. I feel sorry for the girl, she's worried before the first and long mission, so I'll leave her. The rest are at expense. Naruto thought, folding the summoning seals separately with both hands. Flashback, so, today I will teach you the summoning. Zetsu said, is it possible to have 2 summons? Ignoring the words vegetable oil, oh, how I wanted to write it, Uchiha asked. Yes, you may come across both a reasonable and not quite reasonable kind of summoning, such as rats, ravens, or eagles, beta. They are actually reasonable, or maybe reasonable, toads, snakes, slugs, or even dragons. It all depends on fortune. Create a clone, you bite your finger and swipe a little on the clone's hand, and then use the summoning. Called, not reasonable, called, reasonable. Zetsu said. Naruto folded the seals and summoned a rat, and his clone, an eagle. Later, Naruto learned to connect his vision together, which helped in scouting the territory. The end of the FLASHBACK. It was 11:58 now. All the ANBU were at their posts. Naruto spread his memories and summoned 2 eagles that immediately flew to look around. The ANBU stood around the perimeter, leaving no chance to enter the territory unnoticed. So at 12 o'clock the replacement came. The ANBU collect things and lose their vigilance. Suddenly a fog rolls in. The technique of hiding in fog plus gas, which does not harm a person when inhaled. The fighters of the elite unit became alert and took out tanto and katanas. Suddenly, small bolts fly out into the neck of 2, which charge a compact crossbow. 2 more fell with their throats cut. Ambushnitsa activated Sharingan, but only the silhouette of the killer was visible. She already wanted to use Kado, as it seemed from the sky. I do not advise using Kado, if you do not want to harm your teammates and yourself before me. The same applies to Raiten. The voice was as if spoken by 2 at once. Naruto learned to speak with the help of invocations. Ambushnitsa did not take any chances and ran to the silhouette with tanto, but when he came running, he disappeared and steamed as if it was. She ran back to the line. The new girl felt the smell of blood when suddenly the whole fog flared up like a match. She used Doton to hide and it helped. When ANBU came out of hiding, she saw a pile of burnt corpses and a dog in an ANBU's tattered vest, in front of which stood a man whose white suit was stained with blood. I told you it would lead to collapse, said the eagle. Landed on the shoulder of the owner. Who are you? Kakashi hissed through his teeth. His mask was only half intact and his second mask could be seen. I am a copying fox or else, the eagle began. Sharingan Shiroi. Naruto already continued in the heads of both ANBU, after which both had ringing in their ears and they both passed out. 2 weeks later. Naruto, as usual, went to check his letter pit in the middle of the forest in the morning. The pit was covered with a special plate of chakroisolating metal, so that all sorts of Hyugas could not see what was there. This plate was covered with a 5-centimeter layer of earth for camouflage. These letters were delivered by special deliverers. The letter arrives at a certain place, from where the deliverer picks it up. In the pit, he found a letter from Hokage. Apparently they bought me out. Okay, it's worth reading. Naruto thought and began to read. It said that one Ambushnitsa got into trouble and needed to be rescued. The reason for his appeal to the mercenary is as follows. An unknown mowed down almost all the strongest ANBU while they were carrying out the mission. Naruto decided to make a pretentious appearance in front of the Hokage, so he entered limbo mode and used Kamui. Once in the office, he began to form fiery streaks, spreading them like cracks. Minato, seeing this picture, tensed up until the moment Naruto appeared. A copying fox, I suppose? Minato asked more humbly than he did. Naruto just nodded. The task is stated in the scroll, payment, 1 million Ri. Minato said. Naruto shook his head. And you are not verbose, how much? Minato asked calmly. Naruto showed 3 fingers. Don't you think that's a lot of money? Uchiha asked. The brunette shook his head. Then an eagle flew into the office. The cost of my services is 1 million Ri minimum, immediately saving the ANBU, which makes the mission quite dangerous. 3 or higher, said the eagle. Why does your bird speak for you? Minato asked. His patience was running out, time was also running out. You haven't answered my question, the bird continued. 4 million. The 4th surrendered. It's a pleasure doing business with you, said the eagle. and Naruto smiled under the mask. The brunette created a circle of white flame and disappeared into the Kamui. Naruto appeared already 200 meters from the target. Naruto rushed through the forest. He came running when a charge of lightning was flying into Ambushnica, exhausted by a long battle. "What the fuck were you showing off for? You still have to save the Uchiha, and you've already spent a quarter of the chakra," shouted the fox. "Everything will be fine," Naruto replied. His eye ran around the area. Naruto himself connected all his senses. In the end, the only option was to use Kamui and Shiroi to make the flame burn the lightning. Yes, it can. Naruto quickly used Kamui, and then Shiroi. A large stream of blood flowed from his eye. The lightning completely burned out. Uchiha looked at the sender. Even during the calculation, the brunette assumed the swords of Kiba, because such a powerful lightning cannot be formed by a person without focusing the energy of Raiden. It was Raiga Kurisuki. Plus a couple more million a couple tens of millions. Thought Naruto. Is it really the copying demon himself, or the copying fox, or to be precise, Sharingan Shiroi? Raiga said with a smile. "I'll give you a funeral." Kurisuki shouted madly and launched a fireball at the mercenary. Naruto decided to cope only with jutsu, because his BMSH begins to bleed. Naruto quickly grabbed Anba in a raven mask and jumped away from the technique that bit off a piece of wood. Quickly finding himself on a tree branch, Naruto found Anbu asleep. Exhaustion of the chakra on the face. Naruto thought and used a gas mist. Concealing fog with gas. Raiga also learned the technique of Zabuzad. "Do you really think that this will help you? This technique is cowards." The funeral lover shouted. "Ranmaru, do you see him?" Raiga asked in a whisper. Two red lights lit up in Raiga's backpack. "Just a silhouette, this is not a common technique of hiding in the fog." An empty voice came from the backpack. "Guide me." Raiga whispered as he felt discomfort in his side. The owner of the Kiba swords looked down and saw a deep wound on his side. Then Kurisuki felt light. A look of horror appeared on his face. He took off his backpack and saw a hole in its bottom. Malice, anger appeared on the swordsman's face. He raised and crossed his swords. At that moment, Ambushnica woke up and, looking around, realized that she was in a tree, but she does not remember how she ended up here, as well as the end of the mission to spy on the place of Jinchurika's death. Suddenly a guy appeared next to her with a boy in his arms. There was a broken mask on his face that was covered in soot. All that was visible was a yellow eye like gold and a black strand framing the face. Suddenly, the guy abruptly grabbed Anbu and jumped away. A lightning bolt struck the place where they were. Naruto looked at the enraged swordsman, covered in soot from the fire, in scorched clothes and a crazy expression on his face. "Die!" he shouted, and a discharge of concentrated lightning rushed at the Trinity. Naruto grabbed both of them again, but he didn't have time to leave until the end, and the shock wave threw them all away. Naruto quickly got up and, realizing that now he would have to look for a new white mask, printed out the old Sharingan mask, in which he began the path of a mercenary. With Anbu, everything was much more complicated. The porcelain mask shattered into small pieces, showing her face. Naruto got up and realized that it would be much harder than it seemed. "So, I have about 30 techniques in stock," Naruto thought, while his eye was running around the area. 15 of them are not available to me because of the lack of chakra grip. The girl can be a censor, so you can't take Kurama's chakra. All these thoughts flashed through the guy's head at lightning speed, as if using Konoha's black lightning Hiraishin. "There is one idea. I really will pass out, but not forever, like this skin jackal," thought Uchiha. "And where did you get such name, calling?" asked Kurama. "Not the time," Naruto replied. After that, the brunette inhaled air into his entire lung volume and blew out a gas curtain. And then he used a gust and a fireball. The wall was blown right at Raiga, and then it flared up like a match. A flashback flashed in Ambushnitz's head, the same flame rushed at her, and then, darkness. She woke up a couple of minutes later and saw a little boy standing and crying over the corpse of a swordsman. Not far from her lay a guy dressed in all white and a black cape with a hood. She got up and walked over to the guy lying on his stomach. After checking the pulse and making sure that everything was fine, she approached the boy. Hey, baby, why are you crying? She began gently. A sob. He sobbed. He's dead, the boy said, and his crying turned to sobbing. The girl hugged the boy. Hush, hush, he was a bad man. She continued, still affectionately. What's your name? The brunette asked. A sob. Ranmaru. A sob. The boy with light purple hair replied. And my name is Itachi. The girl answered with a kind smile. Raiga. A sob. Not bad. Sob, he's good, he saved me when no one cared. Ranmaru continued. I see, but he took a lot of lives and paid for it. Itachi said. But after all, he wanted to add something to Ranmar, but he sobbed again. Itachi, not knowing what to do in such situations, tried to calm him down. With grief in half, she was able to do it, but the guy still rarely sobbed. After Itachi approached the guy and turned him over on his back. The clothes were covered in soot. Apparently, he was too close, Itachi thought. Then she took off her hood and saw dried streams of blood. She decided to remove the mask from the guy. As her hand was grabbed by the guy's hand, Itachi looked at the guy lying in front of her, who was holding her hand tightly. The grip loosened and Uchiha took her hand away, but the guy was still out. Wow, the guy has reflexes. The brunette thought. She decided to wait until he wakes up and talk to him. 2 hours have passed. Naruto opened his eyes and heard the crackling of the fire. I'm already being carried there. Uchiha turned his head in the direction from which he heard a familiar sound. Turning around, the brunette saw that Ambushnitzka, she could have been 12 to 13 years old. Naruto stood up, but the brunette heard a rustle and turned to the sound. Naruto looked at her, something pricked him in the area of the heart. Uchiha lowered his gaze. They don't seem to be pierced. Then what's wrong with me? Uchiha thought and heard the fox laugh. What? The brunette did not have time to finish, as he was interrupted. Oh, you're awake. Itachi said. Naruto nodded. What are you doing here? Uchiha asked. Then an eagle landed on Naruto's shoulder. I was hired to save you, said the eagle. I don't understand. The brunette said, looking at the Sharingan, then at the eagle. Naruto also made a facepalm. This is my eagle, who says everything that I order him, since I myself am mute, said the noble bird. I see. Itachi handed it over. Okay, I'll bring you to Konoha, I'll get paid and that's it, said the eagle, and Naruto went into the forest. Follow me. The noble bird spoke coldly. Itachi just followed him. So 2 hours passed, as a hail of kunai flew to Naruto and Itachi. Why can't it be that simple? Naruto wondered. The eagle's eye lit up yellow, and he took off from the shoulder of the brunette, flew off and began to circle over the battlefield. 4 on the tree, 5 in the bushes, another 13 hidden in the surface. Thought Uchiha. Well, who is this here? Shinobi from Willow asked mockingly. Shiroi Sharingan himself and the daughter of the head of the Uchiha clan? Shinobi said in surprise. Sachikage-sama will like our catch. Evobet said with a smile. Why are you here? Taking out the kunai, Itachi asked. Our spies reported the 9-tailed Jinchuriki missing. We were sent to check the information. Shinobi replied. They can't get away now, Naruto thought. Come on, Shiroi, we'll pay you, and we'll take Uchiha prisoner. Shinobi suggested. Naruto just nodded at him saying, how much? 6 million ri, said the Evobets with a smile. No one wants to meet you in battle. Shinobi added. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and approached the shinobi. He gave him a briefcase. Naruto opened it to verify the integrity of the transaction. After looking at everything and quickly analyzing the height of the stacks, he made sure and walked away from there. Traitor! Itachi shouted angrily. Naruto, for some reason it was difficult, but he did so often. Stop! Naruto quickly ran to the place of the battle with Raiga. When he ran there, he found Nukanen's body, but unfortunately, it was mutilated, so his own mother would not have known. No tip today. Sighing loudly, Naruto thought and went to the cave. When he got there, he opened the safe, where there were about 10 billion meeting Zetsu cooking dinner. Naruto talked to him, ate and went to bed. Naruto was looking at the wall where he had drawn his first order. I didn't betray the customer there. Naruto thought. He was tormented by guilt. He did this so often, abandoned the customer, in exchange for a larger sum. But this is different. It's a shame somehow. Naruto did not understand why he was so worried about the village's ambushnitsa, who brought him only pain. Oh, how funny it is to watch the confrontation of conscience and profit. The fox grinned. This has never happened before, thought Naruto. There wasn't. And then my adult 8-year-old fell in love with a 12-year-old. The fox neighed even louder. Meanwhile Inkonoha Fugaku was all on edge. Oh, calm down. Minato reassured his friend. Of course, what if this mercenary killed her, or maybe he was paid more than you promised? Said Fugaku. I didn't think about that. The fourth thought. Immediately, a hawk with a tiny flower flew into the window of the Hokage's office in which the Uchiha were. Minato unwrapped it. After reading it, he told everything that was Fugaku. Damn, I told you that this is not a reliable mercenary. Uchiha shouted. Meanwhile, Naruto Has the brunette was going through the denial stage. But after 5 minutes of confrontation between the parties, Naruto came to a compromise. I will save her, and I will be paid another 4 million. Naruto thought and went to get ready. Taking all the things, Naruto went towards the camp. He was a good censor and therefore calmly determined the location of the camp. Meanwhile in the camp now everyone was sitting by the fire and eating sausages fried on the fire. Suddenly a fog descended. The fire died down. Who dared to invade my forest? A deep voice asked. The silhouette of 9 tails appeared in the fog. Nine-tailed. One of the shinobi said with fear. Itachi looked at the silhouette and was horrified. She decided to get out when suddenly blades flew into the heads of 2 Ivavites, bolts hit 2 more in the head. Suddenly the fox growled. The Ivavites prepared for battle, but then the fog cleared. It turned out to be 9 packages for corpses. Biju. What the hell? Said one of them, as his skull was opened by the claws of an eagle. An eagle cry was heard in the sky. Come out and fight like a real shinobi. Ivovet shouted. That's what I'm doing. A voice was heard among the trees, where the hail of kunai flew. One by one they died until the main one remained. He tried to concentrate, but it didn't work out. He was shaking like a leaf in the wind. He approached the prisoner and, immediately 2 katana blades burst out of his eyes. The corpse fell, and Itachi only grunted in Uchihovski'd. Why did you come? What is it? She asked angrily. Make no mistake, they found out one piece of information that should not be spread outside your village. I will get money for one thing. Said the eagle landed on his master's shoulder. Naruto picked Itachi up in his arms and teleported them to the Konoha gate. After that, Naruto lowered Itachi, red as a cancer, to the ground. After a couple of minutes, slaps flew at him, which just hit the porcelain mask, and that's it. Didn't you beat off your hand? The eagle asked. Let's go already. Itachi spoke angrily. Now all the ANBU who could complete this task were in the office, as there was a knock on the door. Come in. Hokage said in a stern voice. Mission accomplished. The eagle said coldly. Free. Minato said to ANBU, and they disappeared. You should keep an eye on the information concerning Jinchuriki. Willow sent spies, because of this. Just like Naruto always said. Well, and the letter from Sachikage? The fourth asked. They offered me money, so I agreed, and then I would have killed them anyway. I don't need a war over weapons. This will have a bad effect on my income. The eagle said calmly. After a little dialogue, Naruto went to the cave. But I was still thinking about Itachi. As a result, a decision was made, rather not logical, to return to Konoha under the name Naruto Uchiha. The next day, Naruto woke up, washed up and went to get ready. Zetsu, watch the lair, I'll be there in a couple of hours. Naruto shouted and entered the armory. Naruto sealed Kusari and Gunbai, then changed into black pants and a t-shirt, put on shinobi sandals, put a lens on a yellow eye. This does not interfere with tactical planning abilities, took off his first, already torn, singed, with a couple of large holes, a black cloak with a hood. The raincoat is about like this. https://img.brickhouse/slash/image_cache/large/lego-black-cape-torn-20547-265701704-38.jpg Lego. To help us all, Naruto came out of the cave, capturing the spatial seal. Uchiha walked for a long time, meeting various robbers on his way, whom he killed without mercy. Uchiha decided to leave his bracers in the cave. And now, Konoha's gate. Here you are, a garbage can called Konoha. Naruto thought and threw on his hood and went on. Stop. Who are you, and what is the purpose of the visit? Kotetsu, one of the Eternal Gate guards, asked. Naruto just looked him in the eye. Come in. Kotetsu said in a lifeless voice. Uchiha ran to the residence, as Izumo had already suspected something. Here, Uchiha has already run to the residence and knocks on the Hokage's door. A tired come in, and Naruto is already in the Hokage's office. Who are you? Minato was already ready to take up the kunai. Naruto took off his hood. Minato saw 3 stripes on his cheeks, which only Mito Uzumaki, Kushina and the last Jinchuriki had. If that's what I wanted to be so. And the boy himself was very similar to the dead Jinchuriki. Anbu immediately appeared around Naruto. What is it? Hokage asked. Hokage-sama, this boy did something to Kotetsu Hagain. Anbu in the dog mask said. Naruto looked at all the Anbu fighters with a calm look. Come on, he looks about 10 years old. Hokage chuckled. Naruto showed 8 fingers. So you're mute? Black Lightning asked. Naruto just nodded. What's your name? Hokage asked while motioning for Anbu to return to his posts. Minato handed Naruto a piece of paper on which Uchiha Uzumaki wrote his name, Naruto. Minato only looked at the boy in fright. He died 4 years ago, said Hokage. Naruto shrugged his shoulders, and then pointed to the seal. Minato was in complete shock. But after all, Uchiha wanted to say something else, but the voice in his head interrupted him. Hokage-sama, I would like to live in the Uchiha quarter. A cold voice was heard in Minato's head. Who is this? Uchiha asked, and then looked at Naruto, feeling the waves of chakra from him. How do you do it? Uchiha asked. You haven't answered my question, the Hokage thought. Minato immediately recognized this tone, but did not assume anything. You're not an Uchiha, and where did you get the money for a house? Uchiha asked. There is money, the rest is no longer important. Turning his back to Minato, Naruto looked at him over his left shoulder with a single Tomoe Sharingan. Flashback. So, today you will learn to change the location of the Tomo in the Sharingan, which will help you zoom objects and hide 3 tomos under 1 or 2. To do this, direct and hold the chakra in your eyes, then feel the obstacles in the form of tomo and start moving them with the help of the chakra. Said the fox. The end of the FLASHBACK. Minato was in shock. Okay, I'll talk to the clan head about it. Minato said, summoning Anba. Meanwhile, in the house of the head of the Uchiha clan. What do you mean? Itachi asked, hiding her sister named Satsuki behind her. I said, both of you will marry the sons of Hokage. Said the head of the Uchiha Fugaku clan. In the sense of sons, Hokage-sama has only one son? Itachi asked. Minato adopted one Uchiha, whose parents died. Fugaku replied. And why can't Sasuke marry the daughter of Hokage? Satsuki asked. Stupid, as the future head of the clan, I will be able to choose for myself who I want to marry. Sasuke said with a haughty smile. I hate you. The daughters of the clan head shouted in unison and ran to their rooms. Anbu appeared in the office with documents and a letter attached to it. After reading the letter, Uchiha realized that the case smells fried, since Jinchuriki has a Sharingan. Now Naruto was walking through the streets of Konoha, looking at minor changes. They did not look at him with contempt, only with interest. Here he goes a couple more blocks and crashes into some Uchiha. Naruto just lost his balance for a second, but a guy who looks about 8 years old fell on his fifth point. How dare you? I'm the son of Hokage. That guy shouted. Two more Uchiha ran to Menma. Menma, what happened? Sasuke asked. This jerk bumped into me and didn't apologize. Hokage's son replied. Do you know who we are? Takashi chimed in. Menma's brother, I am the son of Hokage, quickly apologize. Menma shouted. At this time, Itachi and Satsuki were passing nearby, going to training. The eldest daughter of the head of the clan heard the screams and decided to see what was there. The youngest followed her. When they arrived, they saw 3 guys rushing at Naruto. Uchiha Uzumaki remained calm. Menma jumped on Naruto with his fists, Naruto ducked, and Menma flew further, pressing his face into the asphalt. Then Takashi and Sasuke jumped in. Naruto dodged the blow of the son of the head, and then dodging the blow of the adopted son of Hokage, intercepted his fist and redirected it to Sasuke. Thus, Takashi knocked out Sasuke, and then his face was stamped into the asphalt with his foot. And I could become the same. Naruto thought and continued walking towards the 16th abandoned landfill, where Satsuki and Itachi were going. Arriving there, Naruto directed the chakra to his feet and entered the tree, and then walked along the branch, hung upside down and began to meditate. Meanwhile, Itachi and Satsuki took the injured to the hospital, and they themselves went to the landfill. What will you teach me? Satsuki asked with a happy smile. Walking on trees. Itachi replied. When they arrived, Itachi started explaining how to do it. Satsuki, having accepted all the information, began to try. Each time, Satsuki made her way further and further until she reached the very top. From there, Uchiha saw a guy hanging upside down on a tree. Itachi, there's some guy hanging on a tree. Satsuki shouted. These screams brought Naruto out of meditation and he jumped down from the tree as Anbu appeared in front of him. Hokage-sama calls you to her. Said Anbushnik and transferred Naruto Shunshin. There were 3 people in the office, Hokage, the head of the Uchiha clan and Naruto himself. The documents are ready, the house costs 15 million ri. With a smug grin, he brought a Fugaku. The head of the clan did not want to let Jinchuriki with Sharingan to the clan quarter, because if the fox decides to break out, they can be accused of subordinating the fox. Naruto shrugged and opened the case with 20 million. Fugaku's eyes widened when he saw such an amount of money from an 8-year-old. Minato gritted his teeth and handed over the documents. The mute bowed a little in gratitude and went to his new home. Arriving there, Uchiha found the first cabinet he came across and put a spatial seal there, which, when the chakra is injected, moves the user to another similar seal, installed in the lair. Then, Naruto got the idea of working at the ANBU into his head. A couple of hours later, when the brunette moved some things, namely a mask, a cloak and bracers, to his new 2-story house, Uchiha headed to the residence. There, as usual, Minato was sitting in the edge, fucked up. Naruto? Why did you come? Black Lightning asked. I would like to join the ANBU. Minato heard in his head. You do understand that they don't take you there for a pretty face? Hokage asked mockingly. I know, bookmarks for stupidity don't work on me, said Naruto. Well, you get it. Then Minato trembled and remembered how all the mentalists just died penetrating into the subconscious of the guide. Well, come to the 10th training ground tomorrow, there will be a fight in which you will show your abilities, and then the theory. Minato said. Okay. Naruto replied and left the office. The fourth called ANBU to call Fugaku. After a couple of hours, everything was agreed. The plan was as follows. Itachi is being put against Naruto as one of the strongest ANBU. If Naruto somehow miraculously passes, he will be asked questions that not every jonin will answer, and if he passes this test, he will be told unfortunately there are no masks, and so this will delay his admission to the ANBU. The next day, Naruto put on his bracers and went to the training ground, where there were Fugaku, Minato clone, Ambushnitsa in a raven mask and ANBU in a cat mask. Naruto went to the training ground and the cat started talking. And so, I will be the judge in this fight, said the cat. 3, 2, 1, fight. ANBU shouted and jumped back. Itachi rushed at Naruto and tried to strike with her foot, but he was blocked. Then, Uchiha quickly tried to strike with her hand, but her blow was caught, and then pushed away. Uchiha realized that the guy is not simple and decided to use Jutsu. Kato, fireball. Uchiha shouted and a ball flew at the guy. Kato, the armor of hell. Naruto calmly said in his head. This is a jutsu that requires little chakra, calmly protects Kato from jutsu in rank and below, she herself is invisible. The ball hit exactly the target. Uchiha, like Hokage, became worried, but when the fire dissipated, and Naruto stood unharmed behind him, the girl relaxed for a moment, and then tensed up. How could he get out of the fire unscathed without dodging, the brunette thought, but before she could get rid of her thoughts, she received a blow to the stomach. Itachi flew into a tree and realized that it was time to get serious. She quickly dodged the 2 subsequent blows, which were quite weak, because they did not appear on the tree they hit. The girl began to attack. Wait, did we close the safe? Thought Naruto, dodging another blow from Uchiha. I don't remember, it seems so, although I don't remember. Kurama replied to his friend Naruto, also thinking about his own easily dodged blows. So, stop. My loot. Naruto quickly dodged another blow. Itachi, the brunette, quickly deflected the subsequent blow to the side and threw the girl away. So, quickly. I'll win the fight and go check the safe. The guy thought, I'm tired of playing with you, kid. Uchiha said as menacingly as possible, because clan pride did not allow her to accept defeat from an 8-year-old. Uchiha activated the Sharingan. Oh, the action flowed through the pipes, said Kurama. Naruto quickly dodged the lightning strike. The guy smiled slightly. He decided to enter taijutsu. A couple more punches were blocked. For the guy it was like a game in which he was winning. Itachi started to get angry. She began to put chakra into the blows, and her movements only became even faster. Okay, if that's the case. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment. Opening his eyes, the lens painting the guy's eye black flew out and broke. Wait, I remembered, Zetsu was closing the safe, Kurama said. I see, thank you. The brunette replied and continued to look pathetically with his 3-volume Sharingan. Itachi just sked and began to fold the seals. Kato, phoenix flowers. Uchiha shouted and threw shurikens. A volley of shurikens engulfed in fire flew at the guy. Well, okay, I'm tired. Naruto's voice was heard in the head of those present. All the shurikens disappeared into the spiral funnel. Minato was about to greet Kakashi or Obito, but he didn't see anyone. Then, Hokage looked at Jinchuriki, in whose red eyes 9 tails wriggled aimlessly. Itachi looked at the guy in surprise. He just stood there, not defending himself, Nothing, just stood there. She decided to act. A jerk, and now she is already behind the brunette's back swinging her leg to strike. But immediately a jet black tail blocks her and throws her away. Yes, both Naruto's Susanoo are black. Minato reached into his pouch for the paralyzing seal, but there was none. Itachi decided to use Genjutsu, but to no avail, just a pointlessly spent chakra. Then, there's only one solution left. I give up. Raising her hand, Itachi said. Why not? The fourth asked. I don't have enough chakra left, and even more so, I won't be able to compete with someone like him. Starting to leave, Itachi said. I will be glad to see you in our ranks. The brunette said with a kind smile and left. I should have waited for Shursui, Minato thought. Okay, now the theory, follow me. And you, the cat, are free. Hokage said, hi. Tenzo said and disappeared into Shunshin. After the theory, namely a couple of biographies of not very distinguished shinobi, mathematical problems that the guy always answered 100% correctly. That's right, that's just. Masks are over, and without them you will not join the ANBU. Minato said. Naruto just printed out the Sharingan mask and showed it to the fourth. Hokage was left in mute shock. For Naruto's age, the guy was very prudent. Well, you are accepted, tomorrow you will get acquainted with the team, ANBU tattoo stuffing, etc., said Minato, and still being shocked by the foresight of the boy, he left the training ground. After the fight, Itachi met with Shursui, who had returned from a mission a couple of minutes ago. Hi, Shursui. Itachi greeted her friend. Hi, Itachi. Shursui said. Itachi noticed a slight blush on Shursui's cheeks, but did not say anything. And so, how was it for you on the mission with Senju? The daughter of the head asked. Shursui only blushed harder. Come on, come on. Itachi continued cheerfully. Okay, remember when I said I liked Dorito Senju? Shursui asked her friend. Yes, Itachi answered, but after a little thought, she added. Come on. Was the wolf the object of your love? Yes. Shursui replied. And by the way, since we started, how are you doing? Itachi immediately became sad. My father wants me to marry Menma. Sadly lowering her head, Itachi said, I'm sorry. Shursui said sadly, we have a new one in the team tomorrow. The daughter of the head moved on to other news. And who is he? Asked Shursui. Jinchuriki. Itachi answered shortly. Has the fox finally been sealed? Shursui asked. No, the last one was found. Itachi replied. I see. Shursui replied. After a little chat, the friends went home. The following day Naruto got up early to make a new fox mask. After a couple of dozen minutes, Uchiha finished. The new mask was exactly the same as before the mission. The only thing that distinguished them was the second cutout under the left eye. At 6 in the morning, he went to the residence. When he got to the right floor, he wanted to knock, when he heard, how could you let him join the ANBU? It was shouted by one of the elders of the village, Danzo Shimura. You do understand that he can die there? The old man still persisted. And? We'll reprint it into another one. Minato replied calmly. Danzo just snorted at that and left the office. Naruto, having turned on the limbo mod in time, hid from the old man's eyes. Naruto stepped back a little and removed the mode, and then calmly walked into the office. Oh, Naruto. You're a little early. Minato said. I wake up early. A calm voice was heard in the Hokage's head. Well, my clone will take you to the ANBU base, said Hokage, and created a clone. 20 minutes later, Naruto and Minato were at the base. After that, the guy was tattooed, given a uniform that he was not going to wear. After that, the Hokage clone dissipated, and Naruto only teleported with the help of Kamui to the residence. But first he quickly put on his clothes and mask. Itachi was already at the residence. When she saw the traitorous mercenary, she turned her questioning gaze to Minato, who was sitting quietly. Hokage-sama, what is he doing here? Trying to hide her emotions, Itachi said. He's a new member of your team. Minato said calmly. Then another girl in a dragon mask appeared and shunshined. Well, since everyone is assembled, then I will give you a mission. Minato said the mission was S rank. It was necessary to clean up the camp of robbers who had appeared recently, but had already managed to stand out. About 2 elite Konoha Jonins and 10 Chunins died at their hands, which is not a bad result for the new group. The group contained about 100 people, each of whom is at least equal in strength to the average Chunin. Is everything clear? Hokage asked. Hi Hokage-sama. Itachi and Shisui replied. There were already 3 ANBU, of which only 2 were dressed in uniform. Naruto was dressed in the clothes of a mercenary. Hey, Naruto, right? Shisui said. Naruto just nodded. Let's take a look at Ichiraku after the mission and get acquainted. Shisui suggested. We already know him. Itachi said with displeasure. The daughter of the clan head hated traitors, so she didn't want to work with this mercenary. Naruto, on the other hand, took Itachi's dislike calmly, as he understood that he had acted meanly. He responded positively to Shisui's suggestion. Itachi, why do you dislike him? Shisui asked her friend. He's a corrupt rat who, at any opportunity, will turn us in for money. Shisui remained neutral towards Naruto, as Itachi's words still had to be backed up by the situation. In a couple of minutes, they were there. Well, Naruto, let's check why you were taken to the ANBU. Shisui said. You don't have to participate. Said Naruto. The guy came out of the woods into the open. Hey, who else are you? One of the guards shouted. Uchiha only printed out 2 katanas. Immediately, the alarm was raised and 50 people. Everyone attacked the guy immediately. Naruto quickly dodged the blows of katanas and kunais, cut one of the bandits in half with a quick horizontal blow with one of the engraved swords, while the second vertical blow ripped open his stomach. Shadow cloning technique. Throwing 2 katanas up, uttered the name of the Uchiha technique. 10 clones immediately appeared. The swords thrown a moment ago landed back in Uchiha's hands, and the massacre continued. This went on for about 20 minutes. Shisui and Itachi, who were shocked by the cruelty of the guy, calmly sitting on the corpse of a bully and wiping their katanas from blood. Passing through the battlefield, the girls looked at him. Someone is lying with their entrails released, someone with a pierced head, someone with severed limbs, someone even planted on a branch of a lonely tree. Well, mission accomplished, so we can go. Shisui said. The guy shook his head and pointed at the iron sheet that was lying on the ground. After opening it, all 3 of them felt a huge source of chakra, and it wasn't a lot of people, it was something or someone with a huge reserve. Suddenly, there was a menacing furious roar, similar to a tiger. There was an explosion and the ground under the ANBU shattered, and they jumped away. In the resulting crater, there was a huge tiger, slightly smaller than Gamabunta in size. Shiro? There was a loud cry of a fox in the head of the brunette. Kurama, who is this? Naruto asked. This is the Shiro, call of the head of the Uzumaki clan. Apparently, he was caught, and since he is a summoning Uzumaki, they have a lot of chakras and stamina, so they can't teleport back, and the world of their summoning is connected with the clan. If there are only units of Uzumaki, then there are only units of tigers. Explained Kyubi. Remind me, isn't this my first summoning beast? Naruto asked. Well, yes. I understand what you're driving at. Said Kurama. Uchiha cut the connection. The conversation took less than a second. Naruto's yellow eye quickly ran around the territory. Certain death, certain death, certain death. Thought Naruto. Suddenly, the guy noticed that Shisui and Itachi were not in a very favorable position. He quickly created a shadow clone and used Kamui. Note, Naruto can only use Kamui in the places he sees, but this rule is quite blurry, since he can see through invocations. The guy quickly took out his katanas and jumped away from a stone flying nearby, flew straight at the tiger. He quickly knocked the guy flying at him into the ground with his paw. Naruto quickly used Kamui, turned out to be taller than the tiger, but he threw him away with his growl. The tiger rushed at Naruto and started attacking with its paws. The guy was still calculating possible variants of events. It was impossible to stop, and all the options were somehow too destructive, and socketching his eye on the right tactics, the guy switched from attack and defense to pure defense. The tiger's attacks were quite strong. Naruto barely dodged, but he was still not exhausted and continued to take the tiger to the right place. The tiger attacked furiously, without ceasing. Huge paw prints remained on the ground. Itachi and Shisui wanted to rush to help, at least Shisui. The guy skillfully dodged attacks, and so, bringing the tiger to a fairly clean clearing, the guy activated Biju Susanoo. Now a huge golden tiger with black stripes all over its body stood in front of an equally large black nine-tailed fox with completely red eyes. Both rushed at each other. The tiger let out a chakra roar that was intended to throw the enemy away, but one of the fox's paws was replaced by the hand of a ghost warrior with a shield and repelled the attack, and then turned back into a fox paw. The ghost fox clung to the tiger's neck with its fangs and gnawed off a decent piece of meat. The summoning beast roared in pain. The ghost fox released a stream of gas. Shiroi. The gas burst into white flame and enveloped the tiger. Naruto was forced to deactivate the Sharingan. Since his body was not so developed for the use of BMSH, he can use several techniques, but then his eyes will hurt a lot and blood will flow, which is not good. The flame immediately went out. When deactivating the Sharingan, all the jutsu used by him disappear. The scorched beast fell on its side and began to breathe rapidly. Naruto approached him and saw the fear in his eyes. Naruto swung two katanas, the tiger closed his eyes and his life ended. An engraving in the form of a tiger appeared on the katanas. Flashback Naruto was carrying out another mission in the Land of Water from a customer who did not introduce himself in any way. The only thing that was visible was a huge sword hilt under his cloak. For a couple of months of work, he began to notice changes in himself. He was drawn to money more and more. He increasingly took assignments for a large amount. He worked with a couple of mercenaries, one of whom was a strange man named Kakuzu. They met on the same mission. The customer betrayed them, but they managed with the guards, killed the customer and divided the jackpot by gender. And here he is walking through a field littered with corpses. His task was to pick up an ancient artifact from the temple, but the guy saw only corpses. He dealt with a whole mini army of robbers, but he did not find the temple. Suddenly, the ground beneath him collapses, and he finds himself in a strange place. Huge columns propped up the ground so that it would not collapse, but a huge charge of methane collapsed the columns and the ground along with them. After walking a little further, the young mercenary saw an ordinary Japanese two-story house. He quickly went there and saw the stone guards. "Look, now they will come to life and attack, I can smell them with my tail," said the fox. "With what?" Jinchuriki did not understand. "Yes, ass," said the fox. As soon as the fox finished speaking, the sword of one of the statues descended, and she herself began to make sharp movements, as if the mechanism did not allow her to make the usual smooth movements. Here the statue came down from the pedestal and abruptly turned its head and stared at the guy. Naruto quickly looked around the rest of the statues with a Sharingan and did not find a chakra when in this one, it was at least Kamui and Shiroi endlessly use. Let me remind you that these techniques eat a lot and more chakras, so they can only be used 3 times per battle, otherwise the 4th will be fatal. "Yes, burn it and that's it," the fox shouted, adding to his chakra. "Well, in principle, he is pretty good at Genjutsu, since he was given a sword, and I did not use the training from the renegade samurai brother Mifune," Naruto answered the fox. "Oh, come on, I'll play and destroy it," said the guy. "As you know, but if you get into some kind of trouble, you will help yourself out yourself, without my tips and chakra," said the fox, instantly evaporating his chakra from the Uchiha's body. "Agreed," the young mercenary said, and took out his rusty cracked katanas that had passed through earth, fire, water, lightning and wind. As soon as the guy jumped on the stone statue, her sword instantly broke both of the brunette's swords. Naruto activated the BMSH and burned the statue in a white flame. Then, the guy just walked down the corridor and saw two scabbards in which there were katanas. He quickly ran over and took the scabbard. "And that's it," thought Naruto. "Think what you say, these are Jokoto katanas, the oldest swords of the Rain Village. They can absorb the chakra of the creatures you killed or objects that had your chakra, adopting its properties up to the elements of the chakra absorbed by the sword. Even genomes can be used, but you need to learn how to fold seals with one hand," Kurama explained. "I see," Uchiha replied and sealed the scabbard. Suddenly the ground shook, a huge piece of the roof fell on the guy. Falling on Naruto, the piece began to be pressed down by others. So a large pile of debris was formed. When everything settled down, the wreckage scattered, and a black ghostly fox snarled out from under them. The way back was already much easier. Arriving at the place, the guy opened the scabbard. Then a huge sword flew at him. "Kubikiri Bocho," Naruto thought. A customer landed on it. "I've been looking for these blades for a long time," said the customer. Naruto remained calm. Immediately, ice covered him, and he felt that he could not move. "Haku, take away Jokoto," the swordsman ordered. "There is," said Haku. Here, he already came up and tried to take the scabbard, as here, he fell. "Haku?" Zabuza said. Then he quickly jumped off the sword and rushed at the guy, but fell, and his sword flew into a piece of ice and broke it. "I'll spare you. You pointed me to these blades," said Naruto and left. The end of the FLASHBACK. After the battle, the team headed to the village. "Oh, I just remembered, Arito and I have agreed to train together," Shursui said. "Really?" Itachi asked. "Yes. We have already agreed with his team," Shursui replied. "All right," Itachi said. "And what is your opinion, Naruto?" Shursui asked. The guy just shrugged, showing that he didn't care. "Well, tonight, then," Shursui said. Naruto came home, entered the closet and found himself in a Narnia cave. "Hi, Naruto," Zetsu said. "Hello to you too, Zetsu," said Naruto. "I'm training," said the brunette and went to the part of the cave where there was a training ground. And so, the fox began. "You need to direct your chakra into the blades and squeeze the tiger's chakra into your chakra channels. Also, the swords generate the absorbed chakra, so it cannot end." "Got it," Naruto replied and directed the chakra into clicks. The tiger's chakra was incredibly powerful, but at the same time light. The displacement of the chakra took a little more than an hour. After getting the tiger's chakra into Naruto's channels, the guy felt the power. Red marks appeared around his eyes, fangs and claws grew, as if Naruto used Kurama's chakra. The pupil narrowed, and the iris acquired a golden color, although one of the eyes already had it. He felt an incredible strength. The chakra was susceptible to senjutsu and absorbed it automatically," said the fox. "And how to turn it off?" Naruto asked in a panic, seeing how his hand turns into a paw. "Just squeeze your chakra, the tiger's chakra, back into the katanas," the fox answered quickly. Naruto did so. It took him no more than a couple of seconds to expel the foreign chakra. So the guy trained until the evening. He could keep the senjutsu chakra in himself for no more than 5 minutes, otherwise, it would get out of control and start turning Naruto into a tiger. In the evening, the guy came out of the closet and went to the training ground, where he was supposed to meet with his teammates and another team. Arriving there, the guy saw 5 ANBU standing opposite each other. The first was a tall man in an owl mask with a strong build and broad shoulders. He was dressed in ordinary ANBU clothes. The second was a guy about 16 years old in appearance. He had a wolf mask. He himself was no different from his previous teammate, except for height. The third was a guy of his age. He was wearing a mole mask that had no slits for the eyes. He himself was slightly pumped up, followed by Shursui, dragon mask, and Itachi, raven or crow mask. Naruto approached his team. "Hey, mole, you're the same age as him," said the wolf. "I get it," said the irritatingly cold voice of the mole. "Now it remains to determine the opponents," Shursui said. Naruto and the mole raised their hands. "Well, that's settled," said the owl. Naruto and the mole sat on their knees back to back and began meditation. "What's your name?" the mole asked coldly. "Naruto." Uchiha's voice was heard in the mole's head. "Han," Senju replied calmly. "Are you blind?" the brunette asked. "Yes." "Are you mute?" Khan asked how he felt the use of the chakra in proximity. "Yes." Naruto calmly replied. "They're close," Khan said. "I need a couple more minutes," Uchiha said. "Okay," Senju replied. Meanwhile, the guys in the trees were thinking about a plan. "Is the clone far away?" Philin asked. "Yes," the wolf replied. "But our kid is not so simple," Arito added. "Ours too," Itachi said with displeasure. After a couple of minutes, when the plan was drawn up, the ambushniki began to execute. Naruto was meditating, passing through the 7th gate. The guy felt the danger and opened his BMSH. Amano-Tajikura. The brunette pronounced the name of the technique and replaced the attacker with himself. Amano-Tajikura, Jutsu can replace the user with any object in the field of view, while if it is a living being, then it will take his pose. The wolf was on his knees, and the fox was flying at him. The guy quickly hit the wolf in the face, from which he flew away. Meanwhile, the mole was fighting with all his might against two Uchi. The guy easily repelled all attacks with the techniques of Doton and Suiton. But they managed to detain him with the help of Genjutsu. Makuton, Tree Peaks. The brown-haired man pronounced the name of the technique and the Uchiha cut off the Genjutsu by jumping away from the boy. Naruto, meanwhile, was restrained by Doton and Suiton. Closing his eyes. 2 Senju attacked Uchiha. The guy easily caught and attacked his opponents. Khan fought off the girls with a Makuton. Naruto noticed that Khan was being squeezed and decided to help him. The guy used Kamui and moved to the brown-haired man. "Do you need help?" the fox asked with a smile that was not visible. "You're on time?" The mole replied. Senju and Uchiha teamed up, as did their opponents. Naruto easily blocked the blows, but then the guy in the wolf mask evaporates into smoke. Clone. Naruto quickly turns around and catches the katana blade. Khan had already laid down the captain of their squad and began to teach. The girls again began to crowd him. Naruto fought with Arito, which held up well. Gacetin, methane curtain. The guy exhaled a huge volume of gas. Kato, a match. Naruto released a little chakra, giving it the element of fire. When exiting, the whole wall burst into flames. Even a wall of earth didn't protect what was inside. His slightly smoked body was left lying out of the ground. Kato, Shursui began. Gacetin, gas shield. Naruto released the gas. Fireball. Shursui released the ball at the moment when the wall covered. Han, Shursui and Itachi were thrown away by the explosion and they passed out. "Guys, I plan to write original. Some stories are frozen due to the fact that it has become difficult for me to write them. Let's go back to the original. I plan to write it, but do you want it? Plus who wants, who does not want? I will not abandon these plots, I will just put them on the back burner if you like the original." After the fight, Han invited Naruto to Ichiraku to chat. Naruto agreed. Since the sword techniques were no longer included in his plan, now it remains only to bring Amano-Tajikura to the ideal. The guys agreed to meet at 6 o'clock in the evening. Meanwhile, Shursui was trying to find out from her friend the reason for her dislike of their new teammate. But she tried in every way to get rid of the questions. But since there was no way out of the questions, Itachi decided to tell the truth. Once on a mission, I was attacked by Raiga. Naruto was a mercenary at that time. In the end, when he defeated Raiga, he took me to the village, but we were blocked by the Willow Shinobi. Then he sold me to the Ivovians. I returned a little later, as Hokage-sama, as I understood, could also pay. The daughter of the head of the clan told, "As much as I don't want to believe you, I can't believe you without reason." Shursui replied with a sigh. Meanwhile, Han and Naruto were eating ramen in Ichiraku. My friend's birthday is tomorrow. I'll be glad to see you there, here's the address. Anbu finished, handing a piece of paper with the address of the Hokage's house. Uchiha decided to go, get to know his peers. Nevertheless, Kurama would start talking about the need for friends and the guy would have to go. The brunette nodded. Great, otherwise my father makes me be friends with them because the clan, said the Khan, should be closer to the Hokage. Parodying, apparently, his father, the brown-haired man said. And who is your father? Naruto's voice sounded in Khan's head. The head of the clan. Khan said somewhat uncertainly, the guy was afraid that he would lose a real friend, that he would respect him not for his kind. What are you doing in Anbu then, oh venerable one? Naruto said sarcastically. Well, I was born blind and my father started teaching me how to use the chakra. He taught me sensorics, and at the age of 5, my predisposition to Mokutan became clear. My father hired me a teacher from Anbu. He taught me. I said I want to be Anbu. He said, they say, I need to ask your father. We went to my father, but he refused. Then I decided to ask for help from my older brother, Arito, since he was in the elite squad of the Anbu. He gave me an exam and told Hokage-sama about it. He agreed, said that no one should tell my father about it. That's how I ended up here. Khan said. I see, well, I hope it will be fun, otherwise, missions to Anbu are too easy. Naruto said casually. Okay, it's time for me, see you tomorrow. Getting up from his chair, Naruto said and went home. When he got home, Naruto went into the cave. Zetsu, can you check the mail pit? The brunette asked. Yes. Alo answered shortly and disappeared underground. Naruto began to learn how to use Amino-Jikuru competently. The fox threw stones at him, and the guy dodged using only this ability. It was enough for 10 uses. After a couple of hours, the guy started using Sengon, who gathered information about the new ability. The first 5 stones are flying at the guy. Naruto's eye runs around the area and changes itself to the penultimate flying stone, breaking the last one with his foot. Then it was more difficult. A dozen stones flew at the guy, each blocking the other, which is why the opportunity to switch was only with the first stone. And so, when he switched to the first stone and hit the second one, which disbanded the formation, he used jutsu on the last stone. That's it for today, said the fox. Good. Uchiha said, slightly out of breath. Meanwhile, the mail pit was empty. The next day, Naruto woke up as usual at 5 in the morning. I washed, dressed, ate, and went to Menma's birthday party. After meeting with Han, Naruto went to the Hokage's house. Going there, Naruto saw children of his age who were playing shogi. Who are you going to be? Proudly approaching Naruto and narrowing his eyes, Menma said. Does he have amnesia, since he doesn't remember how I slammed him into the asphalt, or did I slap another one? Naruto thought. This is Naruto Uchiha, I met him yesterday at the training ground. Han said, pulling on a friendly smile. Wait, so everyone is talking about you, they say the demon has returned? The Hokage's son already said with contempt. Naruto just nodded. He frankly didn't care about the opinions of others. Menma shrugged his shoulders. All right. Menma said calmly. My father taught me to insinuate myself into trust and attack a relaxed target. Menma thought, smiling angrily at his thoughts. Naruto and Han sat on the side of the board and watched as the son of the head of the Nara clan, officially recognized pineapple, among as a pancake, Shikamaru Nara, tore his not-so-smart opponent Kibu Inuzuka. As soon as Naruto saw Akamaru, Kiba's dog, flashbacks hit him, because Aiko was of the same breed and the same color. He instantly remembered how this guy had killed his puppy without a second thought. Naruto activated the Sharingan, but instantly cooled down. Then, on a mission, somewhere in the forest, Naruto thought and continued to look at the game. After the game, they went outside while the adults had just returned from the clan council. Minato, seeing Naruto, quickly approached the children. Naruto, can I have a word with you? The Hokage asked kindly, smiling. The guy nodded and followed Minato. After going to the second floor, Minato pestered with questions. What are you doing here? Minato asked, looking at the guy intently. The Khan invited me, Naruto said calmly. Calm down. I would have released the fox a long time ago if something didn't suit me. Jinchuriki continued just as calmly. Okay. Sighing, said Hokage. Naruto went out into the backyard. They threw kunai. Oh, Naruto, don't you want to try? Khan asked. Jinchuriki just shrugged and took the kunai. The guy just took and threw all 10 at once. Every kunai hit the bullseye. Oh, Itachi, will you train us? Satsuki asked when she saw Itachi. Okay. Itachi answered kindly with a smile. Here, Ambushmitsu saw Naruto. She instantly changed her face, but still took the children and Naruto to the training ground. There she just gave them a set of physical exercises, which caused Naruto only a silent chuckle. Everyone started the exercises. Itachi sat down under a tree and began to watch the kids suffer. As soon as Menma completed the task, he sat down next to Itachi and started trying to flirt, but she just waved him off. Naruto, noticing this, did not immediately throw kunai, who cut off a clump of Menma's hair. He turned an angry look at the sender. Itachi, on the other hand, raised her grateful gaze to Naruto. Are you fucked up? Hokage's son asked. Jinchuriki only smiled awkwardly and shrugged his shoulders. Menma, angered by such disrespect, rushed at Naruto. He just stepped aside. Sasuke rushed at Naruto, but he put his hands behind his back and also stepped aside while yawning. Then Kakashi rushed to Jinchuriki. Then all three of them got up and rushed back to Naruto, who was calmly drinking jasmine tea. All three of them simultaneously rushed at the guy, but he did a backflip, put the cup under the splashed tea and took a sip. Kindergarten. Naruto thought, finishing his tea and breaking a porcelain cup on Menma's face. Han only approached Naruto and they stood back to back. Sasuke is mine, I have a score to settle with him. Khan said with a smile. I don't care, Naruto said, and Takashi was instantly slammed face first into the ground, and Sasuke broke through a tree with his body. He and Khan high-fived each other and parted ways. Naruto also exhaled gas and released a spark with the help of 2 iron teeth. Everyone saw the 9 tails that entwined the Khan's trees. No one ratted on the guys the next day, since Itachi believed that these 3 should have been put in place, and everyone else had amnesia. A month has passed. The Uchiha team completed many missions, although it did not even smell of cohesion. Naruto became even closer friends with Khan. They liked to sit in Ichiraku, talking about certain missions. And so, the Uchiha team was sent on a new mission. Everything started fine. They got to the place, developed a plan and began to implement it, but they underestimated the enemy and because of this Shisui was severely injured. Itachi used up her chakra, and Naruto overextended his eyes. A great team that has completed many missions together is kneeling before me. And you Shiroi, how could you stoop so low and serve Konoha? The stranger continued with a malicious grin. I wanted to hire you, But you are no longer the same, you indulge the Konokovites for some million ri, instead of killing them for 10 million, the stranger could not finish because of the katana in his heart. Where's the money? Naruto asked in an angry voice. Where is the money that you stole from me? Jinchuriki shouted, which echoed in the stranger's head. Flashback Naruto was lying on the bed as usual after the mission, as Zetsu appeared. Naruto, someone stole 10 lambs from our safe at night. Alo said in a panic. What? Naruto jumped out of bed. Who? The guy asked angrily. I don't know, I was cooking, I thought you'd be back in the evening. The end of the flashback. The stranger did not answer, blood was streaming from his mouth. The guy created about 30 clones, and they all started looking for money while the original rewound Shirsui's wounds. After an hour of futile searching, the team went to Konoha. 5 hours later, everyone was at the residence. Okay, everyone is free, except Naruto. Hokage said. Hi. Itachi and Shisui answered and disappeared. Naruto, I have a solo mission for you. Minato said. I'm listening to you, Jinchuriki said. You will go to the academy for, no, nicked. What else? Naruto began. To calculate the traitor. Hokage finished. Also, you will have to become a chunin to continue serving in the ANBU. The elders are very aggressive about your position. Minato finished. Hi Hokage-sama. Naruto said fatefully and disappeared into Shunshin. Returning home, the guy threw the mask on the bedside table near the bed and went to the cave. Naruto, I managed to figure out that our money was stolen by a man with blue hair. Zetsu said. Yes, very valuable information, because there are so few people with blue hair in the world. Naruto said angrily. In any case, it's already something. I was able to find out from one strange guy. The one with green eyes and red whites. He's in your room right now. Zetsu said. I understand you, Uchiha replied and went to his room. Kakuzu was sitting there. Well, hello, get rich. Kakuzu said. You know everything anyway, you have eyes, ears, and even nostrils everywhere. Said Naruto. Yes, so, one of the informants reported your problem. It turned out that the man with blue hair is someone from the Konoha shinobi. Although his mask was from Otogakure. I think you have spies there. Kakuzu said. Thanks for the information, let me guess half of the amount returned to you. Uchiha asked with a smile. 2.5 will be enough, I just told my partner. Said Kakuzu. You know where to find me. The old man finished and disappeared. Let me remind Kakuzu was still at the first, so he's an old man. Naruto went to bed, waking up to the alarm clock ringing. Since he had to go to Sharaga, he threw him into a stone wall that had just begun its path as an alarm clock executioner. Uchiha got dressed and trudged to Sharaga. On the way, Naruto noticed Han. And where are you going? A question was heard in Khan's head. Yes, the Hokage sent him to Sharaga, he says, there's an impose, ugh, you're a traitor. The Khan replied. And you? The same way, for the same. Naruto replied and they went to Sharaga together. Arriving there, they were met by Chunin with a scar on his nose. Hello, I'm Yumino Irika, your homeroom teacher. Chunin said. I'm Han, and he's Naruto. Khan introduced himself. Well, let's go to class. Irika said with a smile and led the guys to the classroom. After entering there, all the previously unbearable noise subsided. Guys, this is Naruto, he is mute, and this is Han, he is blind, treat them with understanding. Yumino said seriously and left the classroom. Everyone immediately continued to make noise. 10 minutes later, the lesson began. Everyone immediately quieted down. Irika came in 2 minutes later. The first lesson passed quietly. At recess some approached Han and Naruto, trying to hurt them, but they did not pay attention. So it went on from day to day, nothing changed, sparring was boring, Kon showed the maximum of his results, and Naruto did everything on his own. So 3 years passed at the academy. There was a week left before the exam. Everyone was diligently preparing, teaching, repeating, doing spurs, and some, more precisely, only a couple of people were sleeping. Naruto woke up to a loud knock on the door. If it's Kon, then I'll kill him on the spot and not look that we are friends. Naruto said, irritated by the awakening. Opening the door, the guy saw Anba in a dog mask. What do you want? Uchiha asked. Hokage-sama summons you. Anbu said and disappeared. Really, said Naruto and went to get a cloak and mask. A minute later, the guy was already in the Hokage's office. Called? Asked Naruto. Yes, Itachi and Shisui are trapped, they need help, but there is no one to send. Said Minato. Naruto disappeared into the spiral. Once in the forest, the guy looked at the eagle, which had already disappeared into the cloud. The next second, the guy was in the woods not far from the place he needed. And I said that you need to develop Sharingan, you have enough, only for a couple of techniques, and you've overextended your eyes too much. Said the fox. Come on. No, seriously, you're acting like a big fluffy babysitter. I told you that, I should have done that, Uchiha answered the fox and ran. The fox cut the connection. Naruto ran as fast as he could. When he got there, the guy saw Itachi lying not far from the wounded Shisui, who was defending his girlfriend with the last of his strength from the shinobi preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Enough for Amino Tachikura, but we will have to fight without techniques. And I don't care. Naruto activated the Sharingan, from which streams of blood immediately began to flow. Amino Tachikura. The blow with the katana left a deep cut on the mask and a shallow, but noticeable scratch passing through the eye. Fortunately, the guy's eyes were not hurt. Suddenly, Naruto's always slightly glowing right eye went out, and he could no longer see the options for the development of events. Damn it! I knew it. Naruto swore and dodged the blow of a katana soaked in wind chakra. Kurama, give me a drop of chakra, I would have blades. But I won't give it, you should have listened to me, now get out yourself, I will only help in regeneration. A dissatisfied voice of the fox was heard. Just don't heal the scratch on the eye, it looks great. Said the fox Uchiha and continued the battle. Damn, I'm used to acting tactfully. The guy reflected, dodging attacks. What to do, one wrong move and they will die, yet. I became attached to them for a month of service with them. Then another katana hit flew at the guy, from which Naruto could not evade. The katana hit the stomach, leaving a serious wound. The main thing is to hold out for another 5 minutes. Kurama, don't heal this wound. Jinchuriki thought and continued to dodge the blows. This went on for about 2 minutes, until the guy felt a certain surge of strength. The guy printed out the katanas, but could not release the tiger's chakra, due to a lack of chakra. The clang of metal could be heard all over the forest. The guy was literally humiliated with powerful blows. Come on, come on. The guy repeated in his head. As soon as Naruto felt that the right amount was accumulated, he pushed the opponent away. Gacetin, mustard gas coffin. A strange white smoke began to appear from the mouth and stomach of the guy, although in life it is colorless, well, it must be beautifully described, which began to envelop the enemy. Shinobi began to scream in pain, he began to get covered with boils and ulcers. Soon the screams stopped, and a corpse disfigured by boils and ulcers fell out of the cocoon. Well, something like that. Said Naruto and fell down without strength. The guy woke up in the subconscious. Are you fucking completely fucked up? The fox shouted. The hero has been found. Let me remind you, you and I are connected. If you die, I will die. And you used a forbidden technique, you know, treating you from the inside is still a problem. But, Kurama, calm down. Your body is used to my chakra, in 2 or 3 years, I will be able to restore your vocal cords." Naruto just lowered his head, expressing his guilt. "Okay, I'm sorry, I couldn't restrain myself, but let's do it. You will start training hard, because your chakra reserves are quite limited, and your eyes require constant loading so that you can safely use them without fear of such incidents. And finally learn to think through tactics without relying on Sengon. Now you've demonstrated that without your mega eyes, you can't even defeat an ordinary swordsman. It's good that mustard gas doesn't eat a lot of chakras, but the body is damaged, badly. You'll be fine by tomorrow." Kyubi kept saying. After that, the guy meditated, increasing the supply of chakra. So he sat for about an hour. Meanwhile, Itachi woke up at home. Shursui was sitting next to her. "Are you awake?" Shursui said with a smile. "My head hurts, apparently I was pretty well beaten up." Itachi croaked with a smile. "Thank you for saving me." "Actually, it wasn't me, but Naruto." Shursui spoke. "Well, I see. I wonder how much did Hokage-sama pay him?" The daughter of the head said with displeasure. Hearing this, Shursui's face changed. "He received serious injuries, possibly fatal." Uchiha said seriously. "I'd thank him if I were you." "For what? For the fact that he received 5 million? Itachi began to get angry. "He's just a mercenary who will switch to another village if it pays more. Well, inform the Hokage about his actions." Shursui started shouting. "And why are you defending him?" Itachi asked, shouting. "Because he is our teammate and my friend," said Shursui and left, leaving Itachi in thought. Naruto woke up and saw Shursui sitting on a chair. "How are you?" Shursui asked. "Yes, it's fine. It feels like a big jackpot was celebrated with a partner yesterday. My head also hurts." Naruto replied. "What happened to you?" The brunette asked again. "Yes, Kamui ate a lot. He spent the last drop on Aminotajikura." The brunette replied. "Khan asked me to tell you." Shursui said, holding out a bundle. The guy decided to open it at home. "You were discharged from the academy today," the brunette said when she heard the sound of the window closing. Looking at the cot, the girl did not see anyone. "That's a sly fox," Shursui said, and then caught herself thinking. Naruto was running through Senju Park with a feeling of complete freedom, as his joy was interrupted by a fox. "And now I turned 180 degrees and went to the landfill." All day the guy practiced techniques, increased chakra reserves, studied new techniques, etc. In the evening, the guy returned home and fell on the bed from unbearable fatigue. Meanwhile, Itachi was still thinking about her friend's words. POV Itachi, and yet, he saved us there. Without him, we would have died, but this does not negate the fact that he is a mercenary. Where they pay more, he is there. Shursui seems to believe him. Maybe I'll visit him tomorrow. Yes, we'll talk to him, maybe he's not so bad. End of Itachi's POV. The next morning at 7 in the morning, there was a loud knock on the door at Naruto's house. The guy synchronously with the fox opened, his eyes red with anger and lack of sleep. "If it's your fucking friend, I'll tear it up," shouted Kyubi. "It's not him, the chakra is more gloomy, although not by much," the guy replied, opening the door. The guy stared at the unexpected guest. "Hi, Naruto," Itachi said. Hi, is something wrong?" the brunette asked. "Just like that, I decided to check on my teammate," said the brunette, pulling a half-truthful smile on her face. "La adno," Naruto drawled. "Come in." Naruto stepped aside slightly to let the daughter of the head of the clan pass. Itachi passed, took off her shoes, and Naruto invited her into the kitchen. "It's nothing so small," Itachi said, looking around the spacious kitchen. "Tea, coffee?" Naruto asked. Tea." Uchiha replied. Naruto opened the cabinet, in which there were about 100 types of tea. He took jasmine. He himself opened the cabinet a little lower and took out a bottle of black liquid. Itachi's eyes widened from this. "It's the same. Octopus ink," which is found only in the land of water. It's worth 30 million. Itachi said in surprise. Yes, about 30 boxes were brought to me by familiar smugglers, said Naruto, opening the bottle, drinking a little, and then wincing from the strong acid of the drink. Meanwhile, the tea was ready. The guy gave Itachi tea, and he poured ink into his glass. It sounds strange, don't you think? So, how do you like the academy? Uchiha asked. A waste of time. I learned the whole theory at 3, although then the librarian beat me, but it was worth it. The techniques there are worthless. Boredom. The guy answered. Do you remember how you sold me? Itachi asked, slightly displeased. Yes, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Smiling awkwardly and scratching the back of his head. Well, how much have you been enriched by our salvation? The brunette asked with a smile. I don't know how much. I wanted to save you quickly, otherwise, friends don't change for money. Naruto replied, how are you, by the way? Well. After the injury? The brunette asked. There have been worse, for example, when I was thrown off a cliff at the end of the valley at 4, or when I was stabbed at 3, or, in general, there were many cases, although I always came out wet from lava, dry from water, although, the meaning is the same. And here's another, then they broke 5 ribs, 2 arms completely, both legs, stabbed knives in the heart area. I still survived and the lung was pierced, and instead of celebrating my birthday with sharp ramen, I ate this disgusting pills. The guy finished. Well, then it started. I was drowned and burned and, what else, and pressed, beaten. Itachi no longer looked at him as an ordinary child. Oh, just don't look at me like that. I've been through it all, and the scars have healed, so everything is fine, though I still have a piece of kunai near my liver, but it doesn't bother me to live, and fuck with it, straight, my life credo. The guy said irritably, I'm sorry, you've been through so much. Wait, I mean, a piece of kunai near the liver? The brunette asked dumbfounded. Yes, there's a long story. Laughing to himself and scratching his head, Naruto said. As I see it, this is not a sore subject for you, spit it out. Itachi said. Okay, during one of the missions, a strange shinobi flew at me, as if he was running away from someone. When he saw me, he joined the fight. Half of his face was torn off. Well, in the end he stuck a kunai with an explosion tag in my liver area. Well, something like that. A familiar surgeon tried to help me, and it didn't work out. In the end they stayed there. The brunette said casually. Maybe our doctors will help you? Itachi asked. Yes, I don't need it, let it be like a scar and a damaged mask, said the guy. Okay, I'll go already, otherwise I stayed too long at your place, Itachi said with a smile, but when she had already gone to the exit, she was stopped by Naruto's hand, from which she blushed. Can we take a walk tonight? The guy asked. Yes, why not? Said the brunette and went to get ready. The guy was happy deep inside himself, but on the outside he remained unperturbed. Then we'll meet at Senju Park at 7 in the evening. The day passed in constant training. Naruto discovered another type of gas, nitric oxide, laughing gas in the common people, through small manipulations of the chakra, gave him a purple color, 3 new types of tactics, and also replenished the volume of the chakra. Now he could teleport 10 kilometers more, spending less chakra. Could use Shiroi about 15 times in a row, spending chakras 3 times less than before and spending not so much on his support. I could hold the flame for 24 hours using my entire stock. I studied a few additional jutsu, which I will not voice, since it was added just like that, and now his eyes did not strain so quickly and the guy could safely use them for 30 minutes without straining. It still depends on how powerful a jutsu to use. And then the evening came. Naruto dressed as usual, since he did not consider a walk to be a reason to wear his trophy festive raincoat. The guy slowly went to the Senju Park, where it was agreed to meet Itachi, and Naruto walked for an hour. Itachi began to like this kid. And here she is laughing again with one of the many jokes that Naruto took from his partners, as two kunai fly into the brunette, which she easily beat off. Suddenly, a man with white skin and hair appeared in front of the Uchiha. His mouth was covered with bandages. He also wore a sleeveless raincoat with a large collar. His hands were also bandaged. His eyes were red. He looked about 14. I knew you wouldn't fall for such pathetic tricks, the guy said in a lifeless voice. Naruto opened a small pouch and began to take out cards of various wanted criminals, for whom a reward was set. Not that, not that, not that, but here, Hirako, was declared a nuke mean for inhumane experiments, just like the old snake. Naruto thought immediately. Stone spikes flew at Itachi, from which she easily dodged. To complete my plan, I need another genome, please provide it to me. Hirako also spoke. The elements, what? Be water? Whereas, Naruto thought feverishly, and then just tore up the card when he saw the reward for him. 500 million. The guy printed out the katanas that were in the scabbard because of the tiger's chakra, the seals were breaking. He took out both swords and ran at the guy, but he just threw him over himself. Yes, he doesn't need a Sharingan, he sees all the attacks in advance. The brunette thought, as the fox's words were heard here. Yes, but what he will never have is the Biju chakras, said the fox. Okay, replied the fox Uchiha and gave the chakra into his eyes and passed a little through them. 9 tails darted in his eyes. Well, that's it. Fuck you. Bandaged, Shiroi, Uchiha thought, and immediately Hirako lit up with a white flame. The guy just highlighted the black chakra. I will refuse such a generous gift, said the white-haired one, and Naruto himself was covered in flames. The brunette began to writhe and scream in pain, and then subsided. I'm kidding, the guy said and stopped pretending to have a seizure. My techniques don't work on me. Kato, fireball. Itachi shouted, but the equipment flew back. Ka. The genome of darkness, the guy thought. Genjutsu? The fox suggested. No, it will reflect. I came up with it. Naruto began to fold the seals. Gacetin, funny joke. Uchiha exhaled a colorless gas and sent it to Hirako, who was just watching the opponent's movements. As laughter suddenly began to break out of him, he tried to say something, but could not because the laughter was getting stronger. Suddenly kunai flew in, illuminating the park with a bright flash. When it went out, the opponent was no longer there. What was that? Itachi asked. I thought you knew Hirako, the brunette said. Hiroko? Hirako, and I remembered, he was declared an apostate for inhumane experiments, but he should look like Jiraiya-sama now, said Uchiha. Chimera technique, can pump jutsu, young? Well, Orochimaru doesn't look 50 either, you know, said Naruto. In any case, we need to inform the Hokage. Fuck you, said the guy and disappeared into the spiral. Well, fine, Itachi thought and went to the Hokage. After the story, Hokage thought about it. Itachi, if you meet Kakashi, tell him to come to me, Minato said thoughtfully. The next day Naruto woke up from the crackle of the alarm clock, because lately he had been unusually sleepy. Opening his eyes red from the same lack of sleep, the guy took the alarm clock, took it in his hand and, as soon as a crack was heard and the pain from the cut glass was felt, threw it against the wall and the infernal machine was destroyed. That's right, there's nothing to tell us when to sleep and when to stay awake, Kurama said and went back to sleep. There were 3 days left before the exam, and the list of suspects was reduced by only a few people. The most suspicious were Mizuki and Irika. Mizuki, maybe, didn't come out with a mug, but Uchiha had the idea of betrayal of this blue-haired man, especially since he looks too much like a robber of his safe by description. And Irika is too kind to him, despite the fact that everyone in the village knew that Jinchuriki was alive. Both personalities are connected because they were best friends, as Hokage said. There are several questions. who is one of them, and are they? The guy quickly threw into a special pouch made to order, 300 kunai and 20 senbons, with a poison flask inside from a familiar surgeon, 2 explosion tags with sealed gas on the reverse side and a couple more things from friends. Going to Sharaga, Jinchuriki thought about it. So stop, Orosanin is the same Kagev sound, a filthy python. The guy thought, making a clone entering limbo mode. He went back. At home he opened the closet and went into the cave. Zetsu, go to Orosanin and bring him to me, there is a case for him. Said the guy. Okay. Said Alo and disappeared. A couple of minutes later, the white-skinned Sanin was in front of the Uchiha. And now tell me, why do you need my 10-lame old man? The guy asked. I don't know what you're talking about, Naruto. I'm no longer the Sound Kage, she is now led by a certain Hiriko. He came to my village and sabotaged electricity, and we found a blind man's buff after that, the training of young shinobi. Then he tried to seize power by becoming an elder, and I realized what it was like for the third. Said Orochimaru. Then he won the trust of my advisors by bribery and kicked me out of the village. That is, he robbed me, with the help of the blue-haired M, aka, and spent them on such a trifle? I wanted to buy 10 more batches of ink with them, the guy said, upset. Don't worry, all my loyal henchmen have become Nikonins with me. If you help me regain power or destroy the village, then I will pay you some compensation. Sanin said, choosing his words carefully so as not to offend the man who was his friend. Deal. But later, I'm having problems in Konoha right now. There's the academy, the exam is coming soon, well, you know Orosanin. Said Uchiha. But what did you forget there? Snake Sanin asked, narrowing his eyes. Yes, so I decided to amuse myself. The guy replied and disappeared into a spiral. Zetsu, can I have some tea? Orochimaru asked. Naruto went to the academy, nothing foreshadowed trouble. The sun, the birds are singing, he and Khan are burning for nothing. Today is the last day before the exam. But the picture is violated by 3 people. Well, who is this here? With an irritatingly arrogant smile, a familiar voice asked painfully, in my ears. His voice hurts his ears, he didn't come out with a mug, so also with a voice. The fox grumbled in his subconscious. What do you need, Menma? Khan asked. The fact is that I asked the teacher to put all of us in one sparring, you will not live. Hokage's son said, already hoping for panic in their eyes. You will, exclusive. Holding out a blue aluminum ink jar, Naruto said, thanks. Said Khan with a zilch, opening a jar and calmly drinking a sweet and sour, black, highly carbonated drink, and this is not a parody of Coca-Cola, this is a parody of Pepsi-Cola. Naruto did the same. He and Khan continued the conversation, although Khan looked strange, laughing from scratch, but he didn't care. Here they are already at the academy, Han answers all the questions, and Naruto catches crayons from Irika with his head. The guy didn't care, he was thinking about this mysterious Hiriko, he was too strong, easily reflected his flame, maybe Susanoo could too. We need to train. The guy thought, and so, sparring. Naruto and Han stood and flexed their fists, as did Menma, Sasuke, and Takashi. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Mizuki shouted and the fight began. Menma and Sasuke rushed at Naruto, while Takashi rushed at Han. Their fists crossed. Don't you dare even look at my Satsuki. Hokage's adopted son hissed. And you make me. Khan quipped and they jumped away from each other. Meanwhile, Naruto, placing both hands behind his back, easily dodged the blows. Fight like a shinobi. Sasuke shouted, noticeably out of breath. That's what I'm doing, Naruto thought and continued to dodge. Menma jumped from behind, but Naruto grabbed his arm and threw it at Takashi, who was trying to strike at least one blow to Han. Takashi dodged his brother's body and continued the attack. That's it. Sasuke said. Kato, fireball. The son of the clan head shouted and released a 3x3 ball. Naruto just stood there. When suddenly he activated the BMSH. Kamui. The ball just started disappearing in a spiral. Sasuke was surprised, but did not stop when Takashi's body flew into him. Naruto turned his head and looked at Han, saying, "What the fuck?" And now, the winners will fight. Suddenly, Mizuki said Naruto and Han expected this and agreed to use any techniques except BMSH and Mokuton. The friends nodded to each other and folded the half seal of concentration. Let's get started. The blue-haired man said. The guys rushed at each other in taijutsu. Naruto and Han fought on an equal footing. Uchiha was still slightly more experienced in this area, due to his eyes, but before the same guy, he was like the moon on a turtle. The battle went on for quite a long time, when suddenly their fists clashed again and Naruto exhaled a paralyzing gasp. Naruto Uchiha won. Mizuki said and went to collect the lying opponents immediately. A couple of blows from the pink-haired fan of the son of the head flew at him, but the guy easily dodged them and knocked her out. After that, he sat down on a tree in the yard and left the clone, and he went to the landfill in limbo mode. Itachi trained there. Oh, Naruto, what are you doing here? Don't you have an academy now? The girl asked. Yes, but I beat your brother and left a clone. It would still be boring if it were at least Genin's. The guy replied. Yes, my brother needs to be brainwashed for a long time. Itachi said and continued practicing her punches. I'm on the other half. The guy said. He began to study physically, then began to hone gaseton, especially mustard gas. He trained until he fell to one knee from internal injuries. I'm on my way, said the fox. Who? Naruto asked. I'm treating you, Kurama said, and so the whole day passed. The guy was training, and by the evening he drove to the store and bought a cake. I took out 3 bottles of ink from the stash, a cake, and so on, for small things, crab, squid, crayfish, etc. He also invited Khan. He decided to celebrate the last day of lessons at the academy, to the end of the term. / both shouted in unison. Naruto woke up, washed up, ate and headed to the academy. According to a well-thought-out plan, he would have to fail the exam, then tie up the guy, get a bandage, become a chunin, pick up Itachi. Uchiha quickly headed to the academy. An hour later, he came out with a sad look and sat on the swing. Is everything according to plan? Sanju asked in a whisper. Yes. The brunette replied and continued to sit on the swing. 10 minutes later, Mizuki came up to him. What are you sitting for? Upset? Mizuki asked, pretending to be interested. Uchiha just nodded. I know a secret way to become a ninja. For him, you need to steal a scroll from the Hokage. The blue-haired man said with a sly smile. Naruto just nodded. I'm waiting in the forest at night, said Mizuki and left. Got blue hair. The guy thought and went to the Hokage. Arriving at the office, Naruto got down on one knee. Did you figure him out? Minato asked. Jinchuriki nodded. Well, I trust you with the mission to apprehend him. Hokage said. The guy nodded again and went home. When he got home, he was quickly transported to the cave. Do you want to go to them? Asked Kurama. Yeah. I would not like to dirty my hands on such garbage, replied Uchiha, and went to the house on the edge of the Land of Fire. He got there in 30 minutes, thanks to the rabbit holes throughout the Land of Fire. Naruto placed transfer seals. When he got there, he saw the house on fire. Naruto quickly folded the seals. Suetun, Karamori, the guy said, and a huge amount of water splashed out of his mouth and the house was extinguished, and the water evaporated. Going inside, Uchiha saw a red-haired woman cutting off one of the robber's head. Typical Uzumaki. Naruto thought, rolling his eyes, but then quickly came to his senses and decided to help. The guy threw 2 hollow kunai which, when hit, burned out all the insides of the robbers. Oh, Naruto-kun. With a sweet smile, said the red-haired, covered in the blood of enemies, standing on a mountain of corpses. Hello, Kara-san. The guy greeted. Since you're here, you need the seals, said the woman, sipping tea. Why can't I just visit you? The Uchiha asked with a smile. It's not your type. And, by the way, Karen. The red-haired girl shouted, and a girl with the same hair and red eyes came running from the second floor. No, Uchiha thought. Naruto kun. Karen shouted and rushed to Uchiha. Oh, Kami, help, thought Perrin, dying of suffocation. Karen, quickly to the table. Kara shouted, and Karen instantly found herself next to her mother on a chair. I need a huge explosive scroll, Naruto said. We'll do it by the evening, Uzumaki said. Good, Naruto said and disappeared. After a couple of hours, Uchiha received the scroll, paid off and went to the meeting place. Arriving there, Naruto began to wait. He waited for a couple of minutes, and another couple of hours, and another. Mizuki didn't take long to wait, but he made GG. Well, congratulations, you deserve. Taking something out of his pocket, Mizuki began. Death, kunai soaked in chakra flew to Uchiha. Uchiha just threw the scroll and caught the kunai. Ha! Mo scroll, I didn't have time to finish as a hiss was heard from the scroll. Yes, I give. It was heard in the blue-haired man's head, and after that the scroll exploded. All the ANBU ran to the explosion. Coming there, they were taken aback. A member of the Uchiha team was standing in the middle of a clearing that was covered in blood, an eye was pierced on a sharp branch, organs and singed pieces of a vest were lying on the ground. Somewhere it was even possible to notice the skin lying around, and somewhere so in general a part of the face. What are you sitting down for? Take it away. It was heard in everyone's head, and they immediately began to clean up. Only ANBU in a wolf mask approached the guide. I'll report everything to the Hokage, here's your bandage. Taking out a bandage with a leaf protector from his pocket, Kakashi said. Okay, Kakashi-san, Naruto said and went home, tying the bandage on the way. The next morning, the guy woke up, stretched, took water treatments, had breakfast, wore a black t-shirt, black pants with a white flame on the end of a shinobi sandal, hairstyle, if anything, as in the canon of 16-year-old Naruto. The guy went to the academy. When they arrived there, everyone looked at him with surprise. Naruto, what are you doing here? Iruka asked. Uchiha pointed to the protector, as well as to the document from the head of the clan. I see. After running through the document with his eyes, Yumino said. Come on in. Looking around, Naruto and Kurama grinned in their subconscious. All the girls in the class, except Satsuki and Hinata, stuck to Han, Menma, and Sasuke. Satsuki didn't care about pompous turkeys, and Hinata was too shy. Suddenly, everything around slowed down, which meant that Sengon had subconsciously activated. Naruto quickly turned around and threw Takashi over himself that he wanted to avenge everything. What are you doing here? Menma suddenly asked, distracted from the groupies. Kon smiled and got out of the crowd. Naruto pointed to his armband, and then went to the desk where he sat with Han and Satsuki. The guy sat down as usual between them. Kon drew attention to himself in every possible way, but he only caught Naruto's gloating look. That's a rat. Kon whispered, and then noticed a rat on his leg. Looking at his friend, he only made sure that Naruto was extremely happy today, although it's hard to see it on his face, but the look is eloquent. So, let's start the distribution. Iruka began. Team number 5 Uchiha Menma, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Takashi, Mentor Itachi Uchiha. Team number 6. New names, Mentor, new name. Team number 7, Uchiha Naruto, Uchiha Satsuki, Senjohan, Mentor Uchiha Obito. Well, then the canon. All the teams were taken away long ago, only the 7th remained. Yes, where is he? Satsuki was indignant. Calm down, he probably has a good reason. Khan said while reading a book for the blind. Suddenly, Khan threw a book at the door and immediately a man in a vest in a standard Jonin uniform, with short black hair and a Konoha bandage covering one eye, one half of his face was as if crushed, and got a book in the eye and immediately grabbed for the eye. Ah. For what? Obito asked, still holding his eye. Naruto burst into silent laughter. This chakra, be careful with it, said the fox. Understood. Jinchuriki replied to Tom. Okay, let's go to the roof to get acquainted, the captain of the 7th team said, smiling stupidly and pointing to the exit. Everyone went to the roof, where they sat on the steps. So, let's introduce ourselves. My name is Uchiha Obito. I like to help everyone and train. I don't like when friends are betrayed. My dream is to see my girlfriend. One Eye told about himself. Next, you. Pointing at Han, Obito said. I'm Senju Khan. I love one girl and ramen. I don't like traitors. My dream is to become a Hokage. Khan said. A good kid, with his data, he has every chance, thought Obito. Now you. Pointing at Satsuki, the one-eyed man said. I am Uchiha Satsuki. I love to train, tomatoes, and my sister, as well as the suffering of my brother. I do not like my brother and upstarts. Satsuki introduced herself. Well, basically everything, Obito said. What about him? Asked Satsuki. Naruto looked at her angrily. Satsuki, he's a little. It's dumb, Sanju whispered. Sorry, I forgot. The daughter of the clan head said with an awkward smile. Tomorrow you will have an exam, at 5 at the training ground. 7, I advise you not to eat, Obito said and jumped off the roof. Well. Naruto drove, Khan began, as he noticed the absence of his friend. He felt a note in his pocket. I won't bother you, winky face. Satsuki, let's go to Ichiraku, still the team now, Han offered with a smile. Let's go, Uchiha said, and she and Khan went to Ichiraku. Meanwhile, Naruto went into the forest. When he reached a certain place, he folded the seal and a hole opened in front of him. He jumped into it and found himself in a black space, where he saw 3 holes. Choosing the right one, he climbed into it and found himself near the black market. He entered the building. Kakuzu was there. You always know where to look for me, Kakuzu said. Thanks for the info, said Naruto. Just to thank you or something else? The Threadman asked. There is a case for you. Could you follow the sound for a week? Asked Uchiha. Well, it depends on what price you pay, Kakuzu said. 10 lambs. The brunette replied. It was necessary to start with this, said the Threadman. Naruto nodded and disappeared into the spiral. After that, he fell on the bed and burst into the realm of Morpheus. The next day, Naruto woke up, had breakfast, washed up and went to the training ground where Han and Satsuki were sitting. Stupid, Naruto thought and sat down under a tree. Okay, you don't have to be distracted by us, beat him and that's it, Senju said sleepily. Naruto nodded. A couple of minutes later, the captain appeared. So, now you're going to try to take these bells away from me, Obito began. To do this, you need to fight as if you want to kill me, the captain of Team 7 finished. Okay, then you don't have to drive at me. They say he killed the fucking blah, 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 thought Naruto. Well, let's get started, Obito said. Han and Satsuki instantly disappeared, and Naruto remained standing with a calm look. The most self-confident, in practice easily defeated opponents, but studied poorly, an easy goal, thought Obito, looking at the student. So, now this is interesting. A 3-wash Sharingan was burning in Naruto's eyes. Obito also activated his Sharingan. Naruto rushed at Sensei and immediately knocked out his tooth. And it will be interesting with you. 1, I said with a slight smile. Both rushed at each other and collided with their fists and jumped back. Obito decided to quickly finish with Naruto, but after another blow, Jinchuriki evaporated, and the original struck with his foot on the back, sending Sensei to eat the ground. And why the fuck is Naruto so strong? Satsuki asked Honda. Since we met, he has added only a couple of techniques. Senju replied. I think it has to do with his eyes. Obito blocked another blow from Naruto as he exhaled gas and ignited it with a spark from the kunai that was in his hands. Oh, my way out, throw shuriken and kunai at him, please. Han said and turned into an ordinary wooden mannequin. Naruto struck a blow to the stomach, sending Sensei head over heels to the nearest tree. When Obito got up, shurikens and kunai began to be thrown at him. He began to beat them off. Just like back then, it's just a pity that Rin isn't here, Obito thought. Naruto struck from the side, sending Sensei to the oak tree with apples. Stop. Oak with apples? I watched Obito as branches burst out of the oak and tied him up. Kon came out from under the tree with a radiant smile. Naruto, you are a genius of thought, the father of Japanese democracy. Sanju said. Uchiha just shrugged and took the bells from Sensei. But how will you separate the two bells? Obito asked with a sly expression on his face. Naruto gestured something and nodded to Han. Naruto asked to translate, nothing. Kon said. Jinchuriki threw up the bells, having previously inhaled some methane into them, and blew them up. You passed. It was a test of teamwork and you passed it. Obito said. The tree has evaporated. Tomorrow we are going to take a mission. Sensei said and disappeared into the spiral. Naruto followed the example of the mentor. Naruto woke up, stretched, washed, had breakfast and went to a meeting with the team. Satsuki and Han were already there. They were looking at each other, strangely, with a certain care. Oh my god, they don't even really know each other, and Kon is blind at all, thought Jinchuriki. Don't envy someone else's happiness, Kurama said wisely. Okay, the brunette replied to the redhead and jumped off the roof, followed by Obito, who had just appeared. Han and Satsuki have already reached out to each other, like here. Ahem, are we bothering you? Obito asked with a smile, and Naruto just looked at it all strangely. Han and Satsuki quickly pulled away from each other. Well, since there are no more objections, we go to the Hokage. Obito said and strode towards the residence as if all this had not happened. A month later Naruto trained a new technique, namely, Gasuto, set on fire. The gas released by Naruto ignited and exploded. Well done, Kurama said. For a month, they were not given any important missions. The most important was the transfer of a letter from one old man to another, and they were a couple of 100 meters from each other. Han and Satsuki managed to light up as a couple, but Fugaku did not take it very favorably, and not because of enmity with Senju, but because of the contract with Minato. Suddenly Obito appeared in the spiral. Urgent, Hokage is calling us. Obito said. Naruto nodded and disappeared into the spiral, which confused Obito, but there was no time. Naruto was at home. Zetsu's hand appeared from the closet with a cloak and a new mask. It was a fox mask with a grin smile and, most importantly, with a seal that transforms the chakra into a voice. Naruto left the mask until better times, and he put on a fireproof cloak and ran to the residence. He entered the office. Oh, and here's Naruto, Minato said, with Fugaku standing next to him. Team 5 met with the Nukanins from the fog. Obito, I'm assigning you another mission, choose who you put in command. I want Naruto to be the strongest in the team, Obito began, and Han, hearing these words, smiled slightly. Led the squad. Minato and Fugaku exchanged glances and nodded okay. Said the head and the Hokage in unison. Everyone nodded and left. The conflict is not abating? Minato asked. No, I have compiled a list of families that support your policy. Fugaku said. Manwhile Naruto burned his skin in the area of the wrist, where the seal appeared after. Hitting the ground, Jinchuriki summoned a huge eagle. What did you feed him? Senju asked. Just like that, the corpses of snakes, mice, people. Naruto calmly replied. The eagle bent down, allowing to climb on itself. Satsuki, looking apprehensively at the eagle, approached him and climbed in. Naruto ordered Tom to take off. They did not fly for long. After 3 minutes they were near the corpses, and after 9 minutes, they were in the land of waves, namely, they were flying over the sea. Han felt indignation in SI. Oh, damn, not that. He felt various techniques, including the technique of the water prison. It's a bad thing, Itachi is in a water prison. Khan said. Naruto nodded. The eagle disappeared and all three flew down. Everyone landed successfully. Naruto showed that no one interfered, and told Khan, "We protect the fifth, Naruto will cope." Khan said. Naruto stood in front of the old friend. Oh, look. Who do I see? There are still Konoha puppies, and with them you, Shiroi, how low have you fallen? Zabuza began to mock. Both got ready. Zabuza tightened his grip on the sword, and Naruto opened the blades and both rushed at each other and crossed blades. Naruto smiled. Zabuza did not understand the reason for such an action, as he was sent a pancake through the water with a powerful kick from his foot. The decapitator fell to the bottom of the sea. Zabuza got up and got ready to fight in taijutsu. Naruto supported this initiative and sealed the blades and looked at the brown bracers. Jinchuriki rushed at the swordsman. Zabuza also rushed at Naruto. Momochi struck first, but Naruto dodged, and then struck in the stomach at the last moment, releasing the blade. Zabuza hissed in pain. Naruto did not stop and continued to humiliate the swordsman. He struck with his foot, sending the swordsman into the nearest tree, but it turned out to be a clone. Immediately Naruto blocked the blow struck from behind. Water prison. Zabuza shouted, and Uchiha was covered with heavy water. Naruto did not sit for long and released methane. The water prison shattered into droplets. Immediately Zabuza flew through the water again from Itachi's blow. But it's no good beating my friends. The girl said with a smile. It's time to finish with you. Naruto Pudmal and activated the BMSH. Susanoo's ribs began to form around the guy, and then bone arms. Zabuza got up, but when he saw what was waiting for him there, he preferred to escape, as a clone with a sword jumped out of the water, but Zabuza scattered it with one blow and took the sword, but it was immediately sent to dry land by Susanoo's hand. Zabuza was lying in a half-dead state. Naruto was already ready to pierce his throat with a kunai, but then Senbon's pierced Momochi's neck. Thank you for the capture, you will be paid handsomely. Anbu said, picking up the swordsman's body. Naruto tried to attack him, but Anbu disappeared. Scum. I'll sell you both 2s. Thought Jinchuriki. Thanks for the help, but what are you doing here? Itachi asked. Naruto handed her a task scroll. After reading it carefully, the girl was at a loss. Tazuna-san, do you have a hotel in the village? The sensei of the 7th team asked. You can stay with me, said the bridge builder. Well, okay, what do you think, Naruto? Itachi asked. The guy nodded, he didn't care. Team 7 and 5 went to the bridge builder's house. When they arrived at the house, they immediately divided the rooms into teams. Hey, where are you going? Satsuki asked. Naruto just threw a note at her feet. It's not nice to disturb the lovebirds. The daughter of the head was angry, but saw a wink to the Khan. Are you in league with him? Naruto went to the hotel. Going in there, he found a bar. Everything was as usual in such establishments. Some fight, some put crabs to fight, and some fought with crabs. Nice here. Naruto thought on the positive and went to the bartender. What do you need change for? The bartender asked. Naruto only showed a gold card with a signature from Gato. P come in, said the bartender. Naruto lay down and fell into the realm of Morpheus. Waking up, the guy went to the house of the bridge builder. There were already teams 7 and 5 in the backyard. So, my team will learn to walk on trees, Satsuki and Han will go to protect the bridge, and Naruto will help me here. Jinchuriki nodded. The couple went to the bridge, and Naruto just sat down under a tree. After a couple of hours, Itachi also sat down with him. They are untrained. The daughter of the head sighed. And you're not doing the right thing. When they taught me, they explained everything to me more clearly. Said Naruto. Hey, get away from my Itachi. Menma shouted. Naruto's eyes instantly turned red. Menma tried to strike, but his fist was caught and Menma flew to the very top. Tell him I won't help, so he'll learn, Naruto said. Menma sat there until nightfall, trying to get down. Meanwhile, Naruto and Itachi watched Satsuki and Han train. Say they look good together, Naruto said. What are you talking about? Itachi asked. And you don't know, they're dating. The guy answered her. No, but how? We have an agreement with Hokage, Satsuki, and I will have to marry his sons. Itachi said. Well, as I understand it, this will happen only on the 16th anniversary of his idiots, and until that time you can meet with anyone you want, with the words I'll play and quit. Said Naruto. Okay, let's go already, otherwise I don't want to disturb the lovebirds. Yes, let's go. Itachi said. When they came to the tree, they saw Menma still sitting. Let me down, please. Menma shouted. I didn't hear what he said. Did he say please? Naruto said, feigning surprised. Until you learn, you won't get off. The sensei of the 5th team said. Naruto went to the hotel. Wait. Itachi said. What is it? Naruto asked. To be honest, my students are starting to piss me off, and my brother is generally snoring. Can I spend the night at your place? Blushing like a boiled crab, Itachi asked. Somehow I don't care, you won't bother me. Said Jinchuriki. Well, is it possible or not? Itachi asked, slightly annoyed. Ahem, sometimes these questions really bother me. Hello. I'm dumb, but what do they say? That's right, silence is a sign of consent. Said Naruto. I'll take that as a positive answer. The captain of the 5th team spoke irritably. Itachi and Naruto went to the hotel, ahem, and that's not going to be all that should be fucking perverts. Entering the bar, Itachi was surprised looking at the whole atmosphere. Going to the stairs, Jinchuriki noticed a strange type that was sitting in the shade. When she came to the room, the girl was surprised. Despite all the unfavorability of this institution, the rooms were gorgeous. I didn't come up with a normal description, just imagine something bourgeois and Japanese. The bed was double, but Naruto decided to spread out a futon for himself. Are you going to sleep on it? Looking at the battered futon, Itachi asked. Yes, it's actually more familiar to me. Shrugging his shoulders, Naruto said. Well, I don't want to inconvenience you. Itachi said. Oh, come on, Naruto said. Well, no, you will sleep on the bed. Blushing, Itachi said. Okay, Jinchuriki said with a shrug. As a result, he lay down on the edge of the bed so as not to embarrass the girl, but he began to blush. So it's as awkward as possible, so I'd rather lie down on the floor. Said Naruto. Why not? Itachi asked. Well, I'm lying in the same bed with the most beautiful girl in Konoha. Then Naruto realized that these thoughts were transmitted to Itachi. What did you say? The daughter of the head of the clan asked, thinking that she had heard it. Naruto sighed. Itachi, I love you, Naruto said. What? The girl was in shock. Can I just go kill myself? Naruto asked. You still have to save the world, let's go there sometime after the fulfillment of the prophecy. Said the fox. Naruto was about to get up and go somewhere in the forest when Itachi grabbed him. What? The guy asked. Is it true? Itachi asked. Yes, yes, yes. I can already leave before I want to sell someone even more. said Jinchuriki skeptically. Itachi quickly turned him around and kissed him. You can go now, Itachi said with a sweet smile. Well, now you can stay, Naruto said and lay down on the edge of the bed. The next morning, he and Itachi woke up and went to the bridge builder's house. Arriving there, the Uchiha saw a hole in the wall. A woman's and a child's crying could be heard from the house. Go to the bridge, said Naruto. Okay, Itachi said and ran to the bridge. Naruto went into the house. The two robbers heard footsteps and turned around. Hey, the kid would go from here, said one of the scum. Naruto took out a gold card from Gato and threw it right into the throat of one of the robbers. The gold card got clearly in the throat. The robber just fell to the floor. The second one took out a katana and rushed at Naruto, but he just dodged, and the robber fell dead with a cut side. The hidden blade disappeared, and Uchiha went to the bridge. There was already a full-blown fog, inside which the clang of metal and the roar of a tree dragon could be heard. A black aura appeared around Naruto, then Susanu's skeleton slowly began to appear. As soon as the tree and ice dragon collided, the bridge immediately cracked. The guy in the mask immediately flew into the air, where he met Susanu's fist, which sent him back. The fog began to dissipate and you could already see the glint of red eyes. As soon as all the fog cleared, a ghostly warrior appeared. He was clad in armor somewhat resembling a samurai helmet, was also similar to a samurai helmet, but there was a crystal on his forehead in which the owner of such deadly eyes was located. Suddenly, everything dissipated. The guy posing as Anba looked fine, except for the head, because the mask was covered in blood. Naruto unsealed the swords and decapitated the masochist, Haku. Suddenly Zabuza's voice was heard sharply. He rushed at Naruto, but was immediately beheaded. Never, never interfere with my business. I will sell your sword and your friend's blood. One geneticist will like it so much, Naruto said. I'd put him down, Han said. Oh, I'm sorry, they started bothering me, Naruto replied. Where is everyone? I only see Itachi, you and Satsuki. Well, the rest are asleep, Sanju said. Okay, you. Naruto did not let the kunai flying at him finish. The guy disappeared and appeared behind the thrower, after which he pierced the liver. Ha, and Zabuza is a weakling, Gato said mockingly. Oh, the bastard drove up, we'll kill him quickly and continue to follow the plot. The brunette thought, stop watching your cartoons, or you'll soon call yourself some kind of crippled gene, said the fox. I don't care, I'm still a long way from being a cripple, about 100+ parts, maybe less, maybe more, Naruto replied. So, but this is already bad. Another character broke down the fourth wall, although, maybe I left the door there in vain. Naruto went to Gato. They tried to attack him, but Uchiha easily parried the blows and killed. When he got to Gato, Naruto stretched out his hand. Well, Shiroi, well done for killing him, said the rich man. Flashback. Naruto, with the help of Kamui, moved out of bed, put on his equipment and went to Gato's lair. Arriving there, Naruto showed the card. Your mission is to kill Zabuza, Shorty said. The brunette nodded. The end of the Flashback. Naruto received the case, immediately hit Gato with his foot and he flew into the water. Hey, what are you doing? Gato shouted as soon as he saw the shark fin. Just like that, I remembered that the animals are suffering because of you, Naruto thought, but outwardly, he just smiled. Gato shouted as he was dragged to the bottom. Wait, where are the sharks from? Khan asked. So, there's a draft from the Second War hanging around somewhere. I signed a contract with him. They say, I will kill the one that prevents everything and everyone from living, and he will leave the ships alone. His name was somehow Mega. Megalus, or Megas, in short. He doesn't touch anyone now. The creature was killed, the residents are happy, said Naruto. A week later, the bridge was completed, and the teams returned to the village. Naruto walked through the forest until he saw the stone snout of a snake. Going inside, the guy saw a guy with white hair, at the tips of which they were blued. Who are you? Getting into a fighting stance, the white-haired man asked. Orochimaru appeared behind him. Calm down, Suigetsu, this is Naruto, he is my partner. Sanin said calmly. I have a suggestion for you. I have the blood of one of the Yuki lying around here. Naruto said. How much? Understanding what the brunette was driving at, Sanin asked. 20 million, these are rarely found anywhere. Said Jinchuriki. Suigetsu, bring me 20 million. Orochimaru ordered. Who is this? Naruto asked. Oh, this is Suigetsu, he has one very entertaining ability. Sanin licked his lips. You know, at such moments, you look like a pedophile. Said Naruto. Meanwhile, the white-haired man had already brought the money. Naruto counted everything, gave the blood, and left. Arriving at the cave, Naruto activated the spatial seal and moved home. Meanwhile, there was a meeting of the Jonin at the Hokage residence. So, the exam for the title of Chunin is on the nose. Who wants to put their team up for participation? Minato said. Obito raised his hand. I am Obito Uchiha, captain of team number 7, I want to nominate my team, Han Senju, Naruto Uchiha, Satsuki Uchiha, to participate in the exam. Obito said. His actions were repeated by Itachi. She did not think at all that anyone would pass, but once again she would have to tell off her team. She began to be infuriated by her brother's antics, saying, as the next head of the clan, I order you to train me. Menma with his tackles. Takashi with his nonsense about being related to Madara. They didn't shine with their characteristics either. Sasuke could create a standard 3-on-3 fireball, Takashi could only use basic techniques, and Menma, he graduated from the academy only thanks to his father, and even basic techniques were difficult for him, but he was good at taijutsu. So did the others. Naruto, Han, and Satsuki agreed to meet at the training ground 7 and train. Arriving at the training ground, all three began training. First Han and Naruto sparred. Then Obito appeared. Oh, you're already training, well done. In general, here are the papers, sign them, and I have a very important meeting. Sensei said, handed over the forms and disappeared. Naruto and Han signed without hesitation. Don't you want to think about it? Maybe they'll kill us there, but they won't remember about us. Satsuki said, and then realized what she had said. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders. And Khan was indignant. So you think we're weak? Khan began. No, I just. Satsuki started making excuses. Sign it, we'll get through anyway. Khan said, okay. The daughter of the clan head answered with a sigh and signed the paper. Okay, I suggest we disperse and train, Naruto said. Everyone dispersed. Satsuki's POV. After we broke up, I went home to ask my sister to train me. Now I am the weak link in the team, my techniques are limited to a fireball and a couple more Kato techniques, I have good control and that's it. Nothing else, we need to train. When I got home, I saw my mom cooking dinner. Oh, I've already returned, not even an hour has passed. She told me with a sweet smile. In general, it is very difficult to anger mom, she is always kind and calm. Yes, we have an exam for Chunin soon, I want to ask Itachi to train me. I said. Immediately, footsteps were heard from the upper floor. I already wanted to be happy like here. Train you? My brother's mocking voice was heard. What kind of fright is this? Fuck off, Sasuke. I said. My brother Sasuke, he's like to put it mildly, a narrow-minded, arrogant fool who only cares about strength. Sasuke, don't hurt your sister. Mom stood up for me. What's going on here? Father's stern voice was heard. He came down from the second floor, where his office was located. My father, Fugaku Uchiha, is a calm, strict, and reasonable person who keeps all his emotions in check. Itachi came down for her father. She is just like dad, quite calm, but more emotional, kind. In general, she is something in between dad and mom. After lunch, I asked my sister to train me. She readily agreed. We practiced until the evening, and then went home. End of Satsuki's POV. 7 hours before that, Naruto went to his house, and then to the closet. Naruto, what do you need here? Zetsu asked. Training, said Naruto. What exactly? Asked the plant. I need another BMSH ability, Naruto said, and now, get ready for delirium. So, now I will create clones, and you will spend different amounts of chakra through the channels in your eyes. There are at least about 6 chakra channels in the eye, you have about 20, try to let different amounts of chakra into different channels, try to let several at once. As far as I remember, Madara explained this. There is also a more complex way that we used, because of your combat skills, meditation. But this one is more effective, told Zetsu. Got it, said Naruto, and activated the BMSH. Copies of it crawled out of the plant. Naruto started the fight. He burned one in Shiroi, stripped the other of Kamui's head. He subdued the next one with the help of Kotoama Tsukumi and forced him to attack the one he placed in Tsukuyami. Naruto entered limbo mode, and this is not a typo, and punched some heads with his hand. The next one experienced Amaterasu, and the other one was imprinted into the wall with the help of Amanotajikura. Naruto dodged the next 2, but there were more clones until one of them slammed the guy into the floor. Uchiha continued to try combinations of channels. As a result, after a couple of minutes, the guy started killing clones in taijutsu. The original himself remained, who began using limb extension, which made him incredibly dangerous. As a result, when Naruto was sent straight into the wall and Zetsu was preparing to deliver the last blow, Jinchuriki looked at him and closed his eyes. If only there was it, the guy thought, expecting a blow. After a couple of moments, Naruto opened his eyes and saw how the plant hung in the air without moving. Naruto threw kunai that calmly succumbed to the laws of physics. After a couple of seconds, Zetsu continued flying, but crashed into a wall. How, so fast? Zetsu was surprised. No, a new ability, stopping time around the object I'm looking at. It doesn't work for long and spends quite a lot, half, maybe even more, said Naruto. I see. Zetsu muttered. Okay, it's time for me, said Naruto, and went back home. Kon began to train one technique diligently, which, according to his brother, will greatly help in the first stage. A week later Naruto was going to Senju Park to meet Itachi. Arriving at the place, Jinchuriki saw her. She was sitting on a bench. Didn't they teach you punctuality? Itachi asked jokingly. Well, and why? Naruto asked with a smile. He and Itachi laughed and went for a walk in the park. They got closer this week, so it was safe to call them a couple. Fugaku already wanted to talk to his daughters, but if the strongest, at the moment Senju and Jinchuriki with eyes slightly inferior in strength to the eyes of God, in his opinion, stand up for them, then both the clan and him will not be well. Therefore, now the head of the Uchiha clan was in deep thought. Thus a month passed. Naruto learned how to use the time stop correctly. Kon learned the Dryad's Eyes technique that allowed him to feel everything that was happening around. And now, the team was already standing at the entrance to the academy. Going into it and going up to the second floor, the team saw a bunch of genins that crowded around Genjutsu. PFF, and each of them dreams of becoming a great shinobi. It's a pity that dreams remain dreams, Naruto thought. We're passing by. Kon whispered. Suddenly, a nasty voice rang out all over the corridor. And this is according to your Genjutsu, ha, yes, I even saw it without a Sharingan, Sasuke said. That filthy scum, complicated the task for everyone, thought Jinchuriki. Shrugging their shoulders, the 3 of them went upstairs and entered the auditorium. As soon as the team entered, everything that was available was directed at it. Satsuki began to tremble slightly. Naruto just calmly walked on, and Han determined the strongest. So, Naruto, do you see the one with the pumpkin on his back? Kon asked. Yes, the brunette replied. He's the strongest one here, Han said. I see, I'll sell his corpse first. Thought Naruto. Team 8 approached the team. Oh, and you're here. Kiba said. Hi, Kiba. Hearing the voice of a classmate, Kon said, Oh, Hinata, it's good to see you. Satsuki greeted her friend with a smile. I'm glad to see you here, friends. Shino said. Naruto saw a familiar look in the crowd. What's he doing here? The guy thought. Who are you talking about? Asked Kurama. Yes, it seemed so. Replied Jinchuriki. Team 7 had already moved away from Naruto and was communicating with classmates. Uchiha just leaned against the wall and waited for the examiner. You're kind of weird. The ash-haired guy said. What's it to you? Said the guide. I thought you were going to chat with friends, but you're standing here. The bespectacled man spoke. I'm not like them. You know that perfectly well, Kabuto. Naruto said with a cold look. I know, I just thought you had a lot of friends, it's normal at your age. Kabuto said. They always tell me that I'm older than my body, Naruto said. And yet, I thought you were going to have a bunch of friends, and you're standing here and watching. The gray-haired man said. Why don't you go to your team? Naruto asked irritably. Come on. Kabuto said with a smile and went to his team. And yet, Kabuto was right, you're kind of unsociable, said Kurama. They didn't ask you, Jinchuriki replied. Okay, I have a bad feeling. Said the fox. And the meaning? It will go on a roll, the enemy will come with the words I am a strong man, I will kill everyone, I will beat him. I'm fucking infuriated by this inevitability of events, fate that it would be better if it didn't exist at all. Answered Naruto Fox. If it wasn't for fate, I would have ended up in your bra. Men and destroyed a couple of villages while you were trying to learn one ability of slowly blinding eyes. Biju said with a slight smile. If it wasn't for fate, I wouldn't survive on the streets. The guy replied. The fox only sighed at this point. 10 minutes later, the examiner appeared. My name is Marino Ibiki, and I welcome you to the first stage of the Chunin exam. A man in a black raincoat and a bandana on his head, to which a Konoha protector was sewn, said sternly. Everyone sit down quickly, while I announce the rules and conditions of the event. Marino said. There are only 10 questions, you will be given sheets in which there will be 9 questions, I will ask the 10th at the end. Anyone caught cheating will be disqualified. Everyone sat down and got their sheets. Uchiha started looking through his assignments and chuckled to himself. Yes, not every jonin will answer here, only A and BU, and that is unlikely. Naruto thought and began to calmly do nothing. Maybe cards? Kurama asked. I'll be right down. Naruto replied and descended into the subconscious. He and the fox started playing cards on the flip. In the end 2:2 and both sat with swollen foreheads from strong blows. We played well. Kurama said with a smile. Naruto just nodded and came out of his subconscious. At that moment, Ibiki started talking. The test is over, the last 10th question will be announced now, but before that make sure you can answer it. If you can't give an answer, then you will lose the right to become Chunin forever. But you can leave and try next time. And now everyone who was afraid for their rank came out, and only the most competent, the smartest, the bravest, and those who didn't care remained. So, are you all ready to answer the 10th question? Ibiki asked, menacingly. In response, there was only silence, which meant agreement. For a second, many thoughts raced through the minds of many. Naruto thought how long Ibiki would intimidate them. Han was ready for any question and any outcome. Satsuki was only covered in sweat, hoping that her knowledge would be enough to answer. The rest experienced about the same as Team 7. In addition to the 5th team, the arrogant trio, as Khan called them, sat and looked down on the pathetic likenesses of shinobi, which they considered all those in the audience. The 10th question, Ibiki began, watching the state of the genins. In all, different emotions were visible. and only in some the examiner did not see a drop of fear. And he's not there, you've passed everything. Suddenly all ki disappeared, and a barely noticeable smile appeared on Abika's face, expressing pride in these genins. Everyone immediately began to question the examiner. The whole point of the first stage was to identify your skills for espionage and information extraction, as well as firmness of character. The examiner explained. I have been in captivity many times, but I have never broken down. Taking off a bandana with a protector, Ibiki said a bald head covered with terrible scars was revealed to everyone, presumably from various jutsu katana, Raiton and possibly futon. Well, now wait, Marino did not have time to finish, as Anbu in a dog mask culturally climbed into the window and took it off. I'm Kakashi Hataki, I'm your examiner at the second stage. Anbu said with smiling eyes. Oh, but this is already strange, like Anko should have been. Thought Naruto. Tomorrow at landfill number 1, you may know it as the Forest of Death. Kakashi said boringly and left. And now I will finish my speech. Ibiki said, as everyone made a noise and gave a friendly bang. Naruto went home. When he got there, the guy pulled a letter out of the closet. Hi Naruto, I would like to talk to you in my lair, it's about the Chunin exam, it's urgent. Turning over the note, Naruto found an image of a snake, characteristic of only one person. Uchiha went to Orochimaru's lair. Arriving there, he was met by Sannin with a bandaged face. I see you've already changed your body, you're getting old, you used to have enough for more. Said Naruto. I understand this, my problem is the inability to discern the essence of the technique that I intend to study. Orochimaru began. And you need a Sharingan for this, take my girlfriend's brother to you and don't worry. Said Naruto. Sasuke Uchiha? Apparently he's quite a fruit. Said Sannin. He's not a fruit, he's a vegetable, Jinchuriki replied and disappeared. Orochimaru shrugged his shoulders and went back to the lair. The next day, Naruto came to the training ground. There were a couple of teams, but the main part came in half an hour. Naruto met with the team and waited. Kakashi has already started explaining the rules, but Naruto did not listen, as he read them in the advertising booklet. Kakashi noticed it, Naruto noticed that Kakashi noticed that Naruto noticed that Kakashi noticed, so stop. Anbu threw kunai at Jinchuriki, but when he got close to Uchiha's face, kunai completely disappeared. You know, it's not good to ignore information. Masaknik said and continued to explain the rules. As a result, after explanations, the teams were sent to the gate. There are only a few seconds left before the start. Han and Satsuki tensed. Naruto was already figuring out where he would be able to get the chakra of various forest creatures. That leaves 3 seconds. Everyone prepared for the worst. 2 seconds. Sweat began to cover the body. 1 second. Everyone is already prepared for the worst. Start. Everyone rushed into the forest. Immediately, the team from Suna was attacked by a huge beast. A rain of huge leeches fell on the team from the grass village. Team 7 rushed into the depths of the forest. On the way, they met a bear with a huge supply of chakra, which Naruto killed with his katanas. They walked like this for about 5 minutes until they heard a heartrending human scream. The team moved there. When they arrived at the place, they saw a team from Suna and hid in the bushes for surveillance. How much will they give for the carcass of a Kazekage child? Naruto asked. At least 20 million for each, Kurama replied. After receiving the answer, Naruto came out of the bushes. Who are you? A guy with short red hair and turquoise eyes, around which black circles from lack of sleep could be seen, asked in a cold voice. He was dressed in a black t-shirt with a 2/4 length mesh sleeve, loose trousers of the same color with ankles wrapped in bandages, and standard shinobi sandals. A wide leather belt was slung over his right shoulder, on which he carried a large gourd with his sand. A sand village protector is also attached to the belt. He wore a white cloth sling over his left shoulder. Your death. Kurama's voice rang through the heads of all three. Duh. I am your death. Suddenly, the red-haired man shouted out. Spikes of sand flew into Uchiha, which instantly turned into glass when approaching Naruto. Wow, the temperature is higher than the sand. I spent all my defense with one attack. Well, once we live, we can fight with Jinchuriki. Uchiha thought and dodged a couple of thousand sand spikes. Naruto rushed at the guy and tried to strike with his foot, but he was reflected instantly by the sand that appeared. Uchiha jumped back. He quickly created a clone and, spinning in the air, threw it at the red-haired one. During the flight, the clone took out a kunai and charged it with Raiden's chakra. Sand, which was easily penetrated, stood up to protect the one-tailed Jinchuriki. He clutched his shoulder in pain when his team just looked at it all in surprised. Damn it. Gaara has been wounded, let's go. Said suddenly a guy in a baggy jumpsuit, on which was painted a circle with yellow and purple halves, a hat with cat ears, on which was sewn a metal plate with the symbols of Sunad. Are you crazy? We were clearly told to avoid any skirmishes that could turn into this. A blonde dressed in a purple dress shouted. A fan was attached to her back with a red belt. The shinobi bandage was around his neck. Everything is clear, so this is Gaara, Jinchuriki Suna. The guy thought. The seal is bad, it must have been difficult for the guy. Do you want to spare him? Kurama asked. No, even though he went through the same difficulties as me, but friendship is cheaper than its cost. Naruto replied. Meanwhile, Gaara looked at his hand and saw blood. Immediately, Naruto began to cover the sand. Uchiha tried to escape, but could not. Damn, how, BLT. So, think, Shiroi burns everything, won't take a ride. Kamui? No. There is a chance that the tight-fitting sand will also pass through my chakra and then I will just spend the chakra. Limbo? There's no point. No, it won't work. Everything that has his chakra will also stop. Well. Susanoo, so Susanoo. Naruto thought, activating the BMSH. The sand scattered in all directions as soon as the ribs began to form around the brunette. You pissed me off, Naruto said, and sent the red-haired man into a tree with a bone-black hand like Susanoo's hand. Gaara has already started to cover the sand and he began to laugh in a voice that was not his own. I'll kill you, and mom will be proud of me. He told Sabaku in a crazy, not his own voice. At the same moment, Naruto was hit by a huge sandy hand, which, just touching Susanoo, began to burn with a white flame. Right after that, the arm just fell off. Gaara's sister tried to stop her brother, but was rudely stopped by twining branches. Kokoro, stop him. The girl shouted, almost crying. Damn, he will soon reach the second stage, it's time to run, forgive me, Temari. Thought the brown-haired man, how he fell like a doll. Satsuki? Khan said. Shuriken chakras, cut the threads until I woke up Sharingan, I have to get out. Uchiha said with a smile. Naruto at the same time, just slapped Jinchuriki Sunad. You're going to die soon. Gaara shouted. Yes, yes. Said Naruto, when instead of a skull on top of the ribs, a fox's head appeared. As the ancient Jansenists used to say there. For Russia BLT. A mini-bomb of the tailed one flew out of the mouth of the fox's head and took Gaara somewhere into a tree. There was a crunch of the spine, from Naruto. Kayak on a beach, a clone of BLT. Said Naruto and disappeared in a cloud of gas. Did you think I wouldn't outplay you, destroy you? It was also a clone. Suddenly Naruto came out of the bushes, as he was punched, but also disappeared. And it was a clone, Naruto said. Why is your voice in my head? I can't. I'll kill those. Gaara suddenly fell down without strength. What did you do to me? Let me guess, a gas with nerve paralytic properties, based on scorpion venom, enhanced 100 times. Sanju suddenly entered into a dialogue. Naruto nodded. After that, Uchiha approached Gaara and began to beat on the stomach, where there was a seal. Meanwhile, Shikaku began to shake, as if they were blows from outside, until one clearly hit the neck and the tanuki was neutralized. Let's go from here, I'll have time to sell it. They don't have the scrolls we need, only the sky, Naruto said, and the whole team went on. They had been walking for about an hour before they noticed the people from the sound. Kon prepared for a fight, as Naruto gestured, saying, wait. Well, Orochimaru-sama successfully sealed Sasuke. Uchiha, in a month, asks to bring him to him, of course he will pay. Said the guy who had bandages covering most of his face, leaving only his left eye open. He also wore a large long-sleeved poncho, a snake-patterned scarf around his neck, a straw raincoat protruding from the back of his scarf and a large amp on his right arm. His back is constantly hunched, which makes him look smaller than he really was. Naruto nodded. Naruto, who is this? Satsuki asked. Why do they need a brother? Oh, everything is simple here. Naruto has a lot of things to do outside Konoha. He also cooperates with the apostate of the village of Orochimaru. And he needs Sasuke to get Sharingan. Am I right? Kon explained and asked. Naruto nodded. That is, Sasuke was chosen as the target. Well, let this duck die, he is of no use in the family, only Itachi will be upset, for her family is the main thing. Said Uchiha. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. The team from the sound left, leaving the 7th team alone. Team 7 had been walking for more than 2 hours before they heard a screech. They rushed there at once. Most likely, the team was attacked by a wild beast or another team. Thought Naruto. Arriving there, Naruto and Satsuki saw 3 torn corpses. Satsuki covered her mouth with her hand, and her skin turned green. Han and Naruto just ran towards them. Senju began to examine the corpses, and Uchiha began to search them. No, not that, sand, rubbing his fingers together, Naruto concluded and continued rummaging through people's pockets and bags. Oh, money, so what else? What, yes, okay, it doesn't matter, but here's the land, lucky, but the sand, oh, more money. Uchiha continued to rummage through things while Han went to check on Satsuki, and she was already recovering from a vomiting fit. After her, Naruto went for the same. Fu BLT, who carries garlic at all? I understand onions, but why garlic? Thought the brunette. And now that everyone has vomited, we can go to the tower. Kon said. Come on, let's take a walk in the woods, it's a closed territory after all. Naruto said on the positive. The Kon sighed noisily. The team that took the first place is given a cash reward. Sanju said a little irritably. Well, I don't know, you're like a NAR, what are you doing there? Let's hurry up, we're shinobi, we don't have time to cool off. Uchiha began to urge them. If it comes to money, Naruto will destroy at least an entire village. Kon whispered. Satsuki just sighed. On the way to the tower, the team met no one and successfully reached the tower. 5th day of stay, and the TOWER. Naruto was sitting in the room and counting the money found in the body torn apart by Gaara. Suddenly, the door to the room abruptly opened. Please follow me, said Chunin, who came in. Naruto nodded. Chunin led Uchiha into a huge hall. Near the entrance, there was a statue in the shape of a tiger seal, and in front of it was something like a stone stage. Seeing his team, Naruto quickly ran up to his team. There was a Hokage on the stage, a couple of Chunins, and, stop, fuck. Low, he has a familiar, what's his, grunt. Here. Hirako, that's right. Thought Naruto. Dear friends, I welcome you to the intermediate stage of the Chunin exam. This stage arose because of the many participants who passed the second stage. Minato said. Now our examiner will announce the couples who will fight. I beg. Hokage said, and then the examiner appeared. Now. Ahem ahem. On the monitor, pointing to the monitor, the examiner began. The names of the opponents will appear. The letters on the scoreboard began to change abruptly. One fight, Dosu is thrown against Choji Akimichi, announced Gecko. I won't describe the fights, because I'm too lazy, and you don't want to look at 11 fights. I can only say that the fight was canonical, then I don't remember. There are a lot of FF with a detailed description. After a couple of minutes, the emaciated Choji was lying on the cold concrete floor. Fight 2, Menma Namikaze vs Hinata Hyuga, announced the examiner. Menma jumped into the arena, as did Hinata. I give up, raising her hand, Hinata shouted. Loves him. I will kill him as soon as possible. We cannot allow two dojutsu from one person. Thought Naruto. Fight 3, Abumizaku vs Han Senju. Gecko announced. Han and Zaku went down to the arena. Let's get started. The examiner shouted. Khan immediately ran at Abumi, but he only put his hands forward and Senju was blown away by a powerful gust and Khan was slammed into the wall. Satsuki, come with me. Suddenly Naruto's voice was heard in the girl's head. Good. The brunette replied. When Satsuki entered the corridor, she saw two people engaged in battle, one using two katanas and the other a spear made of wood. Satsuki was able to see in them Naruto and Han, who fought to the death, and so, Naruto's katanas parry the spear blow and Jinchuriki throws out the katana, hitting the palm right into the heart. And you're here? Naruto said with a slight grin. What are you doing? The girl screamed, closing her eyes. Yes, so, an order has been received for him. If we are talking about money, then Naruto can destroy an entire village. Khan's words immediately came to mind. Tears poured out of the girl's eyes, she opened them and glared at Naruto, and a one-volume Sharingan burned in her eyes. Well, I think the circus can be left. Suddenly the whole environment changed dramatically, and instead of Khan, with blood at his mouth, there was emptiness. What was that? Satsuki asked with tears in her eyes. You got into my Genjutsu against Shikamaru. You will not get off with ordinary shurikens. He is the son of the head of the Nara clan. And he, please note, is the best strategist in Konoha, Naruto said. And what? Did you have to make me cry for this? Uchiha shouted. No, Han just asked for help. You know, I had to follow you all week to find out your fears. Nature deprived me of Genjutsu, personally identifying and broadcasting Genjutsu. Naruto said seriously. For several minutes, Han had been trying to get up. Give up. He spoke to Zack as he felt a push on his shoulder. Turning around to look at the irritant, Zack got right in the nose. Abumi fell to the cold floor of the arena with blood gushing from his nose. You've won, Han Senju. Fight 4, Shikamaru Nara vs Satsuki. Uchiha Satsuki, with dried tears on her cheeks, jumped down into the arena. Shikamaru began to slowly descend the stairs. Okay, let's hurry up, because it's such a jammer, said Shikamaru. Let's get started. The examiner announced. Satsuki immediately ran to Shikamaru. The same one just calmly jumped back. Shikamaru has already built tactics. After all, for the victory Asuma will suspend him from training for a month, and for sloths it costs a lot. The girl was chased by the shadow of Nara. Satsuki jumped away from the shadow as far as possible, but in the end she was caught. You're sure I lost, aren't you? Uchiha asked with a smile. Meanwhile, in the stands, Naruto was just smiling. Khan just stood and listened, felt. Satsuki activated the Sharingan. Shikamaru closed his eyes and began to slowly step back. And then he stopped dead in his tracks. Did you think I wouldn't have time to put Genjutsu on you? Satsuki asked with a grin. And now you're going to say you're giving up? I give up. Without any feelings, as a program, said Shikamaru. You are such a kind Shikamaru. Uchiha said in a more cheerful tone. I just remembered Anchored's voice. Fight battle, Aino Yamanaka vs Shino Aburame, said the examiner. I give up. Yamanaka shouted. 6 fight, Rock Lee vs Dog, but Gaara, Cannon, 7 fight, 10-10 vs Dog, but Temari, Canon, 8 fight, Niji Hyuga vs Dog, but Kankuro, Niji easily parried the dog's attacks and, having timed the moment, cut off the threads of the chakra with kunai soaked in it. 9th fight, Naruto Uchiha vs Kiba Inuzuka. Gecko said. Inuzuka. Naruto thought angrily and jumped into the arena. So did Kiba. He started saying that someone like Naruto couldn't win, but Uchiha didn't listen to him. He has already presented billions of ways to kill what he once treasured. Inuzuka launched an attack. Uchiha was just playing with Kiba, dodging Gatsug and the paws of the dog. And so, catching the right moment, Naruto grabbed Akamaru by the neck. Let go of Akamaru. Kiba shouted. Let him go, it's better for you to let him go right now, said Naruto, and stuck the kunai right into the heart of the dog. I have nothing against animals, I have to take revenge already. There, an eye for an eye, dog for a dog, Akamaru. Kiba spoke, and tears of grief poured out of his eyes. Why? Why did you kill him? Inuzuka shouted. Yes, I wanted to get rid of the puppy, as once upon a time, you got rid of mine. Naruto replied coldly. I would never. And then Kiba remembered how he shrugged his shoulders and approached the dog. It's unlikely that bad dogs are worthy of life, he thought then. Naruto threw the cold corpse of the puppy right under his feet. Only cold steel was visible in his eyes. It seemed that all that moves him is cold calculation. Kiba fell to his knees and began to shed tears on the corpse of his best friend. Everyone was shocked. Kon shrugged his shoulders, yet he and Naruto are different and should not be reproached for their own ideals. Itachi looked at this and, remaining outwardly calm, was surprised by Naruto's cruelty, and yet she understood this feeling when she wanted to kill for the death of a friend to take revenge. A dog is considered a weapon at such events, so this is not considered murder, Uchiha thought. Well, feel better? Kurama asked. Wait, we need to see the climax, replied Naruto Fox. Kiba looked up at Naruto full of rage. You. I'll kill you. Inuzuka shouted with all his might. Few moments later, Kiba was lying on the cold floor of the arena, with a pool of blood under him. Naruto had a lot of fun. The bones of the face are broken, as well as the bones. 4 teeth are knocked out, 1 eye will never be able to see again because of the caustic gas that got there. Fight 10, Takashi Uchiha vs Kintsuchi. I won't describe it, I'll say that Takashi merged like a sucker, so go on. 11 Sasuke Uchiha vs Naruto Uchiha fight. Due to the fact that Sasuke was the last one left, he will fight with a random person. Sasuke, after the speeches, grabbed his portion and went to lie in bed. Naruto spent less than a minute on all the actions. After the intermediate stage, everyone was told about the opponents and they dispersed. Itachi decided to call Naruto for a walk and talk to him about his act. Jinchuriki was already lying on the bed and thinking about Aiko. One has only to think about him and it hurts again, Uchiha thought. As the doorbell rang, Naruto got up and went to open it. Opening the door, the guy saw Itachi. The daughter of the head of the clan could not recognize Naruto. If he is usually calm, positive, now he looked more like a dead man. There were barely noticeable circles under his eyes. His gaze expressed only indifference. Maybe, take a walk? Trying to hide her surprise at the guy's condition, Itachi said. Naruto shrugged and closed the door. After a couple of minutes, Uchiha came out dressed in a black jacket, the same color trousers and dark blue shinobi sandals. The couple went to Senju Park as usual. You know, killing Akamaru was an incredibly cruel decision. Itachi began. Naruto just frowned. It was hard for him to hear about it. I understand that this is a sore subject, but still. As soon as I saw him, I remembered a friend who died when I was about 5 years old. I saw a puppy and remembered my friend who was killed by Inuzuki. Naruto replied. I see. I won't ask, Itachi said sadly, and now a month has passed. Naruto has already moved away from the intermediate stage. Because I don't know what to write, so let's move on to the end of the first season soon. But even Hokage noticed the changes in Jinchuriki. The guy was more gloomy and looked like an average Uchiha. But knowing what he did in the interim, Minato decided to put him under surveillance. Uchiha knew about the surveillance of him, but did not take any action, because he understood that his behavior had changed. Now Uchiha was walking towards the arena. The list was as follows: 1. Naruto Uchiha vs Menma Uchiha 2. Han Senju vs Sabaku, but Gaara, and then you don't need to know, because, well, according to the canon, the attack of a bad person, not a roar, and now all those intermediate fights that have passed are already in the arena. Since Gekko is temporarily absent, I will be the examiner of the third stage of the exam for the title of Chunin. My name is Genma. The examiner introduced himself. Now I ask everyone except Menma and Naruto Uchiha to come up to the top. There were 2 Uchiha left in the arena. Don't you dare even look at my Itachi, understand? Hokage's son Naruto began to get angry with these words, especially the treatment as a thing. Menma moved towards Naruto and was ready to strike, as Jinchuriki just exhaled from his mouth and Menma fell unconscious. Did I eat too many onions? And I shouldn't have washed it down with ink, and I probably shouldn't have eaten a chocolate bar, Naruto thought and shrugged his shoulders and went upstairs. Naruto was declared the winner, and Menma was taken away due to gas poisoning. So I ate onions to produce a special gas, Jinchuriki remembered. The next fight was announced and the opponents jumped into the arena. Gaara began to repel Senju's attacks. After a couple of attacks, Han jumped back and began to fold the seals. Makuto, tree spears made of wood flew at Gaara, which easily pierced his sand defense. Kon, with the help of another technique, broke Gaara's defense and went to taijutsu against him. The guy landed a kick with his foot, which was still blocked by sand. But then the red-haired man felt a pain in his shoulder. One-tailed Jinchuriki screamed in pain. Kon was standing on the other side with a tree spear growing out of his hand. Immediately, Senju was pushed away by a wave of sand. Gaara growled and closed himself in the sand dome. Come on, show me what you're worth, son of Kazekage. Thought Naruto. The Kazekage on the balcony tensed up. Gaara let out an animal growl. Immediately, the center of the arena exploded, as did Konoha's wall. The shinobi of sound instantly infiltrated the village and began to wreak havoc and destruction. Konoha shinobi tried to fight them, but there were too many of them. Naruto, who had been standing calmly before, went down. Uchiha saw Kon in the arena. He was slightly battered, but managed to make protection. Gaara had already begun to be covered with sand. You take care of the offended girl, and I'll go pile on the fact that I arranged it all. Jinchuriki Ninetailed went to look for Itachi. Immediately, a stone flew into him, from which Susanoo protected Uchiha. I know that you can Uchiha Naruto, so let me through. I'll pay you. The white-skinned guy said. Hirako. Thought Naruto. Don't you need my chakra? Asked Kyuubi. I can handle it myself. Naruto replied to the tailed one. Uchiha stepped aside, as if allowing him to pass. Hirako went on. After passing near Uchiha, the ash-skinned man noticed his Sharingan and quickly dodged the blow. Jinchuriki took out his katanas. Both ran at each other. At the last moment, Naruto sealed the katana and wounded Hirako in the side with a hidden blade. Hirako winced in pain. Naruto quickly struck a blow to the face and sent the ash-skinned man flying. Naruto jumped up and struck a blow on the back, sending Hirako back into the ground. Uchiha activated Susanoo. The genome thief began to fold the seals. Naruto activated a full Susanoo to the waist. And put a block. Immediately, a concentrated lava flow was directed at Naruto, which began to melt his Susanoo. 5 minutes later, when everything was covered in smoke, Hirako stopped the attack. What he saw surprised him greatly. All the armor that was on Susanoo was now formed into a shield, and only the skin of a humanoid form remained on the ghost warrior himself. Only Naruto can change the armor of his Susanoo, thought the fox. Immediately Naruto writhed from the pain in the liver area. Wow, you have a piece of kunai near your liver, Hirako said, as if surprised. This went on for about a minute until the fragment flew out. Naruto only covered the wound with his hand, and after a minute it was gone. Immediately, Hirako was seized by Susanoo's hand and brought to the fox's head. Human hands emerged from the ghostly half-skeleton and opened the ashen-skinned man's mouth. The head formed a bijidama and swallowed it. A concentrated ray of chakra tore Hirako from the inside when he absorbed a powerful ray with his mouth. Han was trying to come up with a plan against the huge Shikaku. Senju decided to use the strongest technique in his arsenal. Makuten, spikes appeared around Shikaku. Absorption of the Biju chakra, Kon shouted, throwing a small crystal at the giant tanuki. Soon, only Jinchuriki remained of the one-tailed one. When Gaara woke up, Kon was standing next to him and extending a helping hand. Well, you made me sweat, Sanju said. Gaara accepted the help and got up. Why did you save me? Seeing the exhaustion of the brown-haired man, Sabaku asked. I can't leave a man in trouble, even if he is from another village, Kon said, and fell to one knee coughing up blood. Are you okay? Thank you for your help, Gaara said. It's okay, I'm fine. Soon, Gaara was taken away by his brother and sister, and Kon went to the village. A month has passed since the exams for Chunin. Naruto became a Chunin and received his mini ANBU team consisting of 4 people. Now Uchiha was walking towards the Hokage residence. He was angry with Cyclops for just waking him up at 5 in the morning. Uchiha already fell asleep at 4 in the morning, because of the very interesting books of the Toad Hermit, and the white-haired scarecrow came here and said about the call to the Hokage. The brunette was climbing the stairs, thinking about how he would punch the Hokage for his trick. When he reached the office door, the guy knocked and heard a sleepy "come in" from Minato. Jinchuriki went into the office. There was a Hokage with red eyes from lack of sleep and the head of the Uchiha clan, with an ordinary brick face. Ah, Naruto. In general, there is a very important SS plus rank mission, Minato began. You will be paid about 20 million ri, but you will become a Nukenin of Konoha and will be officially wanted by Konoha. And what kind of task is this? Naruto asked, whose pupils had already turned into Ryo icons. We need to cut out the Uchiha clan, Fugaku replied. Jinchuriki, hearing these words, burst into silent laughter. Fugaku and Minato just looked at him and didn't understand. Seeing the seriousness on their faces, the guy stopped laughing. How much time do I have to think? Jinchuriki asked. A week. We already offered Kon, but he refused, Minato said. Naruto nodded and left the residence. The guy went to the Kon's house. Along the way, he didn't see anyone except shinobi. It was now 6 in the morning. It was clear why the streets were so empty. For some reason, he had already seen the corpses, the bloody banners of the clan. His Sengon burn changed color to black, but still glowed. Naruto saw only corpses. He didn't care, but only he saw Itachi crying, and after Kon attacking him in the Valley of Completion. What is it? Naruto asked himself. This is Sengen's true power. To see the future, he can predict all the outcomes of a battle or other decision. Now there is only one outcome, in any case the clan will die. And you can become a spectator, or you can be an executioner, Kurama said. Good. I get it, Naruto replied. The guy abruptly turned around and went home. When he got home, the guy started packing. 2 days later, Naruto decided to act. He went on a date with Itachi for the last time, at the end of which he said, I will always love you, wherever and whoever I am. After that, Naruto went to the residence. I agree, Naruto said. Well, then start tomorrow night. Looking at the table, Minato said. Here's a list of all the families you have to cut out. Naruto took and looked at the list, which had 98% of the clan families. It's a shame, the joke about domestos failed. Naruto thought. Do you have any questions? Fugaku asked. No, just a condition, Jinchuriki said. What is it? The head of the Uchiha clan asked. Spare Itachi and Satsuki the obligation to marry the sons of Hokage. Naruto replied. Fugaku was surprised by Naruto's request, but he quickly decided, good. Said the head of the clan. Naruto nodded and walked away from the residence. The next day, Naruto said goodbye to the team, saying that he was leaving for a very long time. Han understood what was going on and followed Naruto. Hey, you're not going to cut out an entire clan, especially your own? Senju asked after catching up with Naruto. Why not? Only dojutsu binds me to the clan, especially since Satsuki and Itachi will be relieved of the obligation to marry the sons of Hokage. The brunette replied. But after all, you will become an apostate. I can understand why it doesn't shake you, but Itachi will hate you too. Khan said. I've already said goodbye to her, I don't care about her opinion, the most important thing is her good. Yes, and it will be easier for you, without the oppression of this brick mugged. Okay, but since your betrayal, we are enemies. Khan said and turned around and walked away. Naruto grinned and walked down the street. When he reached the house, Naruto went into it and lay down on the bed. Naruto tried to fall asleep, but a lot of thoughts would not let him rest. Go to sleep already, Kurama said. But wait, and what happens if you mix tea and coffee? Naruto thought, while the fox was already clapping his paw on the muzzle for the 100th time. Yes, by the way, how will you live on? The cave should be destroyed, they can find it. Said the fox. Wait, what's tomorrow? Naruto asked. The 9th of June, Kurama replied. Already today. Naruto looked at the electronic clock, which was already exactly midnight. He got up and went to the closet. Looking in there, he saw his black raincoat that was embroidered to order. He took it and, activating the BMSH, burned it in Shiroi. He took the fox mask and stuck a special seal on the inside. The mask was quite strange, mainly because of the toothy smile, which was very difficult to describe to the master. He put on Anbu's clothes and moved towards the clan. There was a light on in the clan head's house. Apparently, they celebrate in a family way, and then everyone. Naruto stopped at this thought, because Naruto started looking through the list. Naruto went to the first house and broke in there. The guy quickly went into the bedroom, where the husband and wife were sleeping peacefully. The brunette cut the man's throat, from which he woke up, starting to choke in blood. The woman also began to open her eyes, but the pillow pressed tightly to her face did not allow anything to be done. Naruto dispelled the clone. 10 houses later, the guy was surrounded by military police. Meanwhile, in the house of the head of the clan, everything was fun. He restrained Itachi as much as he could from wandering around the territory of the clan, which could not but arouse suspicion. One of the policemen broke into the head's house. Fugaku-sama. A traitor has been discovered on the territory of the clan. He has already killed 10 families. Shursue-san is already fighting him, the policeman said. The clan head immediately jumped up. Itachi immediately ran out of the house and headed to the scene. Naruto, meanwhile, has already killed about 12 policemen. They tried to stop him with all available forces, but nothing took the guy. Only the bloody Sharingan looked at them with contempt. And in the compartment with a smile on the mask, it looked like a mockery of the weakness of the clan representatives. Why does Konoha need such weaklings? Your inability to defeat one person disgusts me. Naruto said in a demonic voice, this is not a typo. Who guessed why he was able to speak? I will indicate those at the beginning of the next chapter. Shursue stood with the Mangekyo activated and looked at the enemy. Are you strong? Have you managed to pick up Naruto's chakra reserves? Shursui asked with a smile. What? The guy got nervous. No, I'm not going to, it's so noticeable, yes. Well, you're the only one who can fight some opponents using clones as weapons. Shursui said with a poker face. She was really a little annoyed by the frivolity of the brunette. I'm planning to give Itachi a special gift today. Naruto said, crushing the head of one of the officers with Susanu's hands. Itachi was already in place and jumped on the enemy, but Naruto just stepped aside. His Sharingan began to run wildly around the area, assessing how many opponents remain. He counted about 30 targets. He didn't need 3. Itachi rushed at Naruto and struck Tonto, who beat off Kunai. Zavardo. Naruto and everything around him and Itachi froze. I have a gift for you, but you will have to take it from me yourself. Naruto said. You have 30 minutes, my chakra is not infinite, Kurama said. Itachi took out Tonto. You can at least touch me and you win. Naruto said. Itachi rushed at him, but Naruto jumped back. The guy quickly moved behind his back and struck. Itachi fell to the ground and coughed up blood slightly. Naruto jumped back from Tonto's blow, which came from behind. The clone who coughed up blood was gone. Okay, said the guy. He immediately turned around and punched her in the stomach. It was also a clone. Immediately, Naruto received a blow from the back and disappeared. Immediately, a blow landed on Itachi's head. This time Itachi did not have time to replace herself with a clone and received a strong blow. She was ready to explode with rage. As one of the clones struck, which was immediately stopped by Tonto. Itachi was very angry. So much so that I was ready to use Izanagi, but when I saw one of the policemen with one blind eye, I realized that it wouldn't do much. She tried to strike in vain, but nothing worked. Then Itachi began to act. She created a clone and rushed at Naruto, hitting him in the stomach. The clone struck him on the head, and she immediately struck Tonto right on the eye. A slit formed on the mask, and Naruto himself stopped her, but Itachi's clone immediately pierced his stomach. The girl looked at Naruto menacingly, and he just laughed. You beat me. Panting, he said, here is your reward. Naruto took it off his face. Itachi was stunned. All this time, she was fighting with Naruto. She couldn't believe that one of the people closest to her could do such a thing. Tears began to come to my eyes. Why? She said. Naruto peeled off the seal from the inside of the mask and directed his chakra there. Money and only money. I admit, communication with you has made me softer, so I decided on it for a long time, but imagine how much Sharingans cost on the market. Unfortunately, puppets like you don't understand this. You were the most difficult obstacle. Your clan was ordered, and I did it. I will remember your assaults on me for a long time. You made me sweat. But in the end, you became a trusting dog, like everyone else in Konoha. He said, trying to keep a mocking smile on his face. After being injured like this, you won't be able to continue the mission. Itachi said angrily. Oh, really? Naruto asked and nodded towards the police. Everyone was standing with their throats cut. You got so carried away that you forgot about protecting your precious clansmen. Itachi fell to her knees and tears began to drip onto the ground, and a little later, blood. She looked at Naruto with hate-filled eyes with a three-pointed shuriken pattern. Happy birthday, Naruto said and disappeared. Time went on again, most people dropped dead, the rest just looked at it all. Naruto found himself in a cave, his wound began to heal with incredible speed. He himself walked down the corridor with empty eyes, ignoring all the questions from Zetsu. They brought me sake, Naruto said and went further into the room. Zetsu did not understand why such a reaction, but he began to do what was ordered. He took 2 bottles of sake and carried them into the room. Naruto took a bottle of sake and emptied it in one gulp, and then the second. Then he walked around the lair with the same eyes, simultaneously exhaling methane instead of carbon dioxide. He ordered Zetsu to collect all the things and move them to Orochimaru. He walked all over the lair and eventually came out of it. Having lit a match, he threw it over his back and the whole lair exploded. Itachi opened her pitch-black eyes. She looked around. This room was very dark. The barely visible pattern of the walls looked like vines intertwining together. Immediately, memories hit the girl's head, and in her eyes, the pattern of the walls ceased to look like vines. She tried to activate the Sharingan, but in the end only made sure that the shackles restraining her hands were made of chakra-insulating metal. Well? Someone asked. Itachi immediately directed her gaze to the place from which the sound came. A guy, about 19 years old, was standing in the doorway. He was dressed in an ordinary black shirt and trousers of the same color. On his feet were brown shinobi sandals. Long black hair hung down to his shoulders, and on his face was a mask of a grinning fox with a scar on one of his eyes. This mask was reflected in the girl's head with flickering memories, and she immediately realized who was standing in front of her. "What do you want?" "Naruto." The girl asked calmly. I'm being polite to her, and she's already hostile. Not, "How are you, don't let go," but just, "What do you need?" Naruto said. This time it is. Naruto took off his mask. Such a familiar, but so hateful Itachi face surfaced in memory, as if for evil, with good memories of fun dates. Naruto walked over to the table in the room, on which there was a glass and a bottle of black liquid. The guy poured a strange liquid into a glass and started drinking. "How is Satsuki?" the brunette asked, taking another sip. "She wasn't hit hard?" "Where's Kon?" Itachi asked dejectedly. The girl realized that in her position it was better not to try, because the events of a week ago were very well imprinted in her memory, as well as the death of an entire detachment in the Valley of Completion. "Ah, he's fine, he's in the next room. I've already talked to him," Naruto replied. Well, Naruto was about to continue when a red-haired girl of about 16 years old broke into the door with a frightened look. "Anbu Konoha is right in the lair." "Stop it," she screamed. Naruto put a glass on the table and went to the exit. "I advise you to take a chance." Through Naruto and closed the door going out into one of the wide corridors. Naruto saw his old team led by Shisui. As the French say, "Have you forgotten the shameful devils here?" Naruto said. "You didn't stop once, will you try again? Come on." Naruto said, putting his hands in his pockets and activating the BMSH. Immediately, one of the ANBU rushed at him. "Stop." Shisui shouted to him, but in vain. ANBU was immediately behind Naruto, but he didn't even twitch, and ANBU was already lying on the ground. After that, 3 more rushed at the former captain, but Naruto just dodged 3 blows and immediately slammed one of the ambushnik into the wall with his foot. His calm gaze did not bode well. Uchiha said one word and everything froze. In the next second, time went by again, and the 2 ANBU were lying next to their own hearts. "I'm on my own," Shisui said. She stepped forward of the squad. "Long time no see." Naruto said, "You're glad, aren't you?" Shisui said. Naruto got into a fighting stance. "Yes, but now you're just going to fall." "Just," said Naruto. As Shisui fell dead, the whole squad was alarmed, but in 1 second, everyone fell with their throats cut. "You acted too openly," said Naruto. "Come on. It would be better if they don't get hurt," said a guy of about 16. He was brown-haired, he was dressed in a gray sleeveless shirt and the same color tights, there was nothing on his feet. "Han, it was good to see you, but it's time for you to leave while my team is running here," Naruto said. "Okay, but I'm sorry," Han said as his wooden spike pierced Naruto's stomach. Flashback. Naruto came to the appointed place. Immediately, a man jumped down from a nearby tree. It was Minato Uchiha, the 4th Hokage of Konohagakure. "But Sato. Why did you call me?" Naruto asked. He was wearing a black shirt and black pants, over which was a long raincoat fastened around his neck. On his feet were brown shinobi sandals. The guy was wearing a mask, his short-cropped hair barely swayed in the wind. The Akatsuki organization has entered the business. They collect tailed ones. They already have one tailed. I'm afraid they have a person who can resurrect the previous Kage. That's why I'm instructing you to steal them from the vault, the village hidden in the grass. The blood of all great people is there. Unfortunately, that's all I know. Okay, this data is enough. Naruto said and left. By the way, well done for guessing. Now, in a flashback, Naruto speaks through the seal. Naruto was sitting in Orochimaru's lair and thinking about the robbery. Immediately Orochimaru came into the room. Oro-sanin, I need people to rob. I need someone who can get through anywhere, someone who will break anything and everything. I will find the rest. Naruto said, bringing the seal to his mouth. I know a couple of people now. Naruto, along with Snake Sanin, was in one of Orochimaru's laboratories. Here Snake Sanin kept a very strange personality. Suigetsu, get out of the water, there is a task for you. Said Orochimaru. Yeah. Came from somewhere out of the water. The water began to transform into the likeness of a man, until at the end it formed into a guy with white hair. His teeth, bared by a wide smile, were sharp and shark-like. You are going to be subordinate to this young man. Said Orochimaru looking at Naruto. And why? Suigetsu asked. His smile instantly disappeared from his face. I need a team to steal one value. Hokage ordered to steal the DNA of the past Kage. The Akatsuki case is moving towards war. How interesting, they have two immortals, so this organization should not get them, and Oro-sanin needs them for experiments. Naruto told me. Suigetsu immediately started asking questions, which Naruto patiently answered. Meanwhile, yes? Someone shouted. Calm down, Haiden, we quickly went in and out, nothing complicated. Said a man with a mask on his face. Immediately, a silver-haired guy with his hair combed back began to get indignant, pouring obscenities on his teammate. The silver-haired man was dressed in a raincoat with red clouds unbuttoned by half, an amulet with triangles in a circle and a crossed-up protector of the village of Hidden Springs was on his neck. Gray pants were on his feet. The man walking next to the guy just calmly listened to him. His head was covered with a mask, only a small part of his face and a strange color of his eyes were visible. Takigakure's protector was fixed on his forehead, otherwise his clothes were exactly like the silver-haired one, except that the cloak was completely buttoned up. Haiden, we'll do it quickly, and while I'm picking locks, you'll be cutting konokovites. The man spoke calmly. Well, then it's settled, Kakuzu. Changing his tone from displeased to joyful, Haiden said. Meanwhile, Naruto knocked on the decrepit wooden door. I'll open it. A woman's voice was heard from behind the door. The door was opened by a girl of about 16 with red hair. Hi Karen. Naruto said calmly, as Uzumaki immediately rushed to his neck. Naruto Kun, shouted Karen. Your ligaments are healed. Wow, you even have fans. Suigetsu spoke. More like an annoying fly. Naruto thought. No, Orochimaru burned a seal on my tongue that transforms the chakra into sound. After a couple of minutes of explanations, Karen invited the guys to come in. Kara-san, I can take Karen on a mission, we really need a seal master. Naruto asked with a sweet smile. Yes, of course, just take care of her. Karen's mother said, tapping the frying pan in her hands. Of course. Naruto spoke calmly. I swear, you're either the dumbest or the bravest shinobi. Kurama said in his head. Kurama. If you're talking about her hint, then I will survive in any situation and kill her. Karen is just a tool here, nothing more. Naruto replied to his friend. After meaningless conversations, Naruto took his team and went to the den of the Snake Sanin. We have 3 days to prepare. Naruto said and went to his room. Well, yes, and the guy is strange. Suigetsu said. That's the most attractive thing about him. Karen spoke and went into the room. Walking to her room, Karen accidentally bumped into someone and fell. Hey, be careful. Karen screamed. She looked up and saw a black-haired guy in a kimono looking at her with a contemptuous look. Again, he's dragging all the garbage here. The young man spoke and went on. Naruto, meanwhile, was collecting everything he needed. Kunai, shurikens, everything flew into the guy's pouches. After packing, Naruto went to bed. He had a strange dream, darkness and someone's voice, sharp pain, and then Naruto woke up. It turned out he fell out of bed. Well, it's even more comfortable on the floor. Uchiha thought and fell asleep again. The next 2 days passed unremarkably. Now it's time to move out. Naruto put on a black turtleneck, black pants and black sandals, threw on a completely black raincoat and put on a black mask with a fox's face depicted in white. Since the capture of the object had to take place at night, it was necessary to take care of the appropriate disguise. The rest of the team also wore black clothes, but both Karen and Suigetsu left a lot of open places, so it can't be called an effective disguise. Night came. 3 shinobi in black jumped on the branches of tall trees. By the way, why did you take so much money? Suigetsu asked. Naruto said nothing. The white-haired man realized that it was pointless to talk and just continued to follow the captain. And now the team is already near the building. There is nothing unusual for a person from the outside, but an experienced shinobi will immediately see a bunch of traps placed around, and Master Fuino will feel over 100 seals. So, near the entrance there are 5-foot traps. You can get through from the other side, along the branches. Karen said. Along the branches is not an option, there are a lot of traps. Said Naruto. Suigetsu, can you get underground using the soil moisture? I'll try. Suigetsu answered and with the help of his ability easily defused the traps, simply saturated them with moisture, from which the seals were erased, and the high-tech traps rusted. 2 guards from the Akimichi clan were standing outside the door. Naruto went to the door and kicked them out. The doors were torn off their hinges, and one of them flew to the guard on the head and knocked him out. The latter simply suffocated from the gas that began to emanate from Naruto's skin. The next test was an armored iron door. The room behind it was soundproof, since old DNA reacted quite easily to noise and could disintegrate. Well, it was necessary to explain the loud invasion of enemy territory. A narrow ventilation led into this room, through which Suigetsu easily crawled and went to the guards. I hate this gay trick. Suigetsu thought before becoming water and flowing into the guard's lungs, thereby killing him. Then Naruto using Kato burned a hole in the wall and went in. Then we go to that door and remove the seal. Naruto said. Everyone nodded and moved on. And now the last door remains. It would seem that for the sake of such an important element as the DNA of the previous Kage, they did not bother in any way. However, there were about 100 deadly seals on this door, 30 immobilizing and 15 explosive. After about half an hour, Karen and Naruto removed most of the seals. Guys, Kanakovtsi are already here. Suigetsu shouted. Naruto was about to knock out the door when he was thrown into the wall, and green lightning began to run through his body. The guy's hair lengthened, he himself became taller. A temporary seal? Karen screamed, but when she saw Uchiha's new appearance, she immediately quieted down. Immediately, Naruto got up and holding his dislocated shoulder went to the door. Shiroi. The guy spoke and the door burst into white flame. Meanwhile, the building has already been surrounded by Kanakovtsi. There were 3 ANBU squads and 4 elite Jonin teams and 2 Chunin teams. Naruto quickly took Kage's blood and went to the exit. As I knew that they would be here, soon reinforcements from the grass will come. Naruto said. Immediately, Uchiha broke through the wall and stood at the exit of the vault. Take the blood and get out. The brunette said in a cold voice. Suigetsu nodded and dragged the indignant Karen away. Naruto, meanwhile, stood in front of a whole army of shinobi. Immediately, 2 ANBU came out ahead of everyone. It's been a long time since I've seen Itachi, Shursui. Naruto said and threw off his cloak and mask. The guy's cold gaze instantly pierced everyone present. Naruto jumped up sharply and did a backflip, landed next to the tree thorn that appeared. Han, could have been faster. Uchiha said coldly. Immediately Naruto moved slightly to the side to avoid the kunai thrown by Menma, on which Jonan's vest was flaunted. I'll kill you. Menma shouted. Menma flew at Naruto, but the latter pushed the body aside and, while Menma was flying past, hit the Hokage's son with his foot right on the back. I didn't hit hard, now you have 4 cracked vertebrae, every movement brings you closer to a fracture. Immediately all shinobi rushed to Naruto. The guy easily dodged the blows. Naruto dodged the fireball and quickly pierced the head of one of the shinobi with a kunai. After that, the corpse of the murdered man flew into another shinobi. This went on for about an hour. There were a lot of corpses lying on the ground. Naruto stood in a fighting stance, bleeding all over. Immediately, Naruto quickly dodged kunai and hit Satsuki in the stomach, which pounced on him. Okay, I'm tired. Naruto said and quickly dodged Satsuki's clumsy blow, broke her arm and quickly threw the girl into a tree. I give up. Naruto was carefully approached and handcuffed. Upon arrival in Konoha, he was put in a straitjacket, and later in a metal capsule. But before all the procedures, his eyes were removed. Operating room 42, located in the basement of Konoha Hospital. This operating room was used for eye surgeries. This place, as well as everything around it, was calm because many ordinary and special eyes were cured there. But now they tried to avoid this place because of the heart-rending screams. The screams were made by one of the Uchiha who volunteered to transplant one of the most powerful dojutsu in the world of shinobi, Kyubi no Yoko Biju Mangekyo Sharingan, who has 9 abilities that may belong to the techniques of the awakened Rinnegan. Damn, hurry up, stop the transfer! Shouted Tsunade, one of the strongest and most experienced ninja medics. The Uchiha who volunteered for the transplant literally burned down. His chakra channels were burned to the ground, as if the chakra flowing through the chakra canals abruptly ignited, like a combustible gas. Uchiha's skin didn't look good either. It was charred, cracks went through it, from which a fiery orange color shone. 2 weeks have passed since Naruto's capture. He was in a sealed chamber that did not let gas through. But suddenly, Uchiha heard Khan's voice. I want to chat with him. Don't worry, without his eyes, he won't be able to do anything to me. Okay. Ibiki answered and gave the key seal from the barrier that blocked the voice from inside the camera. After activating the key, Han started a conversation. It's been a while. Khan said with a smile. Is that your humor? Naruto asked. Hey, why are you snapping? I'm blind, you're blind, we have to understand each other. Khan was saying cheerfully. Tell me why you came. Naruto said calmly. Han's face became serious. Why did you come so easily to us? Khan asked. My team needed time to escape. If one of you went after them, I would break out and stop him. In any case, in order not to be tracked down by the Inazuki, you had to give up, and now I have soaked my body with Antonix. No dog will be able to smell me. It took me a week to develop it, and another one. Naruto said. Well, good luck with the release then. By the way, do you remember what I told you? Khan asked. I am a renegade, we are enemies. Naruto replied. Technically, it is, we will fight in earnest, but in the meantime I'm going to get some ramen. Khan said cheerfully and left. After that, Khan gave the key to Ibiki, and he disappeared. As a result, Marino approached the cell as it began to creak. A nasty screeching resounded throughout the prison. Immediately, the walls of the chamber flew out and with the speed of a rakeage, they drove the Ibiki into the wall. I'm sorry, boss, but I didn't come here to serve time, said Naruto. Kurama, get ready to fuse your nerves, Naruto said to the fox. Kurama only muttered that his chakra was at Naruto's disposal. Uchiha tore the straitjacket, thereby freeing his hands and exposing his inflated torso. Naruto pulled the unconscious Ibiki out from under the cell wall and opened his eye. The guy used 3 fingers to pull out Ibiki's pitch-black eye and inserted it into himself. I'm not used to being blind, I hope you'll find him after my escape. Naruto said. I will leave the second eye, I still have compassion. Naruto put his hand on the concrete wall of the prison and spoke softly, Gacetin, mustard gas, concentration 6. The wall immediately began to melt. Yes, mustard gas is just mustard gas, but who said that technology is not a mixture of gases? The wall was burned through. Konoha was illuminated by a cold look that could freeze even the most experienced shinobi with feared. Uchiha prison, ordinary shinobi are working here now, the captain or lieutenant may be Uchiha. I'll go out through the main one. Naruto said. The guy turned around and soaked his leg with chakra, knocked out her door. Naruto walked down the corridor and got into the main block of the prison. There were 3 shinobi standing there. Damn, escape. One of them shouted. All the prisoners immediately rushed to the bars. Hey guy, help us. It was heard from everywhere. And why? You're just scum, and I don't deal with scum. Naruto said coldly. One of the guards began to fold the seals. Kato, fireball. He shouted. The brunette immediately moved behind the performer of the technique and knocked him out, then pulling the tanto from the scabbard on the guard's back and taking the warden by the collar. Naruto quickly located the remaining 2 and threw the warden's unconscious body at the second, and tanto at the third. The second warden was unconscious, and the third was dead. He passed on. There were 3 doors. One led to the recreation room, the second led to the exit, and the third led to the armory in which the seized weapons of prisoners were stored. There was a guard of 4 people, one of whom, by all signs, was Uchiha. If Kurama growls in his sleep, then Uchiha is next. Thought Naruto. With all his strength, Naruto hit the door, which, having broken off its hinges, flew into one of the guards. One of them activated a 2-wash Sharingan. Jinchuriki sharply hit one of the guards, took the second by the neck and, squeezing his hand, broke his neck. Only Uchiha remained. Where's my katana? Naruto asked. Do you think you can beat me with one eye, besides without Sharingan? Uchiha grinned. While the arrogant Uchiha was talking, Naruto quickly moved close to him and, grabbing the Uchiha's eye, kicked him. I don't intend to play with you, even this is enough for me to escape. I would destroy this dump, but I don't really want to destroy this place, yet. Naruto said coldly, passing by racks with katanas, tanto, special kunai, and shuriken. The guy saw a metal door at the end of the room and went there. Knocking out the door, the guy went into a cold room, with a katana surrounded by a bunch of barriers and seals. Naruto folded the seal of concentration. The sword caught fire with a white flame, the seals began to burn, and the barriers began to melt. Naruto took the katana and, after making a couple of swings, cut a path through the wall. Meanwhile, 2 jonins entered the Hokage's office. Minato-sensei, Naruto has broken out of prison, he has already taken his weapon and is heading for Sharingan. Obito said. Minato-sensei, what should we do? Kakashi asked. They say he tore out Ibiki's eye and took possession of a 2-wash Sharingan. Inform the Khan about this, he must protect these eyes, if we cannot take possession of them, then we must destroy them. Minato said. Meanwhile, Naruto felt a twinge in his side. It stung in my side, someone wants to throw me. Thought Naruto. The guy was walking along the most unlit streets of Konoha. Suddenly, Naruto quickly stepped aside, thereby dodging the blow. Kakashi, Naruto said. The brunette quickly hit the silver-haired man in the stomach. You've grown older since the last time we met. Obito said as he jumped off the roof. One Eye's hands were in his pockets. By the way, long hair doesn't really suit you. Team 7's captain said. I didn't have time to get a haircut. Naruto replied. The guy went on. But suddenly the brunette jumped sharply, dodging the fireball. Naruto. Someone shouted. The guy just shifted his cold gaze to the center of the equipment. Satsuki, Naruto said. Immediately about 100 kunai flew to Jinchuriki. Naruto dodged 80. It's a bit tight without a normal Sharingan. Naruto thought Satsuki attacked the guy and started attacking the guy with a kunai. Naruto quickly dodged 2 punches, then took Itachi's sister's hand during another attack. The guy quickly threw the girl over himself, and then struck with his foot, sending Satsuki into the wall. After that, Obito quickly struck Naruto. The latter tried to defend himself, but the blow went through the block. Mangekyo with Kamui. I'll take it from Kakashi, thought Naruto. The guy quickly jumped away from Obito and ran to Kakashi. Having reached the goal, Naruto quickly tore out Ibiki's eye and threw it to the ground. Naruto lifted Hitaki's bandage and pulled out the Sharingan. After completing the eye transplant, Naruto used Kamui to move to the hospital, but ended up at the barrier that was erected near the hospital. So we met, Naruto. Kon said. So we met, Naruto. Kon said. Han, skip it in a brotherly way, said Naruto. I'm sorry I can't. Sanju said. Well, then show your Makuton, my Gasuton will make your hopes wither. Naruto said pathetically. Nope. Kon replied. Then show your Suiton, my Kato will turn it into gas. Naruto also spoke in pathos. Kurama, help me out, I'm trying to stall for time. The brunette said to the fox. No, Han replied. Everything will be fine now, Kurama replied. Then show your Doton, Kamui will easily ground it. Naruto said. Nah, do Suemokuton, an irreversible disaster. Kon shouted, folding only one seal. Watch out. Kurama shouted. How so? There is such a situation here, he comes up with techniques faster than I do. I happen. Naruto answered. The fox peaks began to appear from the ground, trees began to form a dome, and then a maze with spiked walls, along which a huge jet of water was rushing. There was no way to overcome the barrier from moving with the help of Kamui, so there was only one thing left, Kamui, the technique of 4 transfers. Naruto shouted. Funnels opened in different parts of the maze, sucking water through themselves. Uchiha himself cannot move outside the dome, since he was in the barrier. Gasuton, rattlesnake gas concentration 3. Naruto shouted from the mouth of the guy. With each exit, gas began to come out, slowly rising to the top of the dome. Explosion. Naruto shouted. The dome along with the barrier was broken, and Naruto continued on his way to Konoha Hospital. I'm ready, Kurama said. It's not necessary anymore, Han used all the chakra, and in taijutsu, I'll do him. Naruto answered the fox. 5 minutes later, Naruto was walking through the corridors of the hospital. To the right, said the fox, seeing that the guy was moving towards the fork. After another 10 minutes of wandering, Naruto stood in front of the door to the operating room. Immediately, the door flew out, and Naruto was surrounded by Anbu, among whom were Itachi and Shursui. No matter how strong you are, you can't handle everyone. Tsunade said. Naruto just laughed hysterically at this. Did you follow me that closely after the dome? Naruto asked and disappeared in a puff of smoke. I'm already here. Naruto said with a smile, inserting the last eye. Everyone rushed to the renegade Uchiha. For Vardo. Naruto shouted. There was a characteristic sound for the ability and the sound of gears stopping. Your attempts are worthless, you are so pathetic, just look at these faces, what kind of horror is Tsunade-sama? The brunette said laughing. Now let's get out of here, should I remind you that you have 3 seconds left? The fox asked. Naruto slaughtered everyone who rushed at him in 2 conditional seconds, time then stopped, except Itachi and Shursui. 2 Uchiha flew into the wall when all the others, like rag dolls, fell to the ground. Naruto. Itachi hissed angrily. For Vardo. Naruto shouted and time froze again. Naruto went behind Shursui's back and hit him on the neck several times, then made several blows on the back. After all the blows, the guy deactivated the Sharingan and Shursui flew away from the blow to the neck and back. Itachi, you have changed, where is the calmness when meeting the enemy? Naruto asked in a mocking manner. Naruto immediately saw something like a memory. It was the same as 3 years ago. Naruto quickly dodged kunai, who was thrown by Obito. Obito? Naruto said and turned his back on Itachi. Should I call you Tobi? A plan of action was already emerging in the guy's head, but he still felt something for Itachi, so he didn't want to hurt her too much. Obito was surprised for a moment, but then he came to his senses and began to attack. In Kamui's dimension, time goes differently and won't stop if he uses a stop, Obito thought. You know. I'll kill you now, and lose a lot of problems in the future. Naruto said. For Vardo, Kubimoto. Time stopped, but Obito managed to transfer his brain and body to the Kamui dimension, and then back. Such tricks don't work on me, said the sensei of the 17. Naruto, without saying anything, rushed at the enemy. A katana instantly appeared in his hands, ignited with a white flame. The renegade Uchiha quickly switched to the Senjutsu chakra mode. Naruto instantly moved behind his back, but instead of hitting, he moved his eye to Kamui and stopped time there. And then he cut off Obito's leg. The latter realized that now, with the seal of deterrence, he could not win and went to Kamui. Naruto, on the other hand, decided to do what he had wanted for a long time. Naruto put a seal on Itachi's brain, which, if necessary, will show Naruto's memories of the order. The guy quickly put the seal and left the village with the time stopped. The end of the FLASHBACK. Naruto was sitting at the bar and drinking his favorite giant octopus ink from the land of water. A black hooded cloak was draped over his shoulders. Anything else? The bartender asked. Yes, do you happen to know where you can find this person? Naruto asked, laying a photo of Obito on the table. So he seems to have recently become a renegade Konoha, ran away somewhere. They say he went to the Rain Country, but that's just a rumor. The bartender replied. I can't say more. That's enough, said Naruto. The brunette put 10,000 ri on the table. Thanks for the ink, keep the change, Naruto said calmly. Immediately, two guys approached the guy. Hey, stop pretending here, said one of them. The second took off the hood from under which black hair peeked out. Naruto turned around and everyone present immediately realized who it was. Yes, we are lucky. Konoha will pay a tidy sum for such a nuke. Mean. We're all A rank here, so 1S+ can't handle us, someone from the crowd said. Everyone jerked when Naruto calmly stood up. Apparently Konoha didn't write about my abilities in the book, said the brunette. One of the mercenaries raised his hand to strike. Naruto's cloak fell to the floor. The attacker fell with a wound on his throat. Even the Hokage can't beat me, let alone you. To attack a bigger fish without realizing the threshold of their strength, Naruto said with a chill in his voice. You disgust me. Someone from the crowd got really angry and attacked Naruto. A man in his 30s rushed at a brunette with a kunai aimed at the heart, but fell with a kunai in the heart. How? He killed two without moving, said one of the robbers. All the mercenaries in the bar took out their weapons. The bartender hid behind the counter, while Naruto looked at this picture with a look of indifferent red eyes with 9 tails raging in them. All the mercenaries and bandits rushed at Naruto. The bartender covered his ears, pressed against the counter. A moment. All the attackers were lying on the floor with fractures and holes in vital places. Sorry for the commotion, Naruto said. Nothing, the money you left is enough, said the bartender. He was afraid that he would be killed if he said something wrong, but the next words struck him. Take another 5,000 for moral damage, said Naruto. The guy didn't care about money as before. He realized that the pursuit of profit led him to such an outcome. He understood what it could lead to. Kakuzu was absorbed in the passion for money and where it led him. His head is now lying somewhere in the forest, after Naruto escaped from Konoha and killed him along with his partner. It's my own fault that I didn't take a couple of lambs. Oh, there's a job for 30 lambs, thought Naruto. Customer, Hokage Konohi, Minato Uchiha. Reward, 30 million re-goal, the destruction of the Taka group led by Sasuke Uchiha. Read the order sheet. Naruto ran his eyes over the sheet again. 4 days have passed since the attack on the lair. The guy knew that not far from here is a shelter where Sasuke and Orochimaru train with guards in the form of Karen and Suigetsu. Well, you scum, Sasuke, thought Naruto. The guy picked up his raincoat and, throwing it on, left the bar. Naruto walked to the lair for about an hour. Going inside, the brunette saw the corpse of a huge snake. And that's where your attraction to Orosanin has led you, Naruto said with irony in his voice. You were so desperate for eternal life that you didn't notice how everything turned against you. Naruto kicked the snake's corpse and walked on. There was a scroll with a seal on the table. Activating it, the guy moved away from the scroll, from which the body with the cursed seal began to appear. Immediately, the man who appeared began to twitch in pain, but he quickly passed out from the blow. Naruto poured a chakra into the seal and a white body began to appear from it. Thanks, Naruto-kun, said Orochimaru. Did Sasuke kill you? Uchiha asked. Yes, Orochimaru replied. Are you going somewhere? Yeah, I need to kill Obito or Pain. Judging by your past body, it's been about 3 weeks since the murder. I heard that the 8-tailed Jinchuriki was attacked, but he managed to fight them off. Sasuke is stronger than Jonin now. Mangekyo does not have, so it can easily be taken at a stopped time and delivered to Konoha. Naruto said. So you want to sabotage the actions of an entire village? I heard that Pain runs everything there, Orosanin said. But Pain is a name, so it's not scary. Naruto replied and was about to leave. What do you mean, a name? Orochimaru asked, not understanding the meaning of the words. Ahem, those who understood, those understood, Naruto said and left the lair. In general, a lot has changed in these 4 weeks. Naruto opened the last eye ability. This is a genjutsu capable of overriding memories, but for this the enemy needs to have Naruto's chakra and look into his eyes, and the rollback of the ability per day was not too happy. A week later, Naruto, a week later, reached the village hidden in the rain. Naruto slowly approached the village by water. After killing 2 guards of the entrance, the guy passed on. Who are you? Someone asked. By the voice of a girl. Naruto turned around and saw a blue-haired woman floating in the air. She was wearing a black cloak with red clouds. Her eyes were hidden in shadow. You don't have to worry about that, Naruto said coldly and walked on. Paper shurikens flew at the guy. The girl already thought that she had killed the brunette, as she felt pain in the abdominal area. If you hadn't attacked, you would still be alive, Naruto said calmly. Falling on the water, Naruto shoved his hands into the pockets of his black pants and walked on. After walking a couple of meters, Naruto dodged the pin aimed directly at the heart. So you're Pain? Naruto said, fixing his red eyes on the head of the Akatsuki. Yes, I'm Pain, I'm Pain. An orange-haired guy with piercings all over his face said. Behind him stood 6 people dressed in black cloaks with red clouds. All but one were orange-haired. There was a Rinnegan in his eyes. And the rumors weren't lying. Rinnegan, damn him. Zavardo won't work. DMSH can keep track of the stopped time, but Rinnegan, how stronger eyes, will be able to break into the stopped time, although stopping will be useful if he starts throwing pins, thought Naruto. So you're the 9-tailed one, Pain said. They call you the strongest nuke, but can you resist the will of God? Naruto got ready for battle. Shinra Tensei, said one of the 7 and stretched out his hand forward. Naruto jumped back, and the water under his feet parted to the sides. Our Rinnegan, the fox said in a trembling voice. That's observation, Naruto answered the fox with irony in his voice, dodging the blow of the giant centipede. Shiroi, landing on the water, Naruto looked at Pain with red eyes. Visual genjutsu will not work on him, only sound. In my opinion, the toads drove Pain into the illusion with sound. Naruto thought. At this time, one of the pains absorbed all the flames that had killed the centipede. Naruto got a chuckle out of it. "You're a god," said the guy. Pain was slightly surprised by the guy's statement, but he was just getting ready to finish off the Uchiha when he heard the sounds of flames behind him. The body that engulfed Shiroi was enveloped in white flames from head to toe. "God of stupidity," added the brunette. Naruto folded the concentration seal and made a bunch of shadow clones. Everything would be fine, but in the eyes of everyone burned. BMSH. Susanoo, 99 tails. Uchiha whispered. 10 clones, and the original ran together in one place. The result was an 11-headed fox. The tails darted behind all of Pain's bodies. "I will destroy not only the bodies, but also the eyes," thought Naruto. "We should use this more often." Although this miracle looks ugly from the outside, all the bodies were caught in tails. Each head began to form a yellow bijadama. A moment. Susanoo destroyed his own tails and everything that was in them. Naruto fell on the water, barely supporting himself on the water. He trudged to the exit as he noticed someone's gaze on him. Pain's body was still intact. He was approaching him with a severed arm. Naruto also printed out his chakra and immediately stood up to his full height. "You see, in order not to be noticed, I sealed my chakra. I have a question maturing here: what to call me if I killed a god?" Naruto asked mockingly, taking out a katana from a white sheath. Naruto cut Pain's body in two. The orange-haired man's eyes became normal. Nagato exhaled when he stopped feeling Naruto's chakra. "Damn, how could a fox do such a thing?" Nagato thought breathlessly. Suddenly the wall broke, and it was broken with such force, as if millions of blows were struck on it in an instant. "So you are so weak that you even perceive Savardo," Naruto said, coming out from behind the wall of dust. "Unfortunately, I'm in a hurry to attend a meeting of the 5 Kage, so for now." A moment later, Nagato's head was pierced. Naruto wanted to pull out the Rinnegan to use it as a last resort. Like one eye was pulled out by someone's hand. Looking at the owner of the hand, the guy recognized him as Tobi or Obito. "I'll take it," Tobi said and transplanted his eye as quickly as possible. Savardo. Time stopped with a characteristic sound, and Obito slowly stopped moving. Naruto was about to pull the eye out of the socket when the owner of the Rinnegan was pulled into the funnel. "Damn, time has resumed its course," Naruto said, and time went on again. Naruto put Nagato's body on the floor and set the corpse of the red-haired man on fire with a white flame. "What's going on here?" someone said, standing at the entrance to the residence. It was the Toad Sanin Jiraiya, sent by Konoha to scout and kill the leader of the Akatsuki. "You're too late, Ero Sanin, I stabbed your former student," Naruto said and disappeared as if he had never been. Minato was sitting at a large round table with 4 other people at it. "Reikage, Mizukage, Kazakage Raza, I remind you he was not killed on the exam, and Tsuchika Joanoki." On the upper balconies there were 2 bodyguards from each village, namely Shursui and Itachi Uchiha from Hokage, Shii and Darui from Reikage, Ao and Chojiro from Mizukage, Kankuro and Temari no Sabaka from Kazakage, and Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi from Tsuchikage. From above, the general of the Iron Country Mifune was watching this. "I declare the meeting of the 5 Kages open," Mifune said. "Well, we all know why the meeting was called Jinchuriki," Minato said. "Now only 2 are considered not captured, namely the Jinchuriki Kubi and Hachibid. In a good way they should be protected, but you missed the Jinchuriki Kubi," Tsuchikage said. "Tsuchikage Dano is right, you missed the strongest Biju, along with Jinchuriki, and even with Sharingan," Mizukage said. "Don't worry about that," Hokage said. Screams and thuds, as if falling bodies, were heard from behind the doors. "He's already here," Minato said, and the door to the meeting room opened. Naruto was standing behind her. He looked a little tired. He was dressed in a raincoat with long sleeves and a hood, under which there was a tight t-shirt, light gray pants and brown shinobi sandals. Everyone was surprised. The bodyguards immediately blew up and blocked the passage to the Kage. Am I late? Naruto asked. Sorry for the guards, they attacked themselves. Naruto. Itachi hissed angrily. Naruto's mocking look changed to a serious one. Let me through. The brunette said menacingly, but no one moved. Then the guy just went ahead. -1. Naruto said, snapping his fingers. Itachi fell like a doll. What did you do to her? Shursui asked. Naruto didn't answer and went on. All as one evaporated and appeared from different sides in order to strike. Naruto, not paying attention, continued to walk. Everyone around the guy just scattered. Don't interfere. Naruto said, Oh, you. Hei burst out and rushed at the brunette at full speed, and now the Raikage is preparing to strike, as Naruto just dodges. I didn't even have to stop time for evasion, I thought that the Raikage was faster. Uchiha said and continued walking with his hands in his pants pockets. I killed the leader of the Akatsuki, drive my 14 lambs. Minato gave the case to Naruto. Great, and yes, hold out in the war for a couple or 3 days. Naruto threw, how quickly he hit Tobi, who had just appeared. Are you here already? Obito asked. I'm sorry, but I've already spoilt the war for them, so get out, there's nothing for you to declare. Naruto said. In general, since he has already said, then I declare you a World War shinobi. Obito said and disappeared into the funnel. The brunette followed his example and disappeared into the funnel. About 5 weeks have passed since the meeting. Naruto has been sitting on a stone for the 4th week, folding the seal, no matter how strange it may sound, removing the seal. The brunette opened his eyes, in which the BMSH burned brighter than before. From the eyes went black veins that began to spread across the body, and 5 minutes later Naruto was covered with a pitch-black chakra. So this is the true mode of the tailed. Looking at his hands, Naruto said. Yes, the war has already begun, I feel it. It's time for you to curb our power. Said Kurama. Naruto went into the subconscious. The fox held a fist in front of the guy. The brunette smiled and punched. Kurama's eyes began to look like BMSH, and Naruto's eyes, on the contrary, began to look like foxes. The fox smiled. We're ready. The fox and Naruto said in unison. A deafening roar rang out on the battlefield. All the shinobi stood up in horror, looking at the creature with 10 tails, a creature about which there are not even legends. I managed to free all the tailed ones. Kon said with a shortness of breath. You spent too much chakra. Satsuki said. I know, we need to finish this machine. Sunju said. Jubi, who had just appeared, began to form a tailed bomb. Immediately, the ball from the chakra was sent towards the shinobi troops. Suddenly, the ball disappeared into the funnel. Sorry, I'm a little late. Said Naruto, appearing next to Han. And Naruto? Kiba said in surprise. The reaction of the others was similar. Apologies accepted, but I'm so in favor. Messing around with Jinchuriki, Kon said. After that, did they give you the chakra? Naruto asked. Yes, why? Kon replied. I will free the tailed ones, give me the chakra. Naruto said. However, you must understand that the chakra of the tailed ones will become the primary target of the 10, tailed one. Kon said. Yes. Naruto said with confidence. Friends bumped fists with smiles. Naruto began to think of a plan. The plan is thought out. Madara is resurrected, so I won't be able to influence him. I'll put Obito in Genjutsu and rewrite his memories. I could use Kotoama Tsukumi, but it's difficult against Rinnegan. Then we'll have to seal Madara. Well, we'll manage somehow. Naruto told the plan. The 10-tailed one, noticing the more pronounced chakra of the tailed ones, began to form a huge Baijidama. Naruto quickly began to fold the seals. Doton, the great earthen wall. Naruto said calmly. A huge wall appeared in front of the shinobi army, 50 meters high. Although this is a Doton technique, It contains a gas that crystallizes upon contact with the Biju chakra. This wall will not fall even under the onslaught of 1,000 Bijudam. Naruto said with a grin. Bijudama had already crashed into the wall and started ramming it. The crystal sphere began to wrap around the ball. Soon, the ball from the chakra was completely absorbed by the crystal, inside of which there was a dull explosion. The wall soon crumbled. Naruto was exhausted, so he pulled out of the fight for a while. Suddenly, 3 people appeared in front of Naruto. Everyone was shocked. These were the previous Hokages who died many years ago. Everyone knew about their power, even the one who had never been interested in them. How long has Orochimaru been resurrecting you? Naruto said. Snake Sanin appeared next to them. Sorry, I had to stay late, I had to kill Kabuto. With a little shortness of breath, Orochimaru said. At the same moment, the 4th Hokage appeared on the battlefield. Sorry for being late, I had to stay late. Minato said with an awkward smile. Minato? Said one of the 3. Third Sama, glad to see you. Minato said. Jubi, without thinking for a long time, began to form another bomb. 4th, you know the plan. Naruto said. Yes. Said the 4th and scattered kunai in 3 places. 3 Hokages moved to the kunai, the first one remained in place. Suddenly there was a crash. Hashirama. Madara shouted. And I'll deal with you later. Pointing to Madara, the first one answered. Madara got angry at this, but he wanted a fair fight, so he decided to wait for his resurrection. A red bag the size of his head began to appear from Jubi's mouth. A red square barrier appeared around the tentacle. A new Bijudama was sent, but the barrier calmly held it back. I'll open the passageways for shinobi, said Hashirama. A wide passage opened up on 4 sides. The army ran screaming into the aisles. Naruto finished recuperating. Jubi was already chained to the ground by Hashirama's technique. Khan was already running up to Jubi and wanted to pierce him with tree thorns when he was thrown back to the aisle. Humanoid creatures began to appear from Jubi. The army tried to cope with this, but things were moving too slowly. The enemy army began to push the alliance army to the barrier wall. Khan was exhausted, his techniques were taking too much chakra. Suddenly, 2 Susanoo appeared in the barrier, red and green. Shursui destroyed the creatures by the hundreds, while Itachi cleared the passage to Jubida. Futon, white tornado. Naruto shouted. Shiroi, a tornado burning with white flames rushed across the battlefield, as if devouring enemies. Madara is sitting on a rock. Okay, it will be easier to put Obito on a point if Madara is not with him. Naruto thought. Naruto, can you combine the element of wind and Bijudama? Asked the fox. Yes, only Nahu understood. Naruto answered the fox. He quickly activated the cover and formed a Bijudama in his hand. Wind blades began to appear around the chakra ball. Naruto created a clone to throw it over Jubi. Once above the monster, Naruto threw the technique directly at the ten-tailed and set it on fire. The ten-tailed growled in pain. The explosion from the Bijudama was colossal. The needles from the wind chakra penetrated Jubi, because of which he could not regenerate normally. He quickly threw off the flame. Naruto extinguished it and, landing, began to finish off the remaining creatures. The guy never got to Obito. Naruto, with the help of Kamui, was behind Obito, and when he turned around, Naruto used his technique. Obito fell. A black muck reached out to Madara's disciple, which captured half of Obito's body. Uchiha knelt down and folded the seal. Naruto took out a katana and tried to cut off his hand, as he was stopped by this black substance. A green ray stretched out from Obito's body, which stretched towards Madara. Finally, Madara exclaimed. Jubi was enraged by the absence of the owner and he began to attack everyone indiscriminately. Wooden spikes flew in all directions. I thought I wouldn't use it, but... Zavardo! Naruto shouted. Everything froze. except for the raging Ten-Tail, the resurrected Hokage, and Madara. Naruto quickly folded 10 seals and gas sprayed around. All the spikes were pushed out of the gas field at once. Later, Naruto dispersed the gas. Time has restored its course, said Naruto, and time went again abruptly. All those resurrected by Orochimaru's technique disappeared. It turned out that Black Zetsu had foreseen this and promptly sought out the Snake Sannin. Madara was slightly saddened by this. He just realized that he wanted to fight the guy who stops time. So you can stop time? Madara said with a smile. Yes. I love this ability. Naruto said. Madara activated the Rinnegan and threw a kunai at the guy. Naruto dodged and with the help of Kamui moved behind Madara's back. Madara quickly dodged the blow and a fight broke out between him and Naruto in taijutsu, in which, to Madara's surprise, Naruto kept level with him. And you're not bad at taijutsu? Madara said with a smile. I haven't been paid for my participation in the war yet, so that's how it is. Shrugging his shoulders, Naruto said and sharply pierced Madara with a hidden blade. I haven't used it for a long time. Naruto quickly took out the blade and cut off Madara Katana's hand. Madara was thrown off balance, so a window opened for Naruto to strike. Madara quickly jumped back and jumped on Jubi. Having secured himself on it, Madara began to wait. The barrier had already been destroyed, so the Ten-Tailed began shelling the area in the district. The general staff also fell under the distribution. Everyone was terrified. And when Khan tried to attack Madara, the latter easily repelled the attack and pierced the attacker with a katana right in the heart. Activating Rinnegan, Madara began the procedure. Only the nine-tailed one remains, Madara said, and purple chains burst out of his body, but pierced Naruto, who was fighting off a new batch of Jubi. The chain tore out the fox's chakra completely. Even the drop that the fox hid in the deepest corner of the subconscious was taken away by these chains. Naruto froze. He felt like the last drop of life was leaving him. He was dying. I can't, they didn't give me the money, Naruto croaked and fell to the ground, getting colder by the second. Darkness, and this is death, water, darkness, is my subconscious hell? Naruto asked himself with a sneer. You're not dead, and you can't, someone spoke out of the darkness. Who are you? Naruto asked. Oh, I have many names, someone called me a god, someone a useless worm, my name, given to me by the supreme god, Kronos. Someone said. So you're a god? Naruto asked. You're starting to realize, but you don't understand the main thing, you're my reincarnation in this world. Your eye is proof of that, the old man said and went out into the light. The way the old man looked struck the guy. The body was as if charred, the skin was peeling off the bones. Are you surprised? I would never have thought that a person who saw himself would look like that. He said. You, is that me? Naruto asked. You think right. Only here from the distant future, it's all an endless cycle that lasts forever. The old man said with a sigh. But, why do you call yourself Kronos if you're me? Naruto asked. I told you, you're the reincarnation of him in this world. He died a long time ago at the hands of Otsutsuki, and you are already 3678 in this cycle. Time after time they came for us and we, in an attempt to save the world, killed ourselves with the flame of Shiroi, which sends endless lives into the world. A person lives his whole life over and over again and dies from the white flame. So I have doomed thousands of people to endless rebirth? Stets, I'm handsome, said Naruto. By the way, what exactly is the power of Kronos? Yes, however, I want to reveal the abilities of your BMSH, all abilities except 6, the abilities of Kronos that control time. Zavardo is a time stop, Shiroi is a flame that creates a time loop around a person's life, where he lives his life every time without realizing the cyclicity, and, finally, Yumikare is a genjutsu that can change not only a person's memory, but also his past. And now the main thing is that 5-0 Satsuki will come for you to take the remaining abilities of Chronos. I've only fought 3. Their abilities are erasing a period of time from your memories, rolling back time and destroying time and rolling back an hour. The last 2 may seem the same, but that's the problem. Rollback tends to end when it rolls back your action to 0, and destruction will throw the owner back in time, while killing you. The danger is that you will die regardless of the actions of the enemy in the next variation of events. Oh, yes, there is a creature left in our world that has the main ability of Chronos. The turtle is able to move in time, its location is not known to me. Thanks for the knowledge, I have to go. Naruto said and turned around to leave. Come on, have a good cycle. The old man said with a smile and handed Naruto a pocket watch. This, Uchiha shrugged his shoulders and accepted the gift. Naruto woke up in his subconscious. He felt an incredible surge of strength. My strength, Naruto said. He heard snoring from the depths of the corridors and ran towards the sound with a smile. Kurama. Naruto shouted with joy in his voice. Joy was replaced by misunderstanding when the guy saw this place. The first thing that caught my eye was the huge clock under which Kurama was sleeping. He looked unusual, dark fur and longer on the chin, like a beard. Oh, another one. Kurama said. What's wrong with you? Naruto asked. My timeline has connected with your spirit, which is constantly being reborn. Kurama said. What kind of watch? Naruto asked. Your power that passed the last Naruto. The fox replied. Naruto nodded. The guy came out of the subconscious. The brunette woke up on the battlefield and looked around. A huge plant towered above the ground, pulling its roots to the shinobi in fear of running away from them. Kon fought Madara, who gained the power of the 6 paths. Kon himself also had it. He had white hair and black balls behind his back, and Rinnegan was burning in his eyes. Madara kicked Kon and he flew straight into the ground. Savardo. Naruto shouted. Madara was lying on the ground and there was a huge hole in his stomach. Near him, there was a black liquid burning with a white flame, from which screams of pain and agony could be heard. Kon was on the ground. Did we win? Kon asked. Yes. I killed Madara, regeneration won't save him. Call off Jubi, I have to go. And yes, as soon as you become a Hokage, write me out of the register of Nukenins. Naruto said with a smile. Where's the 4th one? He didn't give my money. As soon as you become a Hokage, write me out of the register of Nukenins. Naruto said with a smile. Where's the 4th one? He didn't give my money. That's how the long-standing story with Jubi and the Blood Moon plan ended. Kaguya, who was targeted by the Black Zetsu plan, was never reborn, but her relatives were closely watching this world. The tailed ones were destroyed along with Jubi. Only the intertemporal Kurama remained, for many rebirths, who became stronger than any other tailed one. Naruto eventually got married to Itachi. The wedding took place outside Konoha, so as not to cause discontent among residents. They had a son Boruto and a daughter Naomi. Kon, as he wanted, became a Hokage, but because of work, he decided not to start a family. Satsuki loved Han, but she understood his position, so she chose Menma, who has changed a lot since he was an arrogant egoist. Is this the end of the story, or not? The power of Chronos has awakened. On the 15th of September, a month has passed since the victory in the Fourth World War. Shinobi. The daimyo of the 5 great countries were found with a throat wound. On this day, Naruto Uchiha's son was born. Itachi decided to name him Boruto. The next day, Naruto Uchiha was declared a nukenin for the murder of the daimyo of the 5 great countries. 11 years later, the night from the 15th to the 16th of September. A boy of about 11 was walking through the dark streets of Konoha. He liked to walk around the village at night. The only time when no one looks at him with contempt. His sister Naomi's birthday was just around the corner. Suddenly, he quickly turned around and tried to kick. His blow was easily caught by a smiling brown-haired man. "Ah, it's you, Uncle Han," Boruto said. "I reacted well." Hokage said with a smile. "Why aren't you at home? I don't want to go there, there's such a fuss now, after tomorrow is Naomi's birthday." The brunette replied, "Have you prepared a gift?" Senju asked. "Yes. I'll give her a set of kunai. She turns 8 tomorrow, the academy started recently, she needs to develop." Boruto said, "Well, you still have a year left before graduation. This year will be the toughest. You will be sent on simple combat missions every day. They will be difficult. Students from other villages will participate there." Told Hokage. "We were briefly told about it." Boruto said, trying to hide his interest. I advise you not to go into the hole." Khan said, "What kind of a hole is this?" Boruto asked, "You see, the training will take place in the Land of Iron. Not far from one town where there is a bar Nora. This is the abode of all possible mercenaries." Hokage said. "And your father," Sanju continued mentally. "I get it," Boruto said. Khan nodded and disappeared into Shunshin. Uchiha went towards the house as he ran into someone. "It's Boruto Uchiha himself." Jonin exclaimed, "Let me pass." Boruto said sharply, getting angered. "Well, no, you're the offspring of this mercenary," said Jonin and swung the kunai hit the guy. Boruto flew a couple of meters away with a wound on his cheek. At the last moment he managed to dodge. He asked for it, getting up. Burnett said he was angry. His eyes were blazing with rage. "You're all comparing me to him," Boruto said with anger in his voice. Suddenly, his eyes lit up red. It was a Sharingan with 3 tomos. Jonin tensed, but did not attach much importance to this and continued to attack Boruto with kunai. The brunette barely dodged fast punches. The guy was still bad at Sharingan. He caught a blow with a kunai and, snatching the weapon from Jonin's hand, struck him in the stomach. "Stop comparing me to him. I'm not him. You all infuriate me so much," Boruto said and knocked out Jonin with a kick. Boruto shoved his hands into the pockets of his white pants and walked on. It started raining to spite him. He walked slowly to the house so as not to catch his sister. His white pants in the area of the pockets began to turn red from the blood on his hand. "Damn," said the brunette and pulling his hands out of his pockets, went on. Blood dripped from his fingers to the ground, and the wound on his cheek was constantly washed by rain. And now Boruto is already in the ecchi quarter. He reached home. The lights were off. Near the window that led to his sister's room, Boruto noticed a figure in a raincoat, presumably it was a man. He opened the window and put something on the sill. "Hey!" Boruto shouted and ran towards this figure, as a strong wind blew, which raised dust, creating a curtain through which nothing could be seen. When the dust settled, there was no one there. Going to the window where the man was standing, Boruto saw that it was closed. Apparently it seemed. Uchiha thought and went into the house. Going inside, Boruto realized that everyone was asleep. Going up to the 2nd floor, the guy went into his room and went to bed. Boruto woke up to the joyful cries of his sister. Getting out of bed, he went to the kitchen, where he saw his sister showing a box of shurikens to his mother. "Good morning," Boruto said and headed to the bathroom. "I'm sure Dad gave it to me," Naomi said. Naomi. Dad is not one of those people who would take such a risk by appearing in Konoha. Itachi said. "Well, then who left this box of shurikens on my windowsill?" "Not a brother," Naomi said. Boruto went into the kitchen. "Naomi, happy birthday," Boruto said with a smile, holding out a box of kunai. "Brother, thank you," Naomi shouted and, throwing back the box of shurikens, threw herself on her brother's shoulders. The box fell upside down, which allowed Itachi to notice a note with the inscription "Happy Birthday." She picked up the box and peeled off the sheet. Itachi was pleased that her husband did not forget about the family, but she picked up the note and burned it, directing the fire chakra into the note. Did your mother give you shurikens? Noticing the box in his mother's hands, Boruto asked. No, I don't know where it came from, it was on the windowsill. Naomi replied to her brother. Boruto immediately remembered the man who was hanging around the house and mysteriously disappeared in a gust of wind, but he did not notify anyone. Okay, let's have breakfast and go to the academy, Itachi said. After breakfast, the brother and sister went to the academy. Naomi tried to show her knowledge in the first lessons, but very soon she was humiliated and reproached for being the daughter of a mercenary who killed 5 feudal lords in 1 second. But unlike her brother, she was proud of being the daughter of a man who could kill the strongest shinobi in the world in 1 second. Boruto tried not to stand out as much as possible in the lessons, but he always won in sparring, thereby showing that anyone can grab for humiliation. A week later, his entire class goes on an unforgettable journey to the Land of Iron. The week went slowly. Boruto was going on the road, buying weapons and equipment. He tried to prepare as much as possible. And that day has come. Itachi prepared food for him on the road, and Naomi gave him one of the presented kunai, which she painted and tied on a string, with the words, "May he bring you good luck." At noon, when everyone came up, a group of 14 people went to the Land of Iron, and something strange was happening in the capital of the country. People found themselves in other places in seconds. Some claimed that this day repeats itself over and over again. And in the tower, which was the center of the city, 3 silhouettes stood and watched. How funny they are. The central silhouette said, "Okay, stop it. He's not here," said the left silhouette. Suddenly everything stopped. People began to calm down, as the tower abruptly collapsed, destroying the main street. Later it turned out that she collapsed from old age, although she had to stand for another 2 centuries, no less. "I think I know who is to blame for this," said the captain of the samurai squad, taking out a scroll from his pouch. Unfolding it, he carefully examined the photo, on which nothing was visible except red eyes. Meanwhile, in one of the bars somewhere in the Land of Iron, there was a man whose age was impossible to determine because of the deep hood hiding the whole face in its shadow. "Hey, they're on their way," sounded in his head. "I know," he answered aloud. Getting up from the table, the man went outside and went to the bulletin board. There had been an ad on it for 15 years, with the inscription, "Sasuke Uchiha is wanted." "Well, the time has come," said the man, and throwing off his black hood went after the target. He looked to be about 30, with 3 stripes on both cheeks, indicating that he was a Jinchuriki, and long hair to the shoulder blades, gave him a nickname Konoha SS Plus rank, Uchiha Naruto. The black cloak was blowing in the wind, heavy snowfall blocked the view, so Naruto just walked forward until he saw a sword sticking into his throat. The guy dodged the katana flying straight into his throat, and then blocked the kick with his foot. The attacker disappeared into the snow as quickly as he emerged from it. However, that katana reminded him of something. Naruto quickly opened the scabbard with his katana and blocked the blow directly with the scabbard. The scabbard was removed immediately after the blow, and 2 identical katanas launched into a deadly dance. Naruto was surprised. Only he had such a katana. He destroyed the second one. The clang of metal was so loud that even the wind and snow did not muffle it. After a couple of minutes, Naruto was finally able to see the attacker. Jing-Asa, concealing her face, long straw-colored hair peeking out from under her, an ancient samurai kimono and geta on her feet. The samurai was strange, clearly did not belong to the Land of Iron. His strength was really unusual. He could move instantly, as if there were several of them. Zavardo! Naruto shouted, and everything, down to the slightest snowflake, froze. Naruto cut off the attacker's head with a quick movement of his sword. Time has gone again. A head flew to the guy's feet. "I'm sorry, but you delayed me too much. By the way, I can praise, you held out against me in a sword fight more than anyone. A familiar style. Have we met somewhere?" Naruto started talking to the dead interlocutor. He kicked the hat left on the samurai's head and squatted down to get a closer look at the attacker's face. What? Naruto asked himself when he saw a familiar face, the face he always saw in the mirror in the morning. 3 stripes on each cheek, the same facial features, the only differences are blue eyes and blonde hair. When suddenly the head of the slain man disappeared into the snow. I need to sleep more, Naruto said and went on. Meanwhile, Boruto was making his way through the storm. He had to get to the city where he had to take the assignment. The storm was abating. However, Boruto was still walking with his eyes buried in the snow, so it was easier for his eyes. He himself did not notice how he entered the city. Realizing this, the guy quickly headed through the streets, still looking into the snow. He was running to a certain house when he ran into someone. Oh, sorry. A couple of seconds after the collision, Boruto said, looking up. The guy saw black eyes that looked at him with innate contempt. From such a look at himself, Boruto shivered slightly, but still continued to look at the man who looked at him with contempt. Nothing, said the man. Boruto found something familiar about this man. Half of the face was covered with bangs, but this prevented me from seeing fairly familiar facial features. Boruto asked himself the question, what are you staring at? The man pulled Boruto out of his thoughts. Is your name Sasuke, by any chance? Boruto asked doubtfully. The man was slightly taken aback by the question and reached behind his back. How could he identify me so quickly? Sasuke asked himself. I saw your photo at my grandparents' house. Boruto said. So you're Itachi's son? Sasuke asked, already grabbing the handle of his katana. Yes, Boruto answered cautiously. Well, I'll ask you a question. How do you feel about your father, what? Boruto asked. How? You do. To his father? Sasuke rapped out. I hate him. Boruto spoke with hatred in his voice. That suits me. You see, your father is looking for me for old grudges, so you can help me. He needs to get to know his son, so you'll have to help me in the attack. Sasuke told the plan, slowly removing his hand from the handle of the katana. The storm intensified, which attracted Sasuke's attention. He's nearby, be ready. Sasuke said. But what do I care? Boruto didn't have time to finish, as he was interrupted by someone shouting. Aren't you discussing me? The silhouette from the storm asked. All that was visible was a figure walking towards the Uchiha with outstretched arms. Only Boruto wanted to ask Sasuke about her. How Itachi's brother disappeared. Sasuke appeared behind Naruto and landed a kick from the back. Naruto blocked the blow with his hand without turning around. Turning around abruptly, Naruto grabbed Sasuke's leg and threw Itachi's brother into the nearest building. Sasuke was not hurt thanks to Susanoo's purple ribs that protected him. Sasuke tried to strike Susanoo with his hand, but he was stopped by a kick. Boruto tried to hit his father, but was knocked out by a light blow to the neck with his hand. Sasuke let Amaterasu wave at Naruto. Here it is an ability and his Manjiko. Naruto responded to this attack as expected, launching Amaterasu, a wave of Shiroi. 2 waves of flame collided, trying to overcome each other. As expected, the white flame overcame Amaterasu. Note, I have never manipulated time when you have already used all the most powerful techniques on me. Naruto said mockingly. Yes, but I gave up my family, unlike you, Sasuke said. I can't believe it, you were so angry when I killed Suigetsu, and Karen, you cried so much. Yugo, he caused even more trouble. I remember his bloody face, he begged you for help, and you just watched, replacing mockery with coldness, Naruto said. Bastard, Sasuke whispered. Susanoo's hand sharply struck Naruto, sending him flying. Sasuke was breathing deeply. His blood was boiling. He was ready to spit on all the laws of time and space, let him be punished for it. You also decided to resist the time stop. Naruto said, wiping the blood from his lip. Sasuke abruptly ended up on his knees, his face was covered in blood. He looked at it with eyes full of horror. Sorry, Sasuke. However, it is not good to substitute people. Naruto said. 2 months later, so, we took into account all the testimony of witnesses, as well as the memory of the suspect, and came to the conclusion. Naruto Uchiha is innocent. Kon said with great relief. Naruto was looking askance at Boruto at this time. After a brawl in one of the cities near the capital, the students decided to quickly send them back to Konoha so that they would not get into trouble. His face looked unhappy. Although his father was found innocent, this does not negate the fact that Naruto visited Itachi, while he preferred to ignore the children. After the trial, Naruto was heading home to finally see Itachi and his daughter. However, he was stopped by Kon's voice. Naruto. Kon said, yes? Jinchuriki asked. I have business with you. Kon said. Later Han and Naruto were in Konoha's archives. The fourth is not feeling well, so the question of inheritance arose. I was sorting through the papers to figure out who was more worthy of him and came across the documentation of the birth of Kushina-san. It says about 2 children born that night. The elder's name is Naruto, Han said while digging up that document. Naruto changed his face from relaxed to angry. My parents died in the attack of Kubi-Khan. Naruto said angrily. No. Here are the documents. Holding out the documents, Kon said. The papers burst into white flame and Kon threw them on the floor. What's wrong with you? Being the son of a Hokage is an honor. Kon said. To be abandoned by the Hokage's son. Naruto corrected his friend. Yes, no way. Kon switched to shouting. He's already. Naruto shouted and turned around. My parents died. Kon, for me, they died. Jinchuriki said softly and left. This is the end of the guys.